It's the most Dutch name you can get. It's Gijs den Butter, and I'm one of the co-founders of the company called SenseGlove.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about what SenseGlove is.
Yes, SenseGlove is a startup that enables you to touch in virtual environments, or to feel in virtual environments, to be exactly. And we do this by creating a wearable called the SenseGlove. And we give you two types of feeling inside the virtual environments. The first one is something that is called force feedback. And with that, you actually feel restriction inside a virtual environment. So at the moment you grasp a virtual object, you feel restricted, and you can feel the shape and the size and the density of that particular object you're grasping. And we're combining that with something that we call vibrotactile feedback, or just buzz motors, like the things you also have in your iPhone. And with that, you can give contextual cues, like, for example, if you're pushing a button, or when you're petting a surface, you can feel if that surface is rough or if that is smooth. And we combine that with that we can track your hands in a virtual environment. And then with these three technologies, you're fully able to interact in virtual reality in a similar way as you would do in real life situations.
Okay. So this is for the phone, or will this also be in a VR headset environment?
No, this is fully for a virtual headset. So it's really to be compatible with head-mounted displays, as we call them, like the VR headsets.
Do you have any headsets that you're working with right now with this?
Yeah, so the SenseGlove is usually compatible with all normal headsets like the Oculus Quest or with the HTC Vive. Just with all the major headsets. And especially, we have two products on the market, which one we actually launched this week on the digital CES. And the SenseGlove Nova, which is the new one, that is compatible with the standalone headsets, and with the older DK1, so the exoskeleton is compatible with all the computer tethered headsets like the Oculus Rift S or the HTC Vive. Well, the exoskeleton is a little bit more precise, has a little bit more forces in there because of the design of it, but the usability of the glove form factor is obviously huge. You just put it on, within 5 seconds, you're good to go. You're in your virtual training, for example, and you can have your lifelike interactions with the force and haptic feedback.
I just purchased the Oculus Quest 2, which is a great headset. And they have that ability to set down the controllers and actually use your hands in that. It'd be nice to have gloves so I could actually do a little bit more than just pinch my fingers to pick up something. So that's pretty exciting, being able to do
because
like that, so.
Because indeed, if you're now having the Quest 2 with the hand tracking, which is already amazing, but if you want to pick something up, you're just pinching or grasping through something by making a gesture. And by having force feedback inside your hands, you're really restricted to when you pick up an object, you really feel that an object is there, and that forces you to interact in a natural manner.
Okay. Tell me about how it's all cabled together. Is it going to be one tethered cable and then one cable to the headset, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the SenseGlove Nova, so the new one, the glove version, that's actually fully wireless. So just a Bluetooth connection to your headset, or when you're using a tethered headset, it's a Bluetooth connection to your computer. The old DK1 is tethered with one USB cable to your computer. Well, actually to a power box and then to the computer. But with the Nova headset, you don't need any wires.
Okay. But it goes to the computer and then the headset, rather than the headset, then the computer, right?
Yeah. So if you're using a tethered headset, it goes first to the computer. But if you're using the Oculus Quest 2, as an example, you can just pair with your Bluetooth module on the Quest itself.
Okay. What's the latency like when you're talking Bluetooth here?
Yeah, when we're talking Bluetooth, we're talking about a 60 hertz update rate, and the round trip latency is about 20 milliseconds.
Okay. So in regular gameplay, you might see it every now and then, but not as much, correct?
Yeah. So ideally, you want to go up to a 10 millisecond latency, especially with the haptic side of it, and especially if you're doing multiplayer. But with the current state of the technology, 60 hertz is really something where the whole simulation is stable. So we're choosing between stability and update rates, and the best combination is to use 60 hertz at the moment.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the care of the gloves. Now, the exoskeleton probably was, I don't want to say fragile, but it was probably more fragile than this new glove. Uh, Tell us a little bit how people can, when they purchase something like this, how they would want to care for a device like this.
Yeah, well, the exoskeleton was already quite robust, let's say that way. You don't want to drop it from a 2 meter high distance, and then probably it will break at some point at the floor. But while bumping into a wall, we've seen people doing that, and it all survived. And so it was already robust, but indeed the glove form factor makes also the type a little bit more soft, so it's indeed more robust.
Okay, so if I accidentally punch a wall, it might be able to survive a little bit.
Yeah, so the glove one definitely. We've dropped it from 2 meters, and it still survives. We did that 10 times in a row or something like that. It still worked as one of our drop tests, which is always fun to do.
Yeah.
The exoskeleton is indeed a little bit more fragile on that, so you should be more careful when handling with the exoskeleton.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about games and programs. Do you have anything that is specific for these gloves yet, or?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the gloves are really meant for business to business trainings environment, or like digital assembly evaluation, those types of things. So yeah, as obviously the ultimate dream is to have it in virtual reality games like Half-Life or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, the state of the current technology is really meant for B2B. Also the pricing there. So the new glove is a pre-order price of $5,000, which is obviously too expensive for gaming. But
not necessarily. I've seen people buy some crazy stuff for gaming. Crazy.
Yeah, true. And we really encourage also especially arcade game developers to also take a look into what can you actually do with haptics and with force feedback. So that's also really one of our key competitive advantages compared to other force and haptic feedback glove manufacturers, that we really want to have it accessible for every professional use case. And with professional use case, we also consider the arcade halls. So that's definitely something. I also encourage these developers to take a look at what can you actually do with our products. And we also, for example, with some 5G demonstration projects, we also are actually building small games which are more fun. We have a whack-a-mole demo where you can take a hammer and smash moles back into the into the scene. So these types of geeky gameplays we also have for demonstration customers, like telcos who want to showcase what can I do with 5G.
Okay,
that's also
so
cool.
You do have some business to business programs that they can do, but it's mostly customizable, correct?
Yeah, so usually the customers that we have are programmers themselves, either internally inside a company, they're VR developers in a company, or they're system integrators who build, for example, VR training. And these system integrators or these developers inside the company use our SDKs most of the time in Unity or in Unreal to make our glove compatible with their virtual reality environments that they've created. So that's usually how they work. But we also provide services to businesses that already have a virtual environment or have a virtual reality training, that we integrate the Sense Glove for them as like a standard project.
Okay. Is it an open SDK or is it a closed SDK?
It's as open as you can get it. There's a few DLLs in there that, for example, the inverse kinematics model we don't allow you to access, and there's some like vision-based tracking algorithms that are proprietary. But furthermore, you can actually access almost everything until you can even create your own waveforms on the vibrotactile motors that are in the gloves. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty.
But as somebody like me, I could actually do some programming if I had the glove. Right.
Yeah. So if you have some Unity skills or have some C++ skills combined with some Unreal Engine experience, then you could just build your own scenarios right away.
All right. Well, you did mention the price. It's was it 5,000 for the exoskeleton version or 5,000 for this new version?
Yes, the $5,000 is for the new version, and the exoskeleton is actually a €3,500, so roughly 4,000 US dollars.
Okay. And how do people get a hold of you to find out a little bit more?
Yeah, if you'd like to know more, you can visit our website at senseglove.com. And well, there's everything explained about the new glove and obviously also about the old glove. So to make a little bit of a distinction there as well, if you're looking really for like VR training, VR design evaluations, you should go for the new glove. It's really easy to set up within your business. And if you're more at the research side, or if you're more at controlling a robot from a distance, so we call it telerobotics, then the exoskeleton, I think, is the most suitable device because of its accuracy that's needed for like either research or controlling robots from a distance.
Okay. One last question, and that is, we talked a lot about the VR, but you did mention things like the iPhone. I'm assuming that you'll be able to use the control for just about any, if you set up a laptop or anything like that, you could use that exoskeleton or the glove for anything that you could figure out, correct?
Yes. So if it's Unity compatible, well, you can make it for anything. But really, the combination between the visual and the physical, what you feel, that is really the cutting edge. Where this haptic device is showcasing its best capabilities. So if you're in a 2D screen, it's not the feeling that you really would like to have, or you cannot distinguish whether actually you're petting an animal or whatever. But if you have that 3D visual tied to it, then it's when a one-on-one makes a whole great experience.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, thank you very much, Gus, for your time. And once again, what's the website?
Website is senseglove.com, and pretty excited to see the viewers back on our website, and feel free to contact us via there. And happy to tell you more.
All right, perfect. Well, thanks again, Gus, and take care.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021 Virtual Week number 2, and we are here with David, and he's with a company called Typewise. How you doing, David?
Very good, thanks.
All right, tell people. Oh yeah. Tell people your role at Typewise and what it is.
Sure, I'm one of the two founders. I'm based in Switzerland, Central Europe, and we at Typewise want to make daily life easier. And because we spend so much time every day interacting with our phones and typing on the keyboard, we felt it's about time to get rid of the typewriter keyboard that was created 150 years ago, and that leads to a lot of typos and frustrating moments. With a solution that's made for the age of mobile.
Okay. So tell us how it all works. How does this Typewise change the keyboard on a phone?
Sure. Well, it's mainly three things. One, it's fast and accurate. It's fully private, and it's well designed. So the well designed part is what you just saw on the website. It's our honeycomb layout, where the keys are round, basically, and which resembles our fingerprints and touchscreens, and thus lead to fewer typos. We've also implemented gestures, so you can swipe left to delete words, so we don't have a backspace, which makes it much faster and more intuitive. We've also built an intelligence into the keyboard with autocorrection that in its new version that's coming out in March is in benchmarks even better than a Google keyboard or a Microsoft SwiftKey. We work with top AI engineers from Zurich, one of the world's best engineering institutes. And what's also the difference between other keyboards, you see it right here, is privacy. Type-wise, unlike the typical smartphone keyboard, does not require internet access. So the keyboard itself, all your typing data stays on your device. There's no access to GPS location or your calendar or even your browser history. Mm-hmm. But everything you do with Typewise remains on your phone. And if you look at the recent debates between WhatsApp and how people are moving to Signal, well, you can move to Signal, but if your keyboard still captures everything that you type in the messaging app, maybe it's also time to think about your keyboard privacy.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, with keyboard going over the internet, it does help with the ability to figure out what word you're typing for ease of use. Or does Typewise have that predictive text typing in there?
Absolutely. So this is also what we're working on with ETH Zurich, with the research partner. So you will also see on top of the keyboard the typical text predictions. Obviously, Typewise comes with support for 40 languages. It can also recognize which language you're currently using and then switches that accordingly. So something on Apple, you need to manually change the language. So if you type in English and Spanish, for example, it's quite annoying. And it learns from you. So over time, it gets better. And if it at some point, for example, does something wrong, so it believes you wanted to type this, but actually you meant something else, there's a little undo button that appears on top of the keyboard. And if you disagree with one of these automated changes, then you just tap that undo button and it's instantly reverted. And the good thing is that the keyboard learns from that. So if you have some peculiar name that always gets auto-corrected, with Typewise, you have this undo possibility and allows you to also type in slang or dialects or whatever you want. Okay.
Just like with Geekazine. Every time
Absolutely.
I try to.
That would be
every
one
time.
minute, yeah.
Every time. So, okay. And so the keyboard, it's got this honeycomb effect that you said, but it still tries to stay as close to the QWERTY style keyboard that we know and love. So you said that the honeycomb actually helps with its movement in swiping or typing. Is there a difference in that if I two thumb it versus have a swipe method to things?
So for actual typing, we only support like the physical typing with two thumbs. There was a big study from University of Cambridge. They did last year with 37,000 people globally. And they found that actually 3/4 of people prefer typing with two thumbs versus the one finger swipe. And they're also over 30% faster that way. So we said we fully focus on the two thumb typing. And then we use swipes for editing the text. So for example, if you want to delete, you then swipe left anywhere on the keyboard, and that's like a delete gesture. You can also swipe more, and then that deletes more as much as you move your finger. And the cool thing is you can just swipe back right to restore the text. So that's the way we use swipe gestures and not for actually enter text.
What if is there a way to turn on a swipe? Because I guess I'm not part of the majority. I actually do like the swipe feature, especially when you've got something in your hand and you've got the phone, and these phones are big. So and I'm sitting there with my thumb doing this like this, or like this right here, trying to get the end characters and things like that. Just so how do you have the ability to turn on swipe or no?
We do not yet have a one-hand mode. So the idea is to release a one-hand mode. You could also think on big phones, maybe the keyboard shrinks a bit to a certain edge, depending on how you hold the phone. And for us, I think in general, the future will anyway be, well, are we still going to type individual letters on a keyboard, or will the predictions become that good that we can select entire sentences or partial sentences from the keyboard, and maybe the actual typing individual characters becomes less and less frequent.
I ducking hope so.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, there's also other things I'm noticing on your webpage here. You're also showing like a little game that's playing some rocket ship or something like that. I'm assuming there's little ways to learn for the keyboards. Is this for kids or adults alike?
So our main user group is between 25 and 35. I think it's probably also, when you use it professionally, when you have to send a lot of emails and typing accurately becomes more important. But you're maybe still not too used to a regular keyboard, although we have users who are more in the elderly segment, and they're super happy because the keys are larger. So I think the keyboard gives different benefits to different user groups. So it's definitely for everyone. If you're willing to spend like a few minutes to also try to understand it and kind of like learn the way it works. So I think that's required. Yeah? You need to go through a onboarding tutorial, which takes 2 to 3 minutes. The game is optional. That's at the end. Definitely helps. But I think you need to come with an open mind and be ready for a change. Okay.
I'm assuming it's in portrait mode only, not landscape mode, correct?
It does support landscape. I'm personally not 100% happy with it yet, but it's fully functioning. It's also then available on tablets. So on tablets, it will be like always in landscape mode.
Okay. Are we talking both iOS and Android?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I noticed on the page you show a lot of apps. So I'm guessing that there's probably some way to customize it a little bit for each app as you go. And is it something you customize, or is it something that the app customizes?
It's the user that can customize it. So we have different themes that you can choose from, so you can change the color. There's also obviously support for dark mode, so then the keyboard automatically switches light and dark depending on the app you're in. And then there are other things you can customize. Yeah, you can, for example, create your own text replacements. So you can say, if you say if you type ILU, then it says I love you, for example. Or you could have a abbreviation for your email address. Like a triple E will generate your email address. So you can do stuff like that to make typing more convenient. And you can say, hey, these are the typical abbreviations I use in like a WhatsApp or an email client, and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. Now the most ultimate question here. Do you support Klingon?
Well, so in Switzerland, we speak a language that has no dictionary. So every person in the entire country of 8 million spells his or her words differently. And we had to find a way to deal with it. So we have Typewise has the option to learn a custom language entirely from the user. That's why we also have this undo button, because that obviously sometimes doesn't work at the beginning. So in Swiss German, you need about a week or two of writing in Swiss German, and it will pick it up from you. So you could definitely also write in Klingon.
I could make my own language. And
yeah, you could. Yeah, I'm sure your friends would appreciate it.
Well, no, you get a couple friends that learn that language, and then you can share coded messages. Let's like we did as kids with things like Piglet.
Absolutely,
and things like that. Yeah. That's amazing. That's pretty cool. How much does it cost to, or is there a cost for this?
So it's a freemium model, so you can download it for free. You can use it for free. So there's no trick, no ads, nothing. But there are certain features that are premium. For example, the multi-language capability, or some of the additional themes and customization features you can upgrade.
And how much is that?
It's $10 per year or $25 lifetime.
Oh, that's not too bad. Does it include some sort of storage so when I do create my own language that it gets placed on the cloud somewhere so other people can download it and use it?
So we don't have the cloud feature yet. The way we encourage users to back it up, I mean, there are backup possibilities in Android, and on Apple, you just use the iCloud backup of your phone, and that's how you save the dictionary.
Okay. And if I save it to iCloud, I should be able to send it to you like you, and so you have my language, and we're good to go.
Yeah, we don't have that feature yet, but I think it's a good idea. And we do very closely work with the user community. We have like a portal with feature requests, and so we always listen to what people want.
Okay. Well, no. I just made that up. David, thank you very much. The name of the app is called Typewise. It's amazing and very interesting and very well. I don't know what the footprint on the phone is. How much space does it take up?
74 megabytes.
Not
we're
too
looking
bad.
to making a bit smaller still, but
okay.
And it comes with the 40 languages included.
Okay. So there you go, David. Thank you very much for your time. Very interesting. I'll definitely download and take a look at it and see how it works for me, even though it doesn't have the swipe.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
As I say to everybody, tuklach. No, I'm kidding. Thanks a lot, David. You have a great CES.
All right.
For watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine, if you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage, NAMM 2021. Jeffrey Powers here. We're here with Nissan. Did I say it right?
You did.
Nissan. And you're here with Here Technologies. Tell people your role at Here Technologies and then, of course, the product that we're going to be talking about.
So I am the senior design engineer at Here Technologies. My role is basically creating new products from concept all the way to market. So I have to, take a look at the market to see what's out there when we come up with a new idea and see if it's something that's going to work, and then start building hand prototypes, testing them, go through all the different iterations, making changes, things like that, laying out the circuit boards, picking the components, doing the beta testing with musicians, and basically everything to even setting it up with the factory and making sure that they have all the testing procedures and things like that. So it's
a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. And you have the thing. It's called a switchback. Is it M8RX or is it like Matrix, like with cars or something like that?
Matrix.
Oh, Matrix. Okay. I'm thinking Mater from Cars. So, but Matrix, that makes sense. So, what is Matrix?
So we ended up giving this guy, this is it right here. And in fact, I'm using it right now to power my microphone and send the audio to my laptop over Dante. And then my laptop is running Dante virtual sound card. So the audio is coming in here. It's streaming out over the Ethernet and going into my computer. And what you're hearing is what's coming through this box. So most people know us with the original product that we had come out with, which was the HearBack, and then the HearBack Pro, the HearBack Octo. These were all personal headphone monitor mixers. Well, when we came out with this idea, we decided it needed a different name because it's not just a headphone monitor mixer. It's also a interface. You've got a couple of really high quality mic preamps there. One of them, which I'm using, and a stereo unbalanced line input. So there's a total of 4 channels coming in. Those can be mixed locally to your headphones using the tips of these knobs. And you've got a master volume, and there is a 5-watt combined left and right, basically 2.5 watts per channel going into your headphones. A very powerful headphone amplifier. And then those same inputs that you can mix locally are also sent out over Dante. So those are available on any Dante equipped device. including a computer like I'm using with the virtual sound card, and that requires no additional equipment. That's basically just coming straight into the laptop sound card, or into the Ethernet port, and it shows up as a sound card to the computer, so you can use it really with any application you like. And then coming back over Dante, you've got 4 channels. So these are kind of like your fold back mix. You've got
to raise it up a little bit.
That's right.
No, you need to raise it up a little bit in the camera.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So you basically have these concentric knobs, and you've got a mono channel, both local microphone input as well as a Dante return, another mono local, which is another mic preamp, and then another Dante return. And then you've got this knob down here, C, which is a stereo. So you've got a unbalanced 1/8" stereo input, and then you've got a stereo Dante return. So that's really good. If you're doing something with like a band mix, then that would kind of be the idea there is you'd put your overall mix on that Dante return, but then you would have maybe like the click track would be on one of these guys, and then maybe something else that you're really keen off of, like the bass guitar, the kick drum, something like that on one of these other monos. And then of course your local microphone for doing vocals or, guitar. These inputs also have a 1/4" input. So you could take a guitar, keyboard, something like that, and come in line level as well.
Are those dials assignable somehow, or how do they work?
So these guys are just fixed for your headphones. So one thing to mention is, like, if you make any changes here, it's not going to change what's going out over Dante. Now, as far as what's assignable to the Dante, yes, that is something that you would do using the Dante controller software, which basically, if you're familiar with it, it's just a big matrix. So you can basically choose, from any device, and then just put a check mark as far as, what you want to route to that knob. So basically anything that's in Dante world can be routed to that knob, and then anything else from Dante world could be routed to that knob. They can come from different devices. Okay.
That's very interesting, because I could see it as in for a band. Perfect example. You could have the lead guitar singer. You have his microphone in A, and then guitar plugged into B, and then that would then route through Dante into a Dante-enabled mixer, and then they could have an in-ear type mix come back to them. And you even have, do you have like a belt pack or something like that for this thing, or how does that work?
Yeah. So actually, this thing, we were trying to keep it small enough when we designed it so that it could be just worn on the belt. So there's a little brass piece down here, and this is a standard camera tripod thread. So you can use this to mount onto. We actually have a little adapter that'll convert that to a mic thread. So you could go onto a mic stand with it, or we have a screw and a little metal clip that mount into that same brass thread, and it's a belt clip, so that you can just clip this on your belt if that makes sense. Or it's actually got little rubber feet too, so this can just sit onto a stand, onto a desk.
Okay, how is it powered?
So it's powered over Ethernet. So it's getting the power and the Dante over the single Cat 5e or Cat 6 cable. And right now, I'm actually using our own little network switch that we have. This is actually designed originally for the Hearback Pro system, which is our much larger headphone monitoring system that can do up to 128 channels. And it's got 8 ports, and those are PoE plus ports. So this is something that we sell, that, if you're doing a bunch of these matrix interfaces, this would probably be a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
But it's nothing special. It's just a gigabit network switch. You could use a Cisco or something else that's
anything with PoE. So if I didn't have a PoE switch, I'd have to get like a converter cable or something like that to power it.
Yeah, so we actually said, that's something we probably ought to sell people, because for sure, like podcasters, you might only use one of these things, and you don't really need to do like a whole network switch like that. It's kind of overkill. So we actually sell a little injector, and we don't have one here, do we, Max? Okay, no, we don't have one in this room. But basically, it's real simple. It's a little cable that is a male RJ45 on one end, and then a female RJ45 on the other end, and then it has a DC barrel connection that comes into it. So it's a little Y cable, and you plug in the power supply that comes with this. It's a little kit, and that's just a little wall wart that plugs in. And look at it like it's a phantom power supply, because it really kind of works about the same. So it's basically just injecting power over that same line. So you can use those if you like.
Yeah, anybody that's done PoE has probably seen those, because I know I have a few of them lying around myself for cameras that require PoE. Okay, so very interesting. The switchback matrix. It's so ultimately, how many channels can come in for you to listen to?
You basically can do up to 8 channels. So 4 of those are local, and then 4 of them are returns from Dante.
Okay, so for if you were doing a band thing, you could probably do vocals, drums, guitars, and then maybe an extra for a second vocal or something like that, or bass or something like that.
And keys. Every person can be different.
Yeah.
So what you get can be different from the next person. So.
Yeah. But the top ones, then I can adjust the top ones. Like, let's say my vocal that's coming into it, then I can adjust that so I can hear my vocals over the other instruments.
That's correct.
Okay. Wow.
And the best thing to do is have a console, especially if it's quite a few musicians. Have a console that's Dante equipped that you basically create a band mix that will come on the C knob, which is stereo, the ring there. And that way you get your full mix, and then you can put things that you need to maybe turn up a little bit more. I call them more me's. Those could go onto the mono channels. You can also do, if you're doing like maybe a 3-piece band, then you could do this without having a console, because you could just route from point to point. Like, you're maybe doing vocals, and I'm going to route your matrix to my A knob. And then somebody else is maybe doing stereo keyboards. I could route them to my C knob, which is a stereo. And then maybe the drummer or somebody else is going to be routed to my B knob.
Okay.
So and then basically everybody could be routed point to point to everybody else. So you could do kind of a little jam hub sort of setup with these up to about 3 people.
Okay. Are all of them? Are all inserts stereo or?
So they're just the C is the stereo.
Okay.
And the other 2 are mono. We kind of did that to give you the ability to do monos or stereos, and also to kind of keep the box small.
Yeah. And if you need a bigger box, you have those.
Yeah, we do. We have the Octo, and we've got the Pro system. So if somebody needs more than that. But one advantage to this over those the Octo and the Pro is the fact that it has the inputs. That is something we haven't done on the other systems that we have. So this is kind of a first for us, being both a headphone monitor mixer as well as a interface, having those mic pre's there.
Okay. So interesting stuff. Is it out now?
It is. We started actually shipping at the beginning of last year. And it was really cool, actually. Our first customer bought 90 of them. It was like, oh my gosh. And they were doing, they're going to be in the Guinness Book of Records for doing the largest live variety show in Australia. And Guinness Book of Records is worldwide, but it was in Australia. And they used 90 of these things for the orchestra. And so basically they all had the ability to monitor, and then they all had their microphones coming into the inputs. And they said, we hooked them all up. We wanted to do a burn in, and never had any problems with any of them. So I was like, yes.
So for a band, that shouldn't be a problem. You should just be able to plug it in and rock out or jazz out or whatever, and just move from there.
That's right. And one thing that we really have going for us is the amount of power that we have on our headphone amplifiers. When you compare to most of the other ones that are out there, they're typically in like the 100 to 250 milliwatt range per ear, left and then right. And we have always used a Burr Brown OPA 551 headphone circuit that is capable of doing up to 2.5 watts at 32 ohms.
Okay.
Now it's kind of a curve, so you're going to get that peak power at the 32 ohms. When you go down to 8 ohms, you're going to lose a little power. When you go up to about 600 ohms, you're going to be down at about 250 milliwatts. But that's still enough power to even push a pair of those 200 or 600 ohm headphones, and definitely enough power to even push, the 250 ohm or the 80 ohm headphones. So there's a lot of different headphones, especially the big studio cans. They're usually a lot of times higher impedance.
Yeah.
So this thing can push those all day long. Whereas in fact, I even had personal experience back when I had run a live sound company for about 15 years. And I had a pair of DT770. They were 250 ohm. And man, I plugged them into a console I was using. I'm not going to name any names, but
Okay.
I was like, there is no way that's what's coming out of my PA. This is not even like the same like tone quality. And I'd take it off and I was like, no way, what is going on? And later I realized, well, it's because, that headphone amp just couldn't really push that impedance. It was really struggling. So ours can, and you really don't need 2.5 watts of power to drive a pair of headphones, but it's there so that even if it's mismatched down to 8 ohms or up to 600 ohms, it can drive anything.
It's nice to have it. Absolutely. Let's talk price. You said it's available now. So how much does it cost?
So street price, we typically see these things go for about $450. I want to say. I'm asking Max over here. I'm usually over here in the corner just doing the schematics and stuff. I don't get involved quite as much with the pricing, but I know we were kind of trying to hit that price point. And actually, that was one of the things we worked with Sweetwater, who's one of our really awesome distributors. And so they said, you really kind of want to get this thing, in this price range to really, hit the market hard. So he's over here looking it up on our price list, so I don't tell you wrong. That's street $589 street price. Okay.
$589. Okay. Yeah,
that's why I'm not in charge of pricing.
Oh no, I get it. And then of course you have the Dante in there, which definitely will push up that price a little bit because so much Dante. Ways to go in and out of mixers and computers. It's just crazy. So. All right, so $589, and the name of the product is Matrix, the number 8 RX Matrix, not Mater X, but Matrix. And where do people go for more information?
So the best place is check out our website at heartechnologies.com. You can check out Sweetwater, B&H Photo. Pretty much all of the big box stores have it. You can also, check out our Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. We're kind of on all of those as well. But
okay, cool. But heretechnologies.com is where you really want to start at. So
absolutely, and actually check out our YouTube too, because we just did several videos that we did specifically for the NAMM show, and we go through and walk through a demo of the Matrix. So that's probably worth your while to check out.
Okay, perfect. Well, Nason, thank you very much for your time. I hope you have a great NAMM from home, virtual-wise.
Yeah, it's been very interesting.
Yeah.
It's worked, though. So far, so good. We're getting a pretty good response from people. So
that's awesome.
Thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate
not a problem. Not a problem. Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, we have Shankar. Is that how you pronounce it, Shankar?
Yeah, Shankar.
Shankar. And you're with Odyssey. I still, for some reason, I say Oddies. Every time I see it, I say Oddies, but it's Odyssey. Odyssey, as in Odyssey, as in the great Odyssey of having a good set of headphones. Tell people what your role is at Odyssey and of course, what product we're checking out here.
Sure. I am the co-founder and CEO of Odyssey. We are a boutique headphone manufacturer based out of Orange County, California.
Okay.
We are going to talk about mostly our products LCD1. We have a new gaming product called the Penrose, and our new Reveal Plus plugin.
Okay.
3 things.
So show us the LCD one.
So the LCD1 is our new. This is our LCD1 product. It is a lightweight planar magnetic headphone. So unlike typical headphones, these have a planar magnetic driver. It has a very thin film with aluminum that has a circuit on it and moves in a magnetic field to create sound.
Okay.
And it's easy to carry. It's our mostly we are known for very big, heavy headphones, because typically planar headphones used to be heavy and bulky, but we have made these super efficient, so these would be able to, you can power them out of any headphone jack or amplifier.
Okay. And these are wired headphones or wireless headphones?
These are wired headphones. You can wire them regular or balanced, and
Okay.
yeah, it's a wired headphone.
Okay. Is it a detachable wire then?
Correct. Yeah. So
Okay.
the cables, they have 2 3.5 mm connectors on the headphones, and you can connect the left and the right.
Okay. How long is the cable?
So the cable is, I think, 6 feet.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the headset. What type of drivers are inside the LCD one?
So these are custom-made planar magnetic drivers, and you can, these are thin film drivers. They look like this. These are the drivers, and very, very thin film with aluminum etched circuit.
Okay.
Extremely neutral.
So what's the size on that? That's
So this is a 100 millimeter driver.
100 millimeter driver. Wow. So that should catch a lot of different frequencies. What's the range on that?
So the frequency range is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz.
Okay.
The extension is there up to 40 kilohertz, but usable is 20 kilohertz. And it's very neutral. The frequency response is, we have not boosted the bass or anything, because many people use these for mastering and mixing applications. So it's extremely neutral.
It's extremely what?
Neutral.
Neutral. Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
the tuning is very neutral, so you can use it for critical listening.
Okay. So you can get on the plane, you can listen, you can go in the studio and listen, you can go at home and listen. Not really meant for hooking up to your phone or anything like that. But you could.
You
You
can.
could, yeah.
So if you are using your iPad or iPhone or something with a small dongle, you can connect to it also.
Yeah.
It's very efficient. It will work off those. But for ideal use case, you would have a small USB dongle or something with your MacBook and your DAW.
Okay. What sets this aside from another set of professional headphones for mastering or for sound production?
So almost every headphone in this market is 99% of the headphones are cone speakers.
Okay.
So these have, the breakup modes and non-linearities in the driver inherent in the design typically. So they are, also the diaphragms are very heavy. So the planar headphones generally have extremely thin diaphragm. For example, the diaphragm on this uses a 2-micron film. So it's extremely quick, and the impulse response is very, very clean compared to any cone speaker. So you will be able to immediately listen to these and immediately know the difference. When you are mixing and mastering, you can hear every single nuance because the diaphragms are extremely lightweight. So we can reproduce every single detail that you have in the song.
So it has a better response time too?
Yes, yeah. I mean, the impulse response is extremely clean and very, very good compared to anything. So if, for example, if you put the impulse response of this against a cone speaker, you will see that the impulse response is extremely clean.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I want to say that I've listened to your headphones because you've been in NAMM before, right?
Correct. Yeah, last
So
year.
I've had to have put those on, something from Odyssey on before, but that sounds. I'd love to hear the sound on that. So, what is it available now?
We are shipping. We have been shipping these headphones. We are putting more focus on these things because a lot of people are working from home now, so there's a lot of demand. So we are trying to catch up with the demand as more and more people are using these things at home, and many, we are making them as fast as we can.
Okay. And what's the price point on that?
$399.
$399. Okay. You had another set of headphones you were going to talk about too?
No, this one, and then I was going to talk about the plugins.
That's right. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a set of plugins, Reveal and Reveal Plus. So one of the, for people who are using mastering at home and stuff, it's always a challenge to see how it would translate to a studio, right? Especially a set of speakers, because when you have a set of speakers, the sound hits your shoulder, neck, ear, the pinna, the concha. So this transformation is called the HRTF. So typically, when people have tried to emulate a room, they usually take a dummy head like a Neumann KU100 or something, and they put it in a studio and try to see how it would sound, or they would get the reverb, the reverbs of the studio and try to simulate it. But it's never very accurate because everybody's pinna and concha is different, and their HRTF is different, and this is what determines how you perceive sound. So the HRTF of every single person is unique. So what we did was we have been working with a company called Embody in Bay Area. So what we did with them is we have created a room, like a simulation environment, so you can see how the song that you're mastering would sound in a particular room. So we have gone and measured several rooms, Warren Hart Studio in LA, Carlos de Garza's room in Eagle Rock, and several studios in the plugin. But what we do is we do three things. One is we measure the speaker, so you can select individual speakers in a particular room. We also measure the room and the reflections of the room. And the third thing is we allow you to take a picture of your ear. So from this, using machine learning, we can estimate your personalized HRTF, the head related transfer function. So we combine all three, so we can see, we can give you an experience of how it would sound for you in the particular room with your own custom HRTF. So this is something that we supply so that you can check how it would sound. By next month, we will also introduce several new rooms, like even cars, for example, how it would sound in a particular car, like a Tesla or something like that.
Wow. Yeah, definitely would like to hear, because I always think of room when I do any type of mixing, I think of rooms and their reverberations and stuff like that. I never thought of a car because it's usually always a dead sound, but I suppose different vehicles have different sounds as well.
So our goal is to give, we are not trying to recreate the sound. We are trying to recreate the environment so you can see how your song would sound in that environment, because many people listen to in cars and stuff. So we want people who are mixing, so they can quickly check, hey, this is how it would sound in Studio A. This is how it will sound in Studio B. This is how it'll sound in a car, for example. So you can see how the same song sounds in different environment.
Okay, so I'm assuming you have an app for iPhone, Android as well?
So these are plugins. So basically we have the VST AAX plugin. So depending upon whether you're using Pro Tools or Logic, or you can download them and put them on your master bus. So you can see, enable and disable it.
Okay.
There is an app for iPhone and Android that allows you to take the picture of your ear and uses machine learning. That app is there as well.
Got it. Okay. Well, speaking of iPhone and Android, do you have settings for that type of scenario? I suppose it's more about the headphones in that case rather than the device itself.
Yes. So we are not emulating other headphones at this point. That would, that's something that if customers want, we can do.
Okay, but it's more about the environment than anything. So.
Our goal is to see how it, what would it sound in a typical living room, for example, or
Okay.
a car, things like that.
You don't have anything like Winchester Cathedral or big areas or
Not yet. We are thinking of adding them. So our goal is, because this is also relatively new, especially the personalization aspect of it, we are also getting feedback from customers to see, is this really useful for them and can they actually use it? We will add more and more rooms. We do have in the rooms, we do have a big auditorium-like room, just like a scoring room, actually.
Okay. So would I use this plugin with your LCD one or your sets of headphones, or would I use it with my own stereo speakers? And if so, do I then tell the plugin what speakers I have to make the difference? Or
no, it's actually you can use any of our headphones. So we only provide it for our headphones because we need to make sure that the headphones are extremely neutral. So every headphone, irrespective of our headphone or other company headphones, there will always be some non-linearities in the response. So we correct for that in the plugin as well. So when you load the plugin, you will have to choose which model of the headphone you have.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. You have to, if you have all the Odyssey, I can't even say that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Odyssey headphones, and you put on one set, you have to set it for that headphone. And if you change headphones, you have to change that. Okay.
Correct.
And then different sounds.
You can actually select which room so first you select the headphone, then you select the room, then you select what speakers you want in the room. For example, if you go to a studio, they might have a far field monitor, a near field monitor. So you can select which speaker you have, and then you have the room, and then you can see how much of the room you want. For example, you can even adjust the ambience a little bit. So do you get too much reflections or less reflections in the room?
Okay.
And then you select your personal HRTF.
Okay.
So
So that's wild. So the it's a plugin.
Correct.
So I'm assuming it's for Mac and PC.
It's Mac PC.
So it's also a 64-bit plugin.
Correct.
Okay.
It typically works in most DOS. It's a very simple install. The only complicated portion is to import your personal HRTF, because once you take the picture, the image goes to the cloud, where we analyze it with thousands of data points to see, use machine learning to extract your personalized HRTF.
Okay. So yeah, if you're listening to music and your friend is standing right there and say, hey, listen to this, they're going to have to do their ear mapping program first before they can really hear what you're hearing.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to experience the same room, so you can store up to 5 different profiles in the plugin.
Oh, okay.
Switch between them quickly.
Does it offer multiple person? If I split the audio, so more than one person listens, it would have to be the same set of headphones, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have multiple use cases right now, because our use case is more where people are working from home. So you send your stuff to somebody else, they can listen to it at their home and do their checks and stuff.
Yeah. Well, whenever I was in the studio, it's like, you always had the second set of headphones, so you could listen in what they're listening to. That's where I was going with that. But you're absolutely right. You're not like us. We're not even in the same room. We're having a conversation. So you're gonna have to trust what you hear, and as what would be correct. So is there a price point on this app, or?
Yeah, it's $199.
$199, and do they download it right from the app stores?
Yeah, so you can download it from the website, and you can actually try it for free. It works for 15 days, and then you can purchase it if it works for you. And it's a very simple install. The apps are free for taking the pictures and stuff. That's trivial. The plugin itself is $199.
Okay. If I used another set of headphones other than yours, I'm assuming there's no support on that, but it can be done, right?
Yes, you can do it. You just have to select a neutral curve, and then probably to get the best experience, you would have to EQ the headphones before it hits a plugin so that it is neutral. But there is you can definitely use other headphones if you want to.
Okay, so you download the plugin for the 15 days, and then if everything works, then you can get headset and you can get the plug-in, and then you have a full system for your for whatever program, whatever song or video that you're working on. So
Exactly. Yeah.
all right, well, where do people go for more info? And all this stuff is out, right? You can
Yeah,
get
all of this is out. You can download it today. You can go to our website, odyssey.com. The headphones are also available on Amazon.
and that's AUDEZE Odyssey.com.
Yes, AUDEZE.com.
Okay, Sankar, thank you very much for your time. It's an ear-opening revelation of learning how rooms work and different sounds there. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we got Kristen here from OtterBox, and you guys have been at CES many years, and of course lots of iPhone and Android cases. I've had a few. I've got some really cool cases that I have my business cards into, but now you guys are getting into gaming. So tell us a little bit about what's going on, why the decision, and what's going on here.
Yeah, we're really excited. This is a totally new market for us. So OtterBox is really well known for mobile accessories, specifically our smartphone cases. And we're always looking at ways that we can continue to evolve our product lines. And the mobile industry is moving so quickly that keeps us really busy. But what we are starting to see is this really cool convergence between the gaming industry and the mobile industry, where we have console gaming experience coming to your smartphone. And as a mobile accessories leader, we thought that we could come in and really help facilitate that transition and really be a part of this kind of revolution of being able to take console gaming on the go. So that's kind of what led us to where we're at. And we're just really excited to launch a full portfolio of products.
Okay, perfect. So what do you got? You got several different products, right? And we're gonna show a couple. We'll show them all, but you're gonna highlight a couple of them, correct?
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So 3 of the products in this portfolio are done in partnership with Xbox, and Xbox is a great launch partner for us because they've really embraced cloud gaming and what that can mean. So the first product I'll show is the Easy Grip controller shell. This is kind of taking what OtterBox has done really well with phones for a very long time and bringing it to an Xbox wireless controller. So we've got this simple and thin protective shell that snaps around your controller. Okay. And what's really cool about this is it's bringing kind of this pro-level gaming experience to a standard Xbox wireless controller. We've integrated these grips. These are made with an antimicrobial material. And in addition to that, you can see that there's this nice texture here. This creates some air pockets between your hand and the actual surface. So it will reduce hand sweat, which can be a real problem when you're gaming. And that then leads to reduced gripability. So these grips are kind of like triple force doing work for you. They feel nice, they're going to reduce sweat, and they're antimicrobial. So this is the controller shell.
It can what?
I was going to also say this colorway is really cool because this actually has a glow-in-the-dark accent around the grip.
Oh, so if you have the low lighting in the room, you'll be able to find your controller if you throw it across the room, right?
Exactly. But we don't encourage throwing your
Don't throw it across the room, no. But, if you set it down, you grab a chicken wing or something like that and something to drink, then you got to pick up that controller. You can see it.
You will know where it is for sure.
Absolutely. So, and how much was that, or is there a price on that yet?
Yes, absolutely. So the Easy Grip controller shell retails for $39.95.
Okay. And will there be bundle packs on that for more than one controller?
We're not doing bundles right out of the gate, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some soft bundling in the future, either from OtterBox.com or one of our retail partners.
Okay, perfect. Now you got a way to attach that phone there, so
Exactly. You've got your controller shell, which is great, but if you're going to be gaming on the go or even around your house and not using the TV because somebody's using it for Netflix, you might want a way to attach your smartphone to your controllers. This is our mobile gaming clip. So this is how you'll attach your smartphone to your controller. It's really easy to install. It snaps into the bottom and then over the top. So you can see it is attached here and here as well. It's very secure. And then what's really nice about this is our engineers spent a lot of time thinking about what are those pain points you might have when you actually attach a smartphone to your controller. And one of them is that you're adding weight to the top of your controller. And if you're gaming for a while, that could lead to wrist fatigue. So we've actually enabled a few ways for you to adjust how your phone will sit when it's attached to your controller to make sure that you have the proper balance. Or if you're gaming for a while and your wrist starts to get tired, you can actually make that adjustment on the go and snap it back into place and you're ready to go. What's also really great about this clip is we've made it so it really will work with any smartphone. You can see the 3 claws here that actually hold the phone in place are not going to manipulate your buttons that are on your side. And if they are, you just flip it around. And because the claws are in different places on the top and bottom, you won't run into that issue. Yeah. This is also made, you can see it extends really far. So it will fit pretty much any smartphone that's on the market. We've tested it with the largest on the market, including the iPhone 12 Pro Max and the new Galaxy, Ultra 5G, and they will all fit in here.
With a case or just on the phone itself?
With the case, yes, absolutely. There's actually about a 5 to 10% variance above the largest ones we've tested in our OtterBox case.
Okay. Have you done an iPad mini by chance on that to see if that would fit in there?
We have not done tablets. I don't think the tablets will fit. So when you're starting to get into that like mini tablet size, that's where this is probably not going to adapt.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking this, and this, because we're talking gaming, but yes. I'm seeing other opportunities here. One is, and I know that there are some drones out there that will allow you to hook up your Xbox controller to the drone and be able to do some of the video. And the other thing is video. I work with a lot of video producers that use Xbox controllers to control certain types of cameras. And being able to put that phone right there to see what's going on while they're controlling is awesome. And that's what I would probably use it for, technically, over gaming. But of course, there'd be the gaming aspect as well. So
that's great insight. I hadn't even thought about that. Maybe our engineers were thinking that direction, but they hadn't let me in on that one. So that's a great insight.
Absolutely. Is this just for Xbox, or are you going to have a PlayStation version of this as well?
For right now, we're just launching with Xbox, but this is just the beginning for OtterBox in mobile gaming accessories. So you'll be seeing more coming from us. We're exploring additional partnerships and also other product ideas as well.
Okay. And how much is the attachment?
The mobile gaming clip is $29.95.
Okay. Yeah, and then of course you go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say there are a few other products I can just show you really quickly. I know.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Great. So this is our gaming carry case. So controller fits in here. It's got a really some other great features, but I'm not going to walk through all of them just because I've taken up so much of your time already. But then in addition to that, you have some products that you would know and expect and love from Otter, a phone case and a privacy glass. The phone case, one of the cool features is it has a thermal pad in the back that will dissipate heat. When you're gaming on your phone, it can get hot really quickly.
Yeah.
And then this privacy glass is actually optimized for use in entertainment mode versus portrait mode, as you can see. So this will reduce visual hacking.
And that just sets on just like any other screen protector over?
Yep, it just goes right on like any other screen protector, and then nobody can, cheat when they're playing against you and see where you're at on the map.
Cheating.
Yeah, it's just cheaters.
That is awesome. So, really quick, do you have price points on all those?
Yes, absolutely. So the Easy Grip gaming case, which is the phone case, is $54.95. The gaming privacy guard, which is the glass, is $49.95. And the mobile, the gaming carry case is $44.95.
Okay. And where do people go for more information?
Yeah, if you visit otterbox.com/gaming, you can sign up to get an email newsletter that'll let you know when we go on pre-order. But I will tell you right now, we are going on pre-order on January 25th.
Okay.
It will also be available at GameStop, Verizon.com, and the Microsoft Store.
Okay, perfect. Well, Kristen, thank you very much for your time. I can't wait to check this all out. And of course, if we get one in shop, we'll definitely show everybody how it works.
Great. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here. We're here with Kingston and Shaylin. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for sending me all the fun swag that I'm going to be reviewing very, very soon, card-wise. So I appreciate that. So stick around on Geekazine. Yeah, absolutely. So stick around on Geekazine for those reviews. But we're here at CES, and you guys got a product to show off, and it's pretty interesting. I'm still wrapping my head around it. I get why it has to be, why it is, but well, show us the product, and let's talk about that for a second.
So our new guy for CES this time around is the Workflow Station. So it is this dock here, and I'll give it a tilt, and you can see there's 4 ports there. So with the Workflow Station, you get this dock, you get the USB mini hub. So that's your standard Type A, as well as a Type C USB port. And essentially what this is for is to bring workflow and functionality back to photographers, videographers, content creators, what have you. So anyone that has one or more SD card or USB and you want to be able to actually use all of them, Workflow Station. So a great thing about this also is that it's customizable. So you know what you need and you know what you use. So you also have the option to get additional readers as well. So we have the micro SD card reader and then the standard SD card reader. And again, with those 4 ports, let me drop them in there. And now you've got your system set up. And again, it's customizable. All 4 of these ports can be used at the same time. So if I'm just using an example as you're making a video. So you have your photography, your audio, you have the video that you've shot. You're bringing that all back home to your system, to your setup. You're throwing in storage into all of these ports, and you're able to read it simultaneously. So again, it's bringing that functionality back to your workflow. No more bottlenecking.
So I can, if I had, like, let's say I had a newsroom or something like that, and I had photographers coming out, we could get 4 with the SD cards, and then they could transfer the stuff on the SD cards, and they just have to plug it in. Those SD cards then get read, and then when it's done, there's no software to detach them. Or anything like that, but once you detach it from the computer, then they can pull that and move from there. Correct?
Exactly. Yeah. So no drivers, no software, none of that. Again, it's a dock for your readers, so it's all about getting to that work faster. So yeah, it's pretty simple enough. You get USB 3.2 speeds. So again, you have your fast USBs, you have your fast Canvas Plus cards, and you're keeping those speeds when you're transferring. Okay. Again, and it's Type C as well.
Yeah. If you have a camera that is SD card, then you can get the SD card module. Mm-hmm. If you're running with a camera that's a micro SD card, then you can get the micro SD module. And then that way you don't have to take you have like the Nucleum, which is the all-in-one, but you don't have to take all of those ports with you to a gig or something like that.
Exactly. So you're out and about on location for a shoot, a video. You should already have your Nucleum, because if you have a newer MacBook or some of those devices, the functionality is kind of just gone. You got your
Yeah.
one or two ports. You have Nucleum. And then maybe, you only need one of these, or maybe the standard SD card. And then you have just those two things, or just the one, and you're able to do what you need to do on location before you come back home to your dock and throw it all in.
Okay.
So that's a great thing about these as well, is you can take just one or two of these to go.
Yeah. And right now you have those 3 docks with other ones planned for the future, correct?
So nothing on the roadmap just yet as far as additional readers. But again, it's the workflow hub and then the additional readers as well. So right now, we've had questions about CF Express cards.
Yeah.
So that was
actually going to be my next question right there.
So that's not in the works just yet for Kingston. So then we of course don't have the readers for that. But overall with Kingston, we're not always going to be the first to market with something. We're going to see what the other guys do, see what's actually in demand and what's needed, and then we'll come out with our product ready to go. So for now, we have just your standard SD and micro SD, and of course your USB readers as well.
Okay. What are we talking for prices then?
For prices, again, everyone's working from home. You want to have your setup. You want to get your workflow going. The dock and the USB mini hub is only $130, and then
that comes as that pair. You can't.
This is a pair. Yeah, you get this guy and his little buddy. So for $130, and then depending on what you need, you're able to customize with the additional readers, and these are $35 each. So that's not too shabby to get yourself a nice little mini production setup.
A full dock. Now, inside the dock itself, those are USB to USB connections, right?
Yes. So this is essentially, yeah. So it's the C there, and then of course you have the C here.
And then with the when you use those on a computer, you're going to need a card or a cable. Does that come with a cable?
Yes, it does. Yeah. We're not going to leave you hanging. It does come with the cable so that you're able to have the power to this, as well as the cables, so that, like, again, if you wanted to take one of these on location, you're able to use these standalone as well.
Okay. One last question, and I suppose this will depend on if somebody actually uses these with USB docks, and that is this all passive power, or is there a spot to plug in extra power to the dock?
Yeah, so you have your power connector here, and then another Type C as well.
It's actually cool. If you raise it up a little bit, it'll look like your eyes.
Oh, let me
Oh, that's cool. So
this is what you look like at the end of CES.
There you go. And the dock, the plug, does the plug come with it, or do you have to buy that separate?
No, yeah. So you will come with both cables for these. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And you said $130 for the pair, right?
$130 for this setup here, and then $35 for each of the additional readers.
Okay, perfect. And it'll be available
today, right now.
It's available now. Okay, yeah. Where can people? Go ahead.
So, of course, Kingston.com to find out more information about that, and then also Amazon as well.
Okay.
So you can order it now and have it as Amazon is, but by the next couple of days, so you're ready to go. You can start working on all your CES content.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. Of course, Kingston.com for everything. Appreciate it. And of course, check out, I talked with David on the Nucleum a couple months ago. You can check that all out over on Geekazine.com. So thanks again.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Jeff.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021, the virtual edition. Virtually speaking, I am virtually Jeffrey Powers, and we've got here virtual Yamaha, virtually, and we've got Blake Angelos. It's me. Like Los Angelos, except Blake Angelos. You got
with an OS instead of an ES, but similar. Okay. Yeah, Angelos. And of course, you've got a nice little keyboard right there, which you were playing for me. And that is one of the new Yamaha keyboards you guys are announcing. So tell us what part you play in the Yamaha structure. Obviously, it's not motorbikes, but and of course, the product we have here. Well, I am the synthesizer product specialist for Yamaha Corporation of America here in the United States. And that's my main role, is just showing the new gear, playing the new gear, doing lots of trade shows. YamahaSynth.com is kind of, I'm sort of the de facto webmaster for better, for lack of a better term. But I wrote an article on this particular product right here, the YC series. This is the YC88 that we have that's up there. So that's my role there at Yamaha, is announcing products like this and showing them to the public and to our music dealers in the United States.
Okay, and you have several products. I'm showing the web page right now. So you had the YC88, and then there's another one. You guys.
So this is the YC series, is what we're calling this. We released the YC61 last year at the NAMM show, and it is an organ-focused stage keyboard. The YC61 being 61 notes, and it also has a thing called waterfall keys, which are the type of keys that organs have. So they different than the key on a piano, which has a key top, which you can't really see here on the keyboard, but on that article it shows this. Well, the waterfall key just kind of goes right over the top like a waterfall. So for organ type of technique, the YC61 is ideal for organists. Now, at this Believe in Music by NAMM, we're releasing two new products in this series, the YC73 and the YC88. The YC73 is a 73-note balanced hammer, meaning that it has the same weight all the way across, but it's a weighted action keyboard. It's very lightweight, and we're kind of making that for keyboardists that want to have a little bit more versatility with an organ section like the YC61, but it's lightweight. It's like about 29 pounds. So a weighted action keyboard for keyboardists. And then what I have in front of me is the YC88. This is 88 notes graded hammer. So that means that each of the notes have a different weight. The lower end is heavier than the higher end as you go up the keyboard. This simulates the different hammers of an acoustic grand piano. It also has synthetic ebony and ivory key tops, so it has a tactile feel to it. And then the other thing that's cool about this particular instrument, it has a thing called a triple sensor. For a pianist, that's a very important feature, because it allows me to restrike the note before it comes off the top of the key bed. So very fast passages. I can also play very soft things and not pull my finger up off of the key. So I can restrike the note before it comes up, and that just gives you a very nice control for a pianist. But you still have the organ section here that gives you sort of a drawbar organ thing as well. So three different models in the series for three different types of players.
So you basically got a piano that has the feel of a piano without now having to ask your 5 buddies to come over to move said piano.
Right. This is only 41 pounds too. So it's not as light as the other 73 note, which is at 29. The 61, that's under 16 pounds.
Wow.
So that's super light. But I should point out another cool thing about this instrument is that this is aluminum alloy on the top. So it's very, very, very well built, but still super. It's one of the things that we have at Yamaha, because you said, we do have our motor division. Well, we have a lot of metallurgical resources there. So we do a lot of cool things with the type of metals, the type of stuff that we build stuff out of. So that's one of the benefits we get, is very strong, but very lightweight. So even the 61 note YC61 has that aluminum alloy chassis. So very strong, but still very lightweight.
So would you say the 61 in progression of basic to advanced, in lack of a better term, the 61 is that more basic side of things, or
No, they're all the same as far as their functionality. Same sound, same interface. The difference is the organ, the player type. So with a YC61, we're really pointing that at people that are more comfortable playing an organ style feel. It's a very different feel because of that waterfall key. It allows you to do things like if you go like this on a piano, sometimes you can catch yourself on it when you do these glissando things. Let me just pull up an organ song. That kind of technique. I can do it certainly on a weighted action keyboard, but organists don't really like that feel. They want something that has that waterfall action, as opposed to maybe a pianist who would definitely like something like this, but maybe does have to play, something with an organ vibe to it when you're on the gig.
Okay,
that's the difference.
So whether you're Billy Joel playing piano or I can't think of the name of the band. I just had it in my head. Because you just played sounded like Smokin'.
John Lord. John Lord from Deep Purple or Smokin'. Sorry, Smokin' would be Boston.
Boston. That's it. Yeah.
And you know what's
John
funny
Lord,
about that
too? Yeah.
I believe that's Tom Schultz, the guitar player, also playing the organ parts, because he did basically everything for Boston, which is except sing. Anyway, but yes, exactly. So like, a keyboardist, Rick Wakeman, John Lord, any of those, or Jimmy Smith, that organ feel, Joey DeFrancesco, they're very, they like that feel, as opposed to a pianist like a Keith Jarrett, a Billy Joel. They want more of that harder, not harder, but just weighted action feel.
Now, do you have to worry about weighting the keys after a period of time? Do they get soft, or is there any
interesting
tension?
Question? Well, I can tell you this. I have been working for Yamaha now for well over 20 years now, 25 years, I think. So I've had a lot of weighted action keyboard products. I still have some stuff that I have from the 90s that I can still play fine. So, I suppose that if you really played it all the time over and over and over, there's going to be some wear and tear, but not so much. I mean, it's one of the things about our manufacturing. It's quite good building things that last and play well. I see we have this really cool synth space at Yamaha that's just called the synth space, where we have basically 90% of all of the synths that we've made over the last 45 years of synthesizers. So, or 40th, I guess our 40th was a few years ago. Anyway, so we have a CS80 in there. That's from 1977, and it plays great. That action from 77. I have over here. I have a Yamaha SY. What is the one I have over here? No, it's a CS10. Okay. And that's from the 70s. That plays amazing, and it's over 40 years old, or about 40 years old. So, not so much. I really think that our stuff holds up quite well.
Oh yeah. I just figured that eventually that some of that weight might change on them, and you have like a tensioner or something like that could be. Yeah, used,
it doesn't. The way the fulcrum works in here, I don't think it has a lot of issues with certain types of mechanisms. Like what was the Apple keyboard that everybody hated?
Yeah,
the butterfly thing.
Oh yeah. Oh okay.
Well, but
for me it was that Lenovo, or at the time it was IBM. IBM made a butterfly keyboard for a laptop. But yeah, I get the idea now.
You get the idea. Yeah. So we don't have that problem. We make it a little bit stronger than that. So a little off in the weeds.
Well, you always Yamaha. I've had several Yamaha products. I've worked on several. I have I'm a drummer, so I have a few Yamaha products over there. And I rarely have any problems with things like that. Keyboards not as much, because I'm not as much of a keyboard player. So for me, this is kind of new territory with the weighted keys and everything like that. So, all right. So continue. Go ahead. I was going to ask what type of versatility do we have now? How many sounds and things like that? How do you load it up?
Well, there's how many sounds? Well, it changes because we have OS updates that add new sounds. We just released a new update that added 4 new sounds, 2 new pianos and 2 new electric pianos. So that's kind of a moving target. There are over, I think, 100 sounds in this instrument that are bass, that are sort of the voices that are in these sections. But then you save them and you pull them up via live set. The idea behind this product is a one-to-one interface, as opposed to something that's deep like our synthesizers. Our synthesizers, we categorize as deeper instruments because you can go in and edit every single parameter and get really deep into them. Well, that's not such a big deal when you're a stage keyboardist. You want something that has some versatility and has a fast interface, one-to-one thing. So we have this thing called a live set that allows me to bring up anything from a piano, right? That's why I have an acoustic piano, but then I can, at the touch of a button, go in here and grab something like a horn section, just like that. Or I can go in here and have an analog synth sound. And I have some cool things here to control the analog synth that make it fast to do things, to control the timbre, so how bright or dark it is, or how the sound develops over time, which is envelope generator. Well, usually when you do stuff like that, you have to use a couple of knobs. For an envelope generator, you might have to have 4 different knobs: attack, sustain, decay, and release. And trying to do that takes you out of the music. A stage keyboard should keep you in the music. So if I want to make this brighter, I have a single knob that I can easily do that with, without having to think about cutoff frequency and resonance at the same time. There's an offset that allows me to do that very fast in here. And then for envelope generator, rather than have these 4 knobs, I can do it all with one. So if I want it to have a longer attack and a longer release, so it develops over time, I just turn the knob. If I want it fast, with a little faster attack, I just turn the knob there. And I have 8 different settings for that. So that's the idea behind this instrument, is having versatility, where I have these different sounds that I can bring up very quickly and edit them very fast, so I can do some meaningful edits that are musical, but I don't move out of the space between the thoughts, as they say. And things like this, that was the first piano I played was a C7 or a CFX, which is our big 9-foot concert grand. Well, this is our C7, which is a 7-foot, 6-inch, probably the most recorded piano in the history of recorded music, honestly. But if I want to do things like add an organ sound to it, well, I've added this FM style organ. There's six different organs here and 2 different types of technologies. VCM, which is virtual circuitry modeling for vintage drawbar organs. There's an H1, H2, H3 model that are just different kind of flavors of that vintage drawbar. And then there's FM, true FM synthesis using organs in here. This one is an FM organ that's just a sine wave organ. So I have this cool pad that I've added with a rotary speaker that I'm controlling. There's the rotary speaker effect. So I have this as... If I want to add a pad to it, I just turn on, this section right here. Turn off that section. So now I have just piano and pad. If I want the pad a little louder, because I turned that section on, it selected that. So all I got to do is just turn up the volume here. If I want a little brighter, I have that single knob here. Sorry, I want it to filter. And I have 2 effects for each of these key sections. You can see them change right here. And they're just really fast things. Effects. I have a quick key that I can do that, where I can switch the order if I want to do this. Again, the whole point of it is that I'm staying with the music. I'm not having to go, when somebody says, hey, can you make it a little brighter? Like the singer's doing it during the tune. And I'm like going, yeah, I can make it brighter. Enter menu, all this stuff. No, I just turn the knob, done. Yeah. Really fast.
Yeah, there's been many keyboards, and I do play a little bit of keyboards. So
yeah,
there's been times that I've played keyboards, and it's like, oh, I gotta switch to something that's not a piano sound. How do I? What button do I?
Exactly.
Where it is. So let's talk about.
We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah,
with this product.
Let's talk a little bit more about the connections, because now, of course, this is great for playing out. But now we're at home. We're trying to do some recording.
Sure.
How does this connect up to computers and
well, let me show you something here. I have this right now. This YC is connected to my computer. So I just switched my system to the YC series. It shows up. I have a Macintosh, but if you had a PC, you'd be fine too. You just have to download our Yamaha Steinberg USB driver, which is an audio and MIDI driver.
Yeah.
So both a standard. I've got it somewhere over here with one of these. This one's the one for my iPad, because it's the iPad Pro, so it has the USB. But if you have the one that has the put it there,
that's the USB
Lightning
right?
to USB.
Yeah.
It's iOS compatible. That was my whole point with that.
Yeah.
So you can connect MIDI and audio to those platforms, PC, Windows, or iOS.
Okay.
So what I have running right now is I set it up so I'm connected YC series. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here and find my my folder here. It's funny, the chat window is always exactly in the place where I don't want it to be.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll let people know that you're running, Blake, you're actually running a program called OBS, which is how we see all these screens and stuff like that. So so how everybody's listening to it is actually through a software switcher coming to me, which technically I'm recording off a software switcher.
Exactly.
So you could definitely do that.
So check this out. Now, what I did here was I just set up a file here that's just in QuickTime, and I'm using, this is my audio interface. And so if you saw, I have a video that's playing, that was playing this morning, that has me doing this exact song. But what I did was I'm going to set up my electric piano.
Nice.
So what I've done here with this instrument, it's connected via USB to my computer, and I have this file here that I created to play to, and all the sounds that you're going to hear except for the bass and the drums were recorded using the YC into Cubase is what I used for this. The bass and drums were virtual instruments, but I played those virtual instruments into Cubase and recorded them using the YC only. So everything I used was YC only as far as my connection to the DAW. All the sounds in this were, except for the drums and the bass, were done with the YC. So when I play this back, so you get the idea, right? Then I can switch sounds. Oops, if I play the right note.
That sounds like me now.
Anyway, you get the idea. So I can play all that, all of this stuff. I can create it in Cubase, record it, play it back, all using the YC series. Yeah. So that's what's really slick about the integration with this instrument as well, is that you have this stage keyboard, right, that you're going to play live, that you are going to play live. Everybody's going to play live sooner than later. Yes, because I haven't played a live gig for a while either. But but the whole thing has to do with exactly that. So
a little bit more on the connections, though. So we got MIDI connections. We got some sort of the USB connections, as you said. Are there any Bluetooth? Are there any Wi-Fi? Anything like that connected to it?
No, it's the thing about, for audio applications, Bluetooth is cool for audio stuff, but we have found for professional audio, it can be a little.
Oh yeah, for music, not so much. But I don't know if you could connect an iPad to it to switch things around, or have somebody remote or anything like that.
Yeah. You definitely could do that too.
Okay, but that's still cable connected, like the older Yamaha modules, or? Yes,
it is. Now we do have, we have some Bluetooth devices like the MD-UD01, which is a Bluetooth MIDI. So MIDI, you can kind of connect things that way, but to answer your point, as far as a wireless connection, that's one thing that Line 6 does a lot of that kind of stuff with their relay stuff. So they actually do wireless connectivity by, whatever the, your telephone style wireless that I'm just forgetting the name of it
that's
now.
fine. That's fine. Yeah, I get
2.4 gigahertz wireless, that kind of stuff. But not this. Yeah, this just has the MIDI and audio, stereo audio to a computer, stereo return back from the computer, and MIDI via USB. There's also MIDI. As far as ins and outs goes, there's standard MIDI. As far as there's an aux input, so you can input audio with 1/4-inch jacks into the instrument and have a gain control, so it sums it to the outputs here. And then you also have stereo line outputs and XLR outputs actually on the 73 and 88. But there's but not on the YC61 just because of the size.
Okay. So it was 61. That was 61 keys, 88 keys, right?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. Yep. So, all right, and then I'm assuming the standard either single sustain or is it a full 3 pedal?
Oh, good. Okay, so we have actually 2 pedals. I'm going down here to grab one of them if I can pull it up. Well, here I have one here. Sorry,
that's okay.
So it's got a little bit of dust on it, but this is the FC3 for my montage. So this is what's called a continuous sustain pedal. So you can tell I'm going to push it down here as I play this on a piano sound. So as I slowly push it down, you hear how it's catching right there?
Yeah.
And then all the way down is full sustain. So it works like how a real piano works. A real piano, you can do half pedaling and stuff. So that's an FC3. So that goes in my sustain pedal. If you notice over here on my front panel, you'll see this slow and fast change here. See that changing?
Yep.
So I have that assigned. That's an assignable foot switch that's next to the sustain that I can assign to any of these parameters up here. Super easy to do that too. So I have a switch pedal there, and then obviously with the volume pedal, I have 2 FC pedals for FC7, which is a continuous controller pedal that's like kind of an organ pedal for volume control. And then I can assign another one of those to whatever I want, like a pedal wah effect. There's a cool pedal wah wah effect in here. I can assign it to that, or I can assign it to virtually, any of the parameters on the front panel. So 4 pedal inputs, two volume pedal inputs, a sustain pedal input that I use that FC3 on, and then an assignable switch pedal. So 4 pedal inputs in total.
And of course, you got the MIDI. So if you have if you're trying to really recreate an organ, you want organ foot pedals, you just get a organ foot pedal controller, and then through MIDI.
You could do that. This doesn't have it has a lower manual on the organ, so you could set that up and select an organ sound for the lower register that would be something that looks like this. I should show this too, because this is cool, because I didn't really get into the drawbars. So this would be more like a kind of a low, if I have this off for a kick, And I could probably say, yes, you could easily set up. There's a cool thing about how this works with the lower and upper manual too, is if you want to play 2 manuals, there's a very easy setting in this to assign the lower manual to a lower keyboard and have the upper manual up here play the top, so you can have 2 manuals this way by selecting a second keyboard below. Or you can select, if you have maybe an older weighted action keyboard that you like how it feels, but you're kind of done with the piano sound and you want to play our gorgeous, CFX piano, you can also MIDI in that way and just set it up really simply to allow that. So a foot pedal would work in that way. You could set it up as a lower kind of something that controls that lower manual for kicking bass if you do that.
Absolutely. I have a feeling we got a lot more to talk about. Unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Oh, it's cool. So no.
Let's talk about availability. Let's talk about pricing of these products.
Well, as far as availability goes, we have them. They are shipping now. So we have the YC61, 73, and 88. It's one of the good things I can say that at a virtual NAMM show, that shipping now, as opposed to, yes, it's shipping 2 years from now or 6 months from now. It's shipping now. So they're all available. Pricing, I can give you our retail prices. They are $19.99 for the YC61. $24.99 for the YC73 and $29.99 for the YC88 that you see right here.
So $30 for the YC. No, I'm kidding. $29.99.
Right.
That's a great
$1,990.
Yeah.
Yes.
And these are high end keyboards, so
absolutely, they're professional level keyboards, no question.
Absolutely. So
yeah,
where do people go for more information on the YC series?
Well, we have just USA Yamaha.com. I think you can put those in your chat, maybe, or in your comments. Mm-hmm. And then the other place you go is YamahaSynth.com. One word, YamahaSynth.com. The very first, when you get there, the homepage, there's a picture of the YC series with some of our artists playing it, and there's a Learn More that'll take you to the article I wrote that covers this pretty in depth. I have lots of audio demos. There's a couple of videos up there, so you can watch a sound demo video. We have the video that's our launch video that kind of goes through the whole series in there as well. So it's kind of a one-stop place to look at an article that gets into it. And then, of course, our corporate website that has the YC has the product information, specifications, and stuff like that.
And motorbikes.
That would be YamahaMotors.com, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
As opposed to USA. You know, we I'll tell you this just as a side note. We started making motorcycles in 1955. We've been a company since 1887, and our first product was a pump organ made by Mr. Yamaha, Torokusu Yamaha. So we've been making musical instruments we had been making them for more than 50 years before we even got into the motor thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Heart and soul that's where we have the tuning forks.
I think we'll have you on in future episodes, because this is very very interesting. Because I'll even have you play in and play out my other videos. That would be great. But
I would love to do that. Absolutely, anytime.
Definitely. So,
anytime. All
right. Well, Blake, thank you very much for hanging on. And Nate was in the background. You didn't hear him, but thank you, Nate, for hanging on at NAMM 2021. I can't even say it. NAMM 2021. Yeah. So go ahead and play us out. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Here, I'll go back to my little groove here since I had it up here, and you can get a little play out. Here you go. Make fun of it.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage, NAMM 2021, right from my desk. I'm not wearing pants. I'm kidding. It's virtual. And we've got David West here. I hope he's wearing pants. Doesn't have to. Well, no, you're going to be standing up, so you're going to have to wear pants.
Yeah.
And you're with a company called Imperative Audio, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Tell us your role there and what Imperative Audio is.
Okay, so I'm the managing director of Imperative Audio, which is a brand that belongs to Studio Space in the UK. It's a very well-established pro audio company that supplies all sorts of equipment for the pro audio industry. So yes, and I'm the managing director.
Okay. So, and you have this product, which is kind of photobombing us right now, correct?
Yeah. So, it's not very big. No, it's way back. So,
it's way back.
Yeah. So, basically, this is a vocal booth, and it's designed to help the user create the best possible sound from their microphone. We've for years, actually, within this company, have been selling vocal booths, but they're usually quite big, monstrous, heavy. They have to be assembled, and they cost lots and lots of money. In fact, I think probably one of the main ones we do starts at around about £8,000. So that's
I might have walked through one of them at either at NAMM or NAB or any of these types of shows.
Absolutely. And so either you go for a big booth or you then treat your room. So podcasters especially are going through the pain of creating these wonderful podcasts, but often you're hearing what we call reflections in the room. So it's the sound that bounces off the wall and comes back into the microphone. And that's a massive problem. So what I wanted to do is to create a solution that would actually allow anybody anywhere to be able to assemble the PVB, as we call it, the portable vocal booth, and get a great vocal sound. And that's exactly what it does. So it's ideal for singers, for voiceover artists, for podcasters and broadcasters, anywhere where there's the narrative or a vocal.
Yeah. Absolutely. And what's interesting about this is, well, first of all, what's the dimensions on this booth?
Okay, so if you'll allow me, I'm just going to get up and just point this out. So this actually will go right down onto the floor, so the legs disappear. They go back up into the frame itself. And when it's at its lower position, where you can use that for putting amplifiers and so forth in there, so you can use it for separation. That's about 118 centimeters, so just over a meter. The highest point is 210 centimeters, so that is ample for even the tallest of performers. The circumference all the way around is 324 centimeters, and this space, or this gap at the front here, the opening, is 80 centimeters. So even somebody as portly as me, Jeffrey, can go in and you have a good amount of room to perform.
Absolutely.
There are other booths out there actually, but they're quite tight and claustrophobic, and many singers have sort of complained that whilst they're in the box is okay, but they can't go to and from the microphone and perform, so to speak. So it makes it very difficult.
And what I've seen on the web page is you could actually put this on top of a desk. You could have it by a desk or whatnot in whatever you need, whatever capacity you need it.
So because there are 5 retractable legs on here, the back legs and the 3 in the back here can actually go up, and then it can be lipped onto any desk at any height. So you can then use it for podcasts, and actually a lot of people doing audio books. So the narrative for audio books prefer it that way because they can sit down and they have to read for hours at a time. Which that makes it nice and comfortable. So it's very versatile.
You can have your producer sitting in the chair that you were just in, and then somebody at the booth doing the vocals, and you can have some sort of dialogue back and forth if needed.
Absolutely. And now, of course, it's often remote, like you and I are at the moment. So they often have somebody, sitting at the other end of Zoom, asking them to cover that point again, or to read that phrase again, or whatever. Or can you make it a little bit more dramatic, please? So they can almost direct remotely. So that's a very common situation now, especially since COVID has come into place, because virtually every artist has had to work from home or from a small studio or whatever.
What kind of material is this made from?
So the frame is aluminium, because we wanted it to be as light as possible. And you'll actually see that there are cutouts all the way in the frame itself, which helps with the weight, and it also helps with the reflection properties. Inside it has 3 different layers of acoustic treatment, which ends in I believe a 35 D density foam, which is specifically designed to help reduce reflections. Now that in itself, and this is where it's really impressive, that offers 0.07 seconds of reflection time. Now to get that in any booth is really hard. Even in the big expensive booths, they're all about 0.07, 0.08. So and the easiest way for me to do is if I can just go in and I'll speak to you in.
Oh yeah, we'll do that in 1 second. I do have one more question, and that is this the only version of the model available, or because I could see somebody wanting to have a viewing window on the other side? So do you offer? Is this the only model you offer? Or?
So this is the only model we offer, and it's very specifically designed this way. So viewing windows, I understand what you're saying, so you can see out and so forth. That's all okay, but as soon as you put glass in there or a perspex or whatever, then you're adding to the reflections. So suddenly you'll start to lose the reflection properties of the booth itself. So putting anything like that would affect the sound completely. So we have not done that on purpose.
Then the open area, is there something that you put in its place, or that just stays open?
Okay, so that's a really, really good question, and we've been asked about that a lot. The reality is that when we were looking at the design, we thought, okay, we could put a doorway, we could put a curtain. There's lots of things we could put in there to help. But when you actually stand there, as you can see, if I'm that way round, you'll find that you actually become part of the solution. So my clothing, in effect, helps the acoustic properties there. So you could put a curtain around there, or we could have put one on, but we found when we were testing it, it didn't make that much of a difference, to be quite honest. So we've refrained from doing it at the moment, but maybe in a version 2 or 3, if we find there's a reason to put one there, we will at that point.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose if they need it, they'll put a curtain there on their own. So.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm looking at this. It's a lot of vocals, so it's tough to put any type of camera in there. So it's harder to do any type of video stuff unless you actually punched a hole through it. But then that's okay. That's okay, because this is about the vocal part of things. So let's go ahead and get in there, and let's hear how it sounds.
Okay, I'm going to just take a paragraph to read to you, because I'll get in and talk rubbish otherwise, as always.
So this is my best of voiceover voice. So no, actually, I will point out now I'm in here that we have a slot in the roof at the top here. I'm just pointing to the top, a 30 centimeter slot, which allows us to put an overhanging mic stand through the top of the roof. Sorry, I've just banged the mic straight into the booth. Now, the reason for that is you can either have an overhang, or you can actually put your own one inside, like a floor standing one. We thought about connecting it to the frame, but of course, then any vibration in the frame would then go up the mic stand and into the mic. So this gives, by having an overhanging microphone in the booth, that gives me the ability to have any script or any lyrics in front of me here, and I can still read them without the mic stand being there, and I can make the adjustments appropriately. So hopefully you can hear that quite well now.
I can definitely hear that. The only problem is I can't see. I see the wrong end of you. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, trust me, that's the right end. You don't particularly want to see my face.
Do you have any means to put like a small webcam in there, so if somebody was recording, they could actually see the facial features? Because I think for some voiceovers that's important.
Absolutely. So on the we have an accessory bar round here, which you can see the white bar going across. At the moment, we have a book stand on there, or a music stand, depending on what you like to call it. And you can in actual fact, we can actually put various polls, which we will do in the coming months, and that can be used for additional mics. It can be used for an iPad stand. It can be used for a camera, a GoPro, or whatever you would like to put in there. At the moment, we have, and in fact, I think we're talking or hoping to find a way of shipping these as well. We have a little LED lights that we can go in there and clip onto the stand as well, so you can see that.
Yeah, that was my next question. Was any accessories that would come with it to help in any of this?
Yeah, at the moment, as I say, the book stand and the accessory bar do come with it. The LED lights, I think we're just having them made at the moment, so they will take a bit longer, but we should see them within a month or two. But they will eventually go in as part of the purchase. So but it comes with the roof. Everything's complete otherwise,
minus the microphone, of course.
Minus the microphone, because that is a choice that everybody has to make.
All right. So how much, I want to come back in and let's talk about price and availability.
Good to be back, Jeffrey.
Yes, yeah. You sound great no matter what. Don't worry about that.
Thank you. So, so in the US, it's going to be $14.99 plus local tax. That will be available. We're hoping, fingers crossed, that should be available from April.
Okay. Are they?
We'll see them next week, actually. But we have, I think, the majority are pre-sold. We've, which is wonderful for us, of course. But there's a lot of voiceover artists in the UK that are really struggling to get a good environment for their microphone. So we have pre-sales right across the UK, and actually, I think there's actually some already sold into the US and Canada. Pre-orders have been made, so we are taking pre-orders, but we can't promise the day that they'll arrive. So it's entirely up to you guys.
Fair enough.
Whether you want to put a deposit on or not.
Well, that's how that all works anyway. One last question is, how easy is it to set up and tear down?
So actually, it should take two people. That's the first thing. This is not the sort of thing that can be done by one person alone. It can be taken down in probably less than a minute, and to put it up takes usually 2 or 3 minutes, assuming you have somebody there with you. If you go onto our site, onto the imperativeaudio.com site, there's actually a video showing Mike and Charlie from the office here actually putting one up, so you can see it and see how easy it is to do that.
How much does it weigh?
As it stands there, it's I believe it's 31 kilograms.
Okay.
But I think shipping's about 40 kilograms because it has to come in a good box to be well looked after. It also comes with a bag as well. So when you put it, when you actually collapse it down, you can put it into the bag, and then you can put it in your garage or off to the side of the room or whatever.
Well, you said it took two people, so it's more of the fact of how it has to be assembled, which takes the two people rather than the weight of it.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's purely because you're bringing up 5 legs, and then you just want to make sure you have it in place, and also you're setting it the appropriate height, because I'm actually quite short, so it's good to have somebody there just to help you with that. But once you get it set up and marked, and next time you know exactly what to do. Okay,
perfect. Well, it's Imperative Audio. You said the website is imperativeaudio.com, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. David, thank you very much for your time. Impressive. I can't wait to see it in action, and keep us updated as to when it comes out.
Will do. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I am here with Freddie of New Gen Audio, which is a software plugin company. And you've got a couple new products, one that's not out yet, one that we can talk about now. So, Freddie, tell everybody who you are, how you work for the company.
Sure. My name's Freddie Vinehill-Cliff. I'm the product specialist for New Gen Audio. So I'm generally the person who speaks to customers about how to use the plugins, the best kind of workflow, and any kind of interesting features. So I make the majority of the tutorial videos for our YouTube channel. Ordinarily, I would be at conventions and trade shows like NAMM, be running the booth and doing kind of in-person demos. It's a shame, obviously, I'm not able to do that this year, but thankful that we're able to do things like this over video chat. Like you said, we've got two new things, or newish things that I'd like to talk about.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's awesome. If even 2 years ago, this would have been super difficult to do this type of conference. So it's great that we can talk, because I'm assuming you're not even in the United States.
That's right. I'm over in the UK, so it's a little bit later in the day for me here. It's just after 6 p.m. for me. You can probably tell it's dark outside.
But yeah, and great area. I miss going over there myself. So, all right, let's get into some of the programs here. First of all, we want to talk about Paragon, correct?
That's right. So Paragon is a reverb plugin. It's the kind of newest, sort of brand new plugin that we've released. It came out in October of last year, just at the very end of October. Paragon is a convolution reverb, but with a twist. So basically, without going into loads and loads of detail, sort of broadly speaking, there are two main types of reverb plugin. There's convolution reverb and there's algorithmic reverb. Convolution reverb tends to be much more realistic sounding because it is based on real recordings of real spaces, but it doesn't have the same amount of flexibility as an algorithmic reverb because you are limited by how that space sounded on that day. An algorithmic reverb uses algorithms to generate the reverberation for the sound. And you have a lot more flexibility with an algorithmic reverb, but they don't sound as realistic because they aren't using recordings of real spaces. You know, it is kind of purely an imaginary sounding space. But Paragon sort of has a twist in that it's a convolution reverb, which allows you that same level of flexibility as an algorithmic reverb. So it uses state-of-the-art resynthesis developed at the University of York, which basically means that every time you tweak something like the room size, the decay time, anything like that, it actually generates a whole new impulse response, which still uses the sort of same authentic sound, the same authentic character as the original space. But, you know, it allows you to make the room bigger, the decay longer, the room brighter, and anything you can think of like that.
So we'll just use this one-on-one conversation because there's a lot of compression, a lot of different things, noise cancellation, things like that. And your room probably sounds a lot more bouncier than what it is right now. So something like a reverb, if I was to do any type of post-producing, I could actually take that audio, put the Paragon in this, and actually give that room feel back into things.
Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely one way that you could use that. I mean, the current version of Paragon is very much geared to that kind of application. So it's been designed with sort of dialogue and things like that in mind. So there are kind of features we have, for example, like the crosstalk in Paragon is something that really allows you to enhance dialogue clarity while still using a lot of reverb. So yeah, that like I say, it is very much geared towards sort of post-production, dialogue editing, that kind of thing. I can't go into loads of detail, but we do have in the pipeline another version of Paragon which may be more appealing to music producers. So yeah, kind of keep your eyes peeled for that.
That's in the future. Yeah, definitely. So, and I'm assuming this is just a straight up plugin for any DAW that you use, Mac or PC based, correct?
That's right. So basically all of our plugins are compatible with Mac and PC. They pretty much all run in AAX, AU, VST3. We have a couple of things that will run in VST2 and RTAS, but we are gradually phasing out those formats. And then we have a couple of things that are offline processes, so you wouldn't use them as a plugin insert. It would only be through like Audio Suite or the Premiere panel functionality. So yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than a yes or no, but basically everything for the most part is AX, VST3 and AU. Yeah,
definitely. So and it's always great to have the extra tool in your toolbox for what you need. What type of polyphony does this have? So how many channels could you run this software on before we start having to look at other options?
So Paragon supports up to 10 reverb channels. So that's kind of another thing to do with you know, why it is most well suited for kind of audio post at the moment and things like that. So 10 audio channels means that it can be used for reverb for Dolby Atmos. So Dolby Atmos, the bed tracks are usually 712 format. So that's 10 channels of audio in total. And that's currently the max number of channels that Paragon can support.
Yeah, that's got to take up a lot of juice, even for like an Apple M1. I don't know. Do you have Apple M1 support yet or no?
And do we have? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The new Apple M1 chip support.
I'm honestly not 100% sure. I would have to check with our development team about that. But I'll have to check on that after our chat today.
That's fine. You also have this other plugin that quite isn't out yet. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So the new product I wanted to talk about was our Stereoizer Elements plugin. So we have a product which has been out for quite a few years now called Stereoizer, which is a stereo width tool. It uses 3 stereo width algorithms. It uses linear width, which is kind of a very basic mid-side width control. It uses the interaural intensity difference, which kind of generates artificial discrepancies in intensity between the left and right. And it has the interaural time difference, which creates artificial discrepancies in the timing between the left and right. Those are both based on kind of how the human ear perceives sound, based on those kind of psychoacoustic effects. And those actually allow you to take a mono source and create a pseudo stereo mix from that. So a lot of stereo width plugins, you would need stereo audio going in order to make wider audio come out the other end. But with Stereoizer, you actually can use a mono source to create stereo, essentially from stereo from mono. But this new version, Stereoizer Elements, is kind of a streamlined entry-level version of Stereoizer at a much lower price point. And the idea is it's kind of geared towards bedroom producers. It still gives you the same sound, the same powerful algorithms. So you still have all 3 of those stereo width algorithms, but instead of having the same level of flexibility and tweakability where you're able to control each of those independently, you're able to control how the frequency, what frequency bands it affects. Essentially, in Stereoizer Elements, you have one stereo width control, which controls all 3 of those algorithms. So the idea is you still get the same sort of high quality stereo width sound, but A, it's easier to use if you're kind of a beginner producer, and B, because it's at the lower price point, you've just kind of got the access to the same high quality sound, but not with as much tweakability.
How much? Well, probably not as much for the lower end version, but the Stereoizer. How much work would it work with a Dolby situation like you were talking about with a polarizer?
So I mean, it isn't designed to be used in that kind of situation, but it is possible. Okay. For example, I can't remember the name of the engineer, but the guy who mixed the surround version of the film Dunkirk, I believe he actually used Stereoizer for a lot of the surround mix of that. So rather than using kind of one surround up mixer, he used several instances of Stereoizer, kind of put across different pairs of channels and sort of created a wider surround image in that way. So there's definitely plenty of creative workflows you could try with Stereoizer, but it's not necessarily geared towards surround workflows specifically.
Any album or video that we should check out to see how the Stereoizer works?
Good question. I believe that Stereoizer and Monofilter, which is part of the same focus bundle on our website, I think they were both used on the most recent Fantastic Negrito record. In fact, I spoke to the guy who mixed that record, and I know he's kind of a big fan of New Gen in general, but I think particularly those 2 plugins were used a lot on that record.
Okay. So I'm a YouTuber. How would something like a Stereoizer work best for what I do?
It's a good question. I mean, I suppose on a very basic level, presumably a lot of the audio for your videos is in mono. You know, you've got the kind of the one microphone in front of you. If you wanted to add a little bit more excitement to the audio, maybe give it a little bit more a sense of space, you could use something like Stereoizer to create those artificial differences between the left and the right channel, just to kind of make the viewer feel a little bit more like they're kind of situated in the space, you know, as they're watching the video. It'll kind of give the impression of being there in the room with you a little bit more.
So in this case where we're got a split screen here, and I'm technically on the left side and you're technically on the right side, we could kind of split that up. So it sounds like you're coming from one area and I'm coming from another area in this interview.
So that would actually be another kind of related plugin of ours called Stereo Placer. So that's a frequency-specific panning tool. So you could certainly do something like that. Stereoizer tends to be quite symmetrical in the way that it moves things. So yeah, the sort of situation you're talking about wouldn't necessarily work in Stereoizer. Although I'm sure there's some kind of workflow where you could make that happen.
Oh yeah. So this is more on getting depth of frequencies to certain areas. How then?
Exactly. It's really about trying to kind of create a sense of space, a sense of depth, make things sound more three-dimensional, even though you are in stereo only working with two speakers. So you're kind of giving the impression of depth without actually having, you know, surround speakers behind you or above your head or anything like that.
So in the same scenario, we would still be smack dab in the middle, but it would sound like we're in a nice full room.
Exactly, yeah, and there'd be a sort of sense of our voices kind of occupying a wider space rather than being straight down the middle in the phantom center.
Okay, well, it's great to find that they're making a more consumer relatable product for those studio that at home musicians, at home video content creators that want to really increase their game. Do you have a date when that version of Stereoizer will be out?
I believe it's going to be the start of April, so it is a couple of months away yet. But we've our NAMM sort of press release is sort of a teaser announcement of that, I guess.
Okay, and how much are you planning to sell it for?
I believe that's going to be $49. Oh,
okay. Whereas regular Stereoizer, how much is that version?
Now you're asking. I think it's either $119 or $129. It's that kind of ballpark.
Okay, so it's still affordable if you decide to go full version, or if you decide to, okay, this works, but I want all the features, like myself.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not kind of a crazy high price point.
Okay. And then the polarizer, do you know the price on that one?
Yeah, Paragon, I think, is, let me get this right, it's either $499 or $599. Sorry, I should have had the price list in front of me.
That's okay.
So the full surround version of Paragon is, hang on. Full surround version is $599. Although actually it's worth mentioning at the moment we are doing a $100 voucher for anyone who fills out our annual customer survey. So you can go to our website, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes, and you get $100 off any plugin. So yeah, $599 for the full surround version, but we are possibly doing a kind of more wallet-friendly stereo-only version of that.
Okay, so Paragon and Stereoizer, and of course watch for another version of Paragon coming in the months that you can't talk about. Perfect. Okay. Where do people go for more information?
NugenAudio.com would be the place to go.
Okay. Nugen, that's NUGEN audio.
That's right.
Okay. Perfect. Well, Freddie, thank you very much for your time. You have a great NAMM 2021.
Thanks very much, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Peter over at Morph. How you doing, Peter?
I'm doing quite well.
Awesome. And you got some pretty cool pads here that we're going to talk about in a second. First of all, tell people what your role is with the company and a little bit about the product.
So I'm Peter Nybor. I call myself a product strategist because it's kind of a vague term. I do a lot of different things with Sensal. So I'll do things that are technical. I'll do things that are more like design. I do business development, and then I do sales and marketing. My core strength is music technology and music interaction. And so that's what I really try to, focus on with the Sensal Morph.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good, music technology is a great place to be, I think. So, so we have Morph here, and which is pretty exciting. And it's not for the musician, but also for other people as well. Why don't you tell people what Morph is and how it works?
Yeah, let me switch over to my overhead camera here. And we can take a look at what the Morph is. It's about the size of an older iPad 2. And what it is a touch sensor. It's composed of about 20,000 small pressure sensing touch sensor elements. That's our name of our company, Sensal. You can see it's a very thin device. And what it does is we have these different overlays that are made out of silicone rubber. And you just plop it on there, and the device instantly recognizes it by virtue of magnet arrangements in the back. Each one has a distinct arrangement of magnets.
Yeah, I see a little
and once
LED
you put it on,
going through there.
Yeah, and once you put it on, it recognizes what overlay you have on it, and then you can start using it. So in this case, it's a piano keyboard, and nice. I can put on a drum pad overlay, and in this case, I will have to switch over. I don't have anything really fancy to switch it over automatically, and so now we have like MPC style drums, and then we have the Buchla Thunder overlay, and this is a revival of a musical interface that Don Buchla invented in the late 80s. So we worked with Buchla about 2 years ago to bring this to the market and give sort of people an opportunity to experience a really innovative and unique musical interface without having to marry to some really big bulky device that only does that one thing. So everything's pressure sensitive. We use MIDI polyphonic expression quite heavily, so we have per finger control over pitch and timbre and dynamics. We can also demonstrate that with different type of patch. So we have aftertouch and location all on each finger.
Okay.
So that's sort of the crux of it, is that it's a really highly portable. It works via USB. It works via Bluetooth, so it integrates nicely with iOS. Not only music applications, but we have things like the video editing overlay. This works with Adobe Premiere.
So once you put that on, does that open up the program, or does it just say, okay, I'm only going to work in Adobe Premiere, or how does that work?
No. So you would have to. So once you put this mat on, it recognizes the shape, but it doesn't communicate anything to the computer much. Okay. So now I put this on, and it's ready to just start sending all of the keyboard macro commands that you would use in Premiere. So I'd have to open
so
up
if I had like a cut, if I was doing cuts and pastes, all it would do is all the hotkey controls.
Yeah.
If you press that button. Okay.
So it's in some ways like a specialized keyboard for Adobe Premiere.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we also have the Innovators overlay, which is clear, and in this one you can actually see the magnet arrangements. If you look closely at the top, top and bottom.
Yeah.
And you can, in our software, design different layouts. So in this case, I have like an isomorphic keyboard arrangement. And once we put that on there, I have like this cool hex pads that I can use. Yeah, and everything's just kind of instant. And what's really cool is that, you know, you kind of, once you acquire several of these different overlays, you have the interface you need for the type of music or type of sound you want to produce. You know, making beats on a piano keyboard is technically possible, but musically not so desirable. And also, you know, you really wear out that low C on your kick.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. How many overlays can you have?
We currently have a library of 8 different overlays. We also have the keyboard overlay, which is just, you know, a QWERTY keyboard. And then we have the gaming overlay, which has gaming controls. The gaming controller, honestly, is not super ideal. You kind of have to fiddle around to make it work with your games.
But I'm talking more of the printed overlays. How many can you make in store?
You can just do one. And so if you want to, you know, change the layout, you have to go to look at on our YouTube channel. We have lots of different videos, but for the most part, we have different shapes that you can select: ovals, rectangles, hexagons, and you just place them visually. If you wanted to, you could take like a piece of paper and draw them, you know, out with a Sharpie or whatever, and then just take a picture of that and then import that as a background and then use our software to align them to your drawing.
Okay.
So it's really quite quick. And then you assign them either keystroke commands if you wanted to do something like, you know, your own video editor or audio editor, or you can assign them MIDI commands or CCs or whatever to control music software.
Or anything. You could control lights. You could control music, of course. You could control anything that accepts MIDI at that point, right?
Yeah, and actually, if you really want to get nerdy, we have an API, so you can use the bare surface, and the API integrates with C, C#, and Python, and then we also have it integrated into Pure Data and Max, Cyclone74 Max. So you can get individual contact information. So you put down 5 fingers, and you'll get a dictionary of, you know, where each finger is, how much pressure each one is applying to the device, the size of the pad, the angle of incidence and ellipticality of it. So you get a ton of information about every contact. So you can make some really interesting instruments or gesture controllers or whatever, anything you want to do with touch and pressure, you can extract all of that information from the bare surface. And because it's pressure sensitive and not capacitive, you can use kind of any material you want. So if you want to make a leather overlay, you can make it out of leather or, you know, silk.
Do a D&D type thing where that's your dungeon master board or something like that, or put plants on top of it. Yeah, definitely. So nice.
Yes, Symphony for Cactus.
So this is just basically one big giant trackpad in some way, shape, or form, right?
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you could make a mouse out of that if you wanted
there is a trackpad mode for it. So you can actually, you know, define a region of it as a trackpad or use the whole thing as a trackpad. But, you know, to be fair, it's not the most awesome trackpad.
Okay.
The technology is actually really good for that, and we just announced at CES this year that our technology is being used in a new Lenovo laptop for their trackpads. So,
really?
You seek some of that out. Yeah, if you seek that out, you'll find there's been some really spectacular reviews about the new Lenovo. I believe it's the Titanium series.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to interview them at CES this year, but I definitely want to take a look at their new notebook line, because they got a lot of very interesting innovations there. And now that I know that that's in there, that's another new innovation that I want to take a look at. So,
yeah.
All right. So we get the idea here. My understanding is this has been out for a couple of years already.
Yeah, about 3 years.
Okay, go ahead and switch back to the other camera if you want to.
Oh, sure. The device was actually launched with a Kickstarter, I think, in 2015, and then it took a couple years to actually really nail the device down and get it produced and get it manufactured. And I came on board about 2017, and mid 2017, and we started opened up our shop and started selling to the general public. And since then, we've just been doing just really kind of like slowly growing it. We were originally direct to consumer, and now we've started introducing it to retailers and distributors worldwide. Okay. So it's available, everywhere.
Available for Mac and PC, correct?
Mac and PC. It works on Linux. Our Linux support is not top notch like our Sensal app, which you use to configure the device. It works on Linux, but there's some distributions where it's kind of funky, and it's kind of an alpha release. But yeah, so some Linux users have a great experience, and other users have a little bit less great experience.
Okay. Yeah. So does Sensal make anything else other than this pad, or?
Not for consumers, no. Most of like Sensal is a technology company, and they've really been focusing on a lot of their business-to-business enterprises. So the Morph is currently our only consumer device.
You break into the consumer. Is it a plan to do more consumer products, or?
There's only so much I can really say about our roadmap, but consumer products are definitely part of the future. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, very interesting. I'm very excited about it. So it's out now. How much?
So for the US, we have different pricing in the US and Europe. But in the United States, we have the Morph Plus One overlay is $250. And then we have the overlays available for $35 a piece on our website at morph.sensal.com. You'll find there's some different bundles. We have bundles with some software from Audio Damage. So you can, bundle it up with some really awesome plugins from Audio Damage that, those things just are marvelous. They really bring a lot of good character into your compositions.
Yeah, that's awesome. It looks great. So morph.sensal.com, that's SENSEL.com, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Anything else you wanted to talk about with the Morph here?
Well, today we actually just released a set of MPE presets. So MIDI polyphonic expression is the standard that allows us to do the per finger gestures and get individual pitch bend and timbre for each note of your instrument. And that's been developed over the past couple of years. And it's really starting to take steam because Live 11 is actually introducing MPE support. So there's going to be a huge audience of people who are going to be very curious about it. Yeah. So our MPE preset pack has presets for several different MPE synthesizers, and including Bitwig Studio and Live 11. So that's a free download from our website, and you can check those out and start getting to know MPE a little bit.
All right. Well, Morph from Sensal. Peter, thank you very much for your time. Very interesting. We'll try and get one in the studio here so we can review it. And so thank you very much, Peter. Yeah. And you have a great show.
All right. Thanks for reaching out, and look forward to seeing the final results.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here, and I'm here with Todd Urban and from Softtube. And how you doing, Todd?
Hi, Jeffrey. Great. Thanks for having me.
Why don't you tell everybody who you are, what your role is with Softtube, and then we're going to talk about some new products that you guys are coming out with.
Yeah, my name's Todd. I work in business development and product education for Softtube in North America. Today, we're taking a look at our new product, which is the Weiss EQ MP.
Okay, and so this is for mastering level of EQ, correct?
Yeah, so the Weiss Softtube partnership started a while back, and Weiss engineering is synonymous with just the top level and mastering grade EQ and compression and limiting. And that partnership has taken the Weiss processing that we've known since the 1990s and in hardware form and put it in the box, meaning we can work with it in our DAW. And as you see, it just popped up on the screen. So what we've taken here is we've taken the EQ, the minimum phase version of the EQ from the EQ1, which is their flagship white box that you've seen in all the top mastering studios. And we've made it available for being able to mix in your DAW, which is incredible because it gives you that mastering grade quality, but while mixing a track.
Yeah. And we're all trying to do our hands at home content creation, music wise, video wise, and everything. So having something to tell us how we sound a little bit more, a little bit better is always a great product right there. So, what are the features that are part of the Weiss EQ-MP that you wouldn't find in other software?
Right. So the Weiss EQ1, the hardware unit that it comes from, can be used as a linear phase or minimum phase equalizer, two different types of processing. What we've done with the EQ-MP, which stands for EQ minimum phase, is we've taken the latency that would usually occur in high-end processing, and we've reduced that latency. We've also made it a lot less taxing on your CPU, meaning you can run multiple instances on a session that maybe had 50 tracks and needed it on every single track. You can now use that processing on a large session. But the quality that you get with the Weiss Softtube products, that partnership, is the transparency, that ultra clean precision that Weiss is known for. So to give you an example, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, to give you an example, if somebody said, why would I want this compared to another Softtube product or another EQ or, the typical EQ I mix with? Well, Softtube is known for analog modeling. That's the thing. That's capturing the analog sound quality. What we've done here is we've partnered with Weiss, which is almost the opposite of that. This is a very clean, precise, just detail-oriented, precision-oriented EQ, meaning that while other equalizers that are from Softtube may give you a certain vibe or a certain drive or certain distortion characteristics, this allows you to come in and fine-tune details like the ring on a snare drum, or if you accidentally recorded a hum that was occurring in your signal, you can remove things like a hum, or you can make a very clean cut in classical music and remove the low end without disrupting and affecting the top end of an instrument, which is amazing.
Okay. So is it out? It's out now, right?
Yeah. So we just released it on Tuesday. So it's been out for 2 days, and the feedback from people has just been amazing. It's just been overwhelmingly amazing. I mean, people love it. People have been sending sound examples, just everything from rock tracks, which just needed surgical precision sculpting to remove a problem, to working with jazz and classical music to make sure that you preserve the integrity of the recording.
How do you fix a Zoom call?
How do I fix a Zoom call? Well, interesting you asked that, because I make a lot of the content for Softtube. So I guess, the two biggest problems with Zoom calls, this will not fix the first problem. One of them is latency. There's latency in a Zoom call. So sometimes the mouth doesn't line up perfectly with what you see visually, and you have to do that manually. But in terms of the audio, how would you fix a Zoom call? Well, we do have a lot of problems. I mean, one of the problems we have with Zoom calls is quality of mics, background noise. So if you had noise such as rumble in a room, you can use something like the Weiss EQ-MP to remove the rumble in the room. Okay. If you have something like I'm hearing right now, my microphone's giving me a little bit of mouth noises, which just from being a little too close, and I'm finding it annoying. You could actually come in and tailor certain frequencies so you boost the intelligibility of your voice and maybe open up the top end of your voice while not changing the signature of what my voice actually sounds like. So it'll still sound like me, but I could actually customize which frequencies need to be more present without changing really what I sound like.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is what you hear yourself sound like is not what I hear sound like. That's the bigger problem on stuff like this. So the Weiss, is it available for Mac, PC?
Mm-hmm. Mac, PC, yeah. So it runs as a plugin, meaning you could use it in any DAW. So any audio recording software that accepts plugins, VST3, audio units, is going to be able to run this.
Okay.
So whether you're using Pro Tools, Cubase, Logic,
32 and 64-bit or just 64?
So what we do is we run in 64-bit with upsampling too. So that upsampling gives us that high resolution that we would come to expect from voice processing.
Okay. And so how much is, you said it's just came out, correct?
It just came out. We have it at a intro price right now, which you were just on the screen. If we pull it up, we could actually check.
Yeah, I moved from that screen, unfortunately.
So depending on what country you're in, it's going to be a price difference based on your currency, but it is being offered currently at an intro price.
Okay, and they can go to the website to find that out.
Exactly.
You also have some other products on SoftTube that you guys are developing as well, correct?
Right. So SoftTube has a whole range of products from software to hardware, which is our Console One and Fader ecosystem. It's our Console One ecosystem. But as you've pulled up here, there's a ton of everything from instruments to keyboard type instruments and amplifiers and Amp Room, which is our guitar ecosystem, where you could go in and customize your own workflow with different pedals and cabinets and heads. But what is worthy to mention is that we do have the Weiss Complete Collection, which is all the Weiss products. So that's the DS one, which is the compressor limiter, the EQ one, which is what the EQ MP is based on. And then we have separate modules that are slightly lower cost because what they're kind of breakout modules that allow you to purchase a plugin that really tackles a specific need. So that's the Weiss DS, the MM1 Maximizer, which is a great way to get into Weiss processing without having to dive into the flagship unit. And then we have a compressor limiter too. So there's a lot of different offerings on the SoftTube website.
Okay. But the Weiss EQ MP is the newest one, and it's available now. So where do people go for more information?
Go to softtube.com. We also have live events on our Facebook page from time to time, and we have a great Instagram, which just has everything from updates of information to some great product pictures and occasional videos and sound examples. But the best place to get your content will be softtube.com.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we were talking about showing examples, our audio examples, but unfortunately with all the compression that of a YouTube video, it probably wouldn't come through as well as we'd want. So I'm assuming you have high quality examples up on the page.
We do. If you go to the product page, and you'll see the main video, but toward the bottom there are some sonic examples, and there's a walkthrough of how to use the product too, which is a great way to try the product. And by the way, we have a 20-day free demo on all products, so go check it out for 20 free days. Pull up the EDU video and the walkthrough and learn how to use it. Give it a try on your tracks and see if it works for you.
Give it a try, definitely. And we'll try and get a couple of these things into the shop and do some reviews on it and go from there. So Todd, thank you very much for your time with SoftTube. Awesome ideas for any type of finalization or mixing down of audio there. So
great. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate you having us.
Have a great nap.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Thomas. Thomas is with the Bluetooth MIDI group, and that's at what CME is the website, cmepro.com, correct?
That is correct. Yes, I work for a company called CME, which stands for Creative Music Engineering, and we utilize Bluetooth MIDI technology.
Okay. And so what's your role there? And let's get into what Bluetooth MIDI is all about.
Okay. Well, my role is to manage the community, do the industry partners, and mainly in the musical instruments market.
Okay. So in this last year, it's actually been pretty busy there, right? I mean, with Bluetooth 5 becoming a regular standard and everything like that, how's that been changing for you guys?
Well, we as CME have been into wireless MIDI, which is more general. You can utilize also Wi-Fi solutions and stuff like that for about 15 years. We've launched several products, and with the arrival of Bluetooth 5, our community requested to refresh our products and then implement the Bluetooth 5 technology because of its performance and also the expandability of this technology for the future. So that's why in 2020 we launched a concept called WIDI Master. And it's this small, tiny Bluetooth MIDI adapter which connects with a 5-pin DIN MIDI connector. And with this device, you can add Bluetooth MIDI to almost any MIDI instrument, like a vintage synthesizer, but also electronic wind instruments and similar musical instruments.
Okay. What's the latency like on having something like that?
We can reduce the latency between two WIDI devices to as low as 3 milliseconds. But when we talk about latency, we have to keep in mind that there's an average. So we can do between 5 and 6 milliseconds with a stable jitter. And jitter is more concerning the variation of latency. So it has to be stable because for a musician, it's important that the latency is consistent. Yeah. Because too much fluctuation in latency is really hard to play. And this also goes, the jitter metric is very important for sequences like drum computers and similar. Yes, that's what we are doing with Bluetooth MIDI at this moment.
Okay, and you have the Bluetooth MIDI, but you also have 3 versions of the Bluetooth MIDI, correct? You have that little dongle and then a couple boxes.
Yes, so I can explain a bit. So this is the 5-pin MIDI DIN has been around for I think early 80s when the MIDI protocol was launched. Yeah. So when you buy an old vintage synth like the Roland Juno 60 or something similar, then you can use 5-pin MIDI DIN. So you can add Bluetooth MIDI to many traditional devices. But lately, I think in the last decade, the MIDI protocol used also different connection types. So we have like TRS 2.5 or this DIN 6 cable. So that's why we came up with a second product, which is called the WIDI Jack. So this has different cable options. So it's more like a tiny interface compared to the WIDI Master being really an adapter. There are 2 things I like to explain. One is this WIDI Master attracts its power from the device you attach it to. So it's powered by the MIDI out of the instrument. And for some devices, you can also only use this separate large connector. Secondly, this means that there are instruments on the market who don't provide this power. So that's why also we came up with the WIDI Jack, which has a tiny, I have to search for it, USB-C port where you can add an external power supply. So this way you can power it up via a USB power bank or similar. And then it also will work on unpowered MIDI ports, as we like to call it. And you can use TRS MIDI and DIN 6 MIDI. And especially TRS MIDI is interesting because it's used in many guitar pedals.
Yeah, yeah, and I've had many keyboards where you have to plug in the power to use the MIDI back and forth. You said in the dual plug one, you have the longer version and the shorter version. So that doesn't matter if it's in or out at that point, or wherever the power is.
Yes. So according to the MIDI Association standards, that's the institute institute that decides what the MIDI standards are. The
Okay.
power on MIDI ports comes from the MIDI out. So the large connector has all the technology in it, and this one is connected to the MIDI out of your device. The small one has no other function than to connect the MIDI in as well. And if you add that, you have, as we call it, bidirectional communication.
Yeah, and they need to be plugged into each other for both
yes,
of them to work.
So what you do, this is a 2.5 TRS, and then you can connect it. So this one can be used as standalone. This one will not function without the big one. We made it detachable because our community actually requested for instruments like guitars or electronic wind instruments that only have a MIDI out and are carried on stage or similar, to not have this one bungling around when it's not connected.
Yeah.
So that's why we made it detachable. So with this one, you can utilize MIDI out to any other BLE MIDI device or mobile devices or operating systems that have Bluetooth MIDI integrated, like iOS, and of course to other WIDI devices.
Yeah.
So the idea is you have one WIDI master or WIDI jack to add the Bluetooth MIDI layer to your existing device. If you want to communicate with your mobile device, for instance, then you only need this one. Because in Apple, it's integrated Bluetooth MIDI.
Yeah, and you guys have been working really hard to get the integration with. Is it just with Apple or is it across the board?
Well, this is not something that is specifically done by CME. It's done by the MIDI Association. Bluetooth MIDI originally was designed by Apple itself.
Oh, okay.
And then when it was made into a standard by the MIDI Association, like the smart engineers of big musical instrument developers like Yamaha or Roland, and also Rowley and CME worked on standardizing the Bluetooth MIDI protocol, Bluetooth MIDI solution, to make it available to any manufacturer.
Okay. Okay, and we're also talking, more than just music. I mean, lighting is now starting to become MIDI controlled, and other things. And I know we talk on a daily basis about using programs to control everything with MIDI.
Yes.
So it's fully compatible across the board on that way, right?
Yes, so there are many other forms that use MIDI as a protocol, like historically, because MIDI has been around for since the beginning of the 80s. It's not a particularly demanding protocol. It's quite simple, yet very sophisticated, and there's good reasons why it's has been along for so long at this stage. At this point, the MIDI Association is working on an advanced protocol, which is more with a higher resolution, which we call MIDI 2.0.
Okay.
But that has still a long way to go. What can be done with Bluetooth MIDI is you can literally implement a Bluetooth chip at the Bluetooth MIDI firmware, and you can make a controller out of anything. And controlling can be done like musical notes, but it can also control lights or anything else. There are quite some good videos recently released by the MIDI Association, which tell about the history of Bluetooth MIDI, where you can see that it's integrated in cabs, that you can just push buttons on your cab and trigger sounds in pizza boxes and stuff like that. It's really great.
Yeah, and I've been revisiting my MIDI devices, and of course, because now I have some Bluetooth devices, lighting wise, that I want to start thinking about connecting up via MIDI. Because being a drummer, I'm already using all my limbs, and the less I have to do to switch, the better. So that's where I'm going with that, and just amazing stuff there. So I can't wait for MIDI 2.0. That's what you called it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait for that to really come out and explode there. So, are you expecting that within the next year, or is that a longer term?
Well, I'm not part of the group who develops MIDI 2.0, but I can tell you that it's quite complex to make it a standard. So what is the challenge at this stage, as far as my knowledge goes, with MIDI 2.0, is that on a traditional 5-pin DIN, it will not work. So it's now on paper actually made for USB MIDI, which is more capable of handling such high resolution MIDI, as I call it.
Okay.
So before we are at a stage that it can be implemented in all devices, all computers and stuff, it takes a long time, because it's of no use to roll out a solution when your DAW or your iOS device cannot implement it.
Yeah.
So we need to work with the Apples and the Googles and also Microsofts, and they have totally different priorities than MIDI 2.0.
What? That's crazy. What?
Yeah, I don't know why. What is shown now from MIDI 2.0 is just a small piece.
Okay.
And I think that it can take more than a year before it's actually implemented in the first devices, and from there it will grow.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
the MIDI market, if you take into account MIDI 2.0, the MPE, which is MIDI polyphonic expression, you've seen that maybe also, and Bluetooth MIDI, then it's going to be an exciting 5 years.
Good. One more question, and that is, right now, what are we talking for latency between devices? What's the best latency option or scenario?
Well, between two MIDI devices, we can reduce it, a best case scenario, 3 milliseconds.
3 milliseconds, that's pretty good. Yeah.
That's good that's inaudible.
Yeah.
But this is a debate when innovating technology. It's not as fast as a cable. Period.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I mean,
that's
straight up connection. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's entirely true. But with a cable, it's quite hard to get it connected to your iPhone.
Agreed.
So with Bluetooth MIDI, you can use this one and you can connect it to your iPhone.
Yeah.
The limitations of Bluetooth MIDI are mostly in this more consumer grade solutions. So the latency performance between a MIDI master and an iPhone is less because of the architecture of an iPhone. And this is a more complex technical story, but as you might understand, an iPhone has to do a lot more than MIDI.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of prioritizing, and as you can imagine, Apple is more focused on audio over Bluetooth.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Many people know experiences seconds of latency. So and that's their priority. And perfectly understandable.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But what we are talking about is to bypass those limitations with our future product, which is called the U-host. So then you can add it to your iOS, but also your Mac OS or your Windows computer or Chrome OS, Linux, and then you can just connect to MIDI interfaces or adapters, and then they can reach that 3 milliseconds latency performance.
That's awesome.
Best case.
Well, we're getting close to time here, so these are relatively inexpensive to purchase, right? They're about what, $59 for
yes.
boxes.
Pricing is always a personal thing. So if you compare it again to a MIDI cable, which you can get for $10, I think that's maybe much less. I know. Then it's expensive. But if you know what MIDI can do, and we are just at the beginning, then $59 is a great solution to go wireless. We recently updated our latest firmware. which allows 5 devices, WiDi devices, in one network.
Wow.
So you can create 1 to 4 as a central and 4 peripherals to communicate bidirectionally. So you have, as we call it, a MIDI through functionality, and the other way around, 4 to 1 as a MIDI merge. It's important to know that the peripherals itself cannot communicate to each other, so it's always with one central.
Okay. So, good to know. So, all right. Well, like I said, we're running out of time here. So, where do people go for more information?
We have a dedicated URL, which is called www.bluetoothmidi.com. This will end up in our introductory page about Bluetooth MIDI technology. You can learn more there about Bluetooth MIDI in general, but also the specific application of our WiDi technology. So you can see there how to connect it to iOS, to Windows, to devices, and then you go to our products. It's also on the same page. And then you can just learn more about the technology and especially what it can do for you.
Okay, perfect. Well, Thomas, thank you very much for your time. I'm definitely going to be looking more into the WiDi and get one in shop here and test it out and go from there. So thanks again. You have a great NAMM, and yeah, we'll talk to you in the future here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm with Richard, and Richard's with Movo, M-O-V-O, correct? In fact, that's this microphone right here is a Movo. So how you doing?
Doing well. Appreciate you having us on.
Yeah, not a problem. So tell everybody what your role is at Movo, and let's get into some of the products.
So with Movo, I oversee the brand and growth for the company. We've seen tremendous growth over the last few years. We started about 5 years ago as a new startup, and we target the content creation space. So we create equipment and accessories essentially for the content creators. So anybody who is creating videos, anybody who's YouTubing, TikToking, streaming, podcasting, anybody who's shooting video content with their phones, we're that solution for them.
Okay. So I do a lot of camera work, but I'm actually setting up, we're working on what are called at-home kits, which are basically camera systems that we set into a box. All they do is pull it out and they set it up onto a stand, and then we do all the rest of that. So, and I know that Movo is going to have a big impact in how I'm going to set up my kits. Well, why don't you go through the products of what you got, and then hopefully we'll find something that kind of strikes a chord there.
Yeah, we can do that. So I'm going to walk you through a few products, give you kind of a taste of what we have. We do have a lot of SKUs, but top selling SKUs is what I'm going to show you right now, and the most recent ones as well.
Okay.
So the VXR10 Pro, which is a shotgun mic, basically attaches to either DSLR or your smartphone. And it basically gives you crisp, clear audio and plugs directly into your phone. No batteries needed. Our top selling product was the VXR10, which was on the market and has been on the market for years. This new Pro version basically has upgraded shock mount, upgraded audio quality. Price point's a little bit higher at $49. The original was $39. And this is the top selling shotgun mic on Amazon. And so we're very proud of that.
Yeah, I've actually got one in my bag. I use it with I've used it with my I can't think of the name of the live stream Start. Yeah, the little Start camera, and works really well for that.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've done very well with this, and we go right up against the roads and the shores of the world, and we're very proud of the fact that it is that top selling shotgun mic on Amazon. So, and this is what it looks like, which is probably how you use it typically when you're out shooting.
Yeah.
We'll go to the next product, which is basically the kit version, just as you mentioned earlier. where we basically provide kits. So we take that shotgun mic, we take a stand, we take a handheld grip, an LED light, and an iPhone or a smartphone holder, and we create kits where a ton of people are using these nowadays. Obviously, it's a plug and play. Take it out of the box. You can use it as a selfie stick. You can use it to shoot videos, films. I mean, it's a one-stop shop solution for many out there. And so we've done very well with these kits. This particular one is called the VXR10 Pro Plus, which a lot of people refer to it as the smartphone video kit. And there's several different versions of these, but this is the latest version that we have, which includes the upgraded VXR10 Pro microphone, along with a new smartphone holder, which has 2 different levels on it. So you can level it when you're sitting on a stand, when you're sitting on a desk. So it's very versatile, obviously, and we've seen tremendous success with this product.
Yeah, what I like about this stand is it's very solid. I actually have one of these stands, and I don't use it for the camera kit as much, but I've used it for connecting up little video assist cameras. So basically, assistant type devices that I can see what's going on from my desktop, and was sitting right there. So.
Yeah, and these are, we've had a lot of film companies, someone like Disney Channel picked up a ton of these units, and they sent it out to their talent to shoot at home during the pandemic because they couldn't shoot in person. And so this is very useful in that case. So we've seen that with Disney Channel doing their sing-alongs, which is really cool. So if you Google that, you'll see their sing-along videos where they're literally sending these out to the talent to shoot their own videos at home. Disney Channel gets it back in, chops it together, creates an actual full-length show out of it.
Oh, okay. So they record it on the phone, and then they send that whole unit back to be.
Yes, they send the video clip back. So and they did this with High School Musical, which is really fun, where it's a musical. There's maybe 10 or 12 owns, and then shooting that content, sending it back. We've seen this with Jada Pinkett Smith's Red Table Talk, which is her talk show on Facebook, where she was interviewing guests, and again, because of the pandemic, she wanted to have proper video on the interviewee side. So she purchased a bunch of these kits, sent it out to her guests. And when she did her interviews, they would use the kit. And obviously they would do even live streaming back and forth using these kits, which is really, really cool.
That's great. Yeah, I could see that working really well for anybody that doesn't really have a setup at home, just like a desktop or something like that. You can set it up, get it as eye level as possible, and get going.
Right. Smartphones, obviously, as you know, Jeffrey, it's synonymous with everybody these days. So
yeah,
soccer moms, content creators, anybody who's in need of content, they have that at the fingertips with these smartphones nowadays. So they're so advanced.
Okay. So continue. Go ahead.
So that's what it looks like, which I'm sure you've seen.
Yeah.
We're going to move on to the mics. So this is our UM700 desktop USB mic. Rivals the very popular Blue Yeti, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And we came out with this mic mid-year Q4 of 2020. It's done extremely well. It basically has the exact same features as the Yeti, multiple polar patterns. It's a condenser mic. Has a solid body. It's made of aluminum, and it's priced a little bit lower than the Yeti. It's $99 versus Yeti's, I think it's $130.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done very well with this product as well.
Yeah. And do you have a XLR version of this microphone?
We do not of this particular exact mic. We do have an XLR, which we'll go over next.
I was just curious because when you were comparing it to the Yeti also has an XLR version. So I was wondering.
Right. So this one's more USB based. This is plug and play. Put it on your desktop, as you know. A lot of gamers use this. A lot of streamers, podcasters, or what have you. But it's more for those who don't want to have an XLR where they have to go into an interface. And so they just plug in directly into their laptop or their computer.
Okay. With this one, do you address it from the side or do you address it from the top?
It's from the top down. and it basically has three different polar patterns, right? Cardioid, it's a cardioid mic, so it can do cardioid, it can do bidirectional, omnidirectional.
So if it's set up like that, that means you're talking to it at where the logo is, so it's more side address.
Right, and so that would be a cardioid pattern. So anything beyond it's called the halfway mark, you wouldn't hear. Everything coming this side, you would hear.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
And to your point, this is the VSM7. You mentioned the VSM5. You have the VSM5.
Yeah, I have this is the VSM5, which I reviewed about 6 months ago. Yeah, definitely. So this is the VSM7. What's the difference?
7, it's a little larger. This is a larger diaphragm. Essentially the same feature sets, where it is a condenser mic. It has multiple polar patterns as well. This one does have a pad switch where you can go minus 10 dB, and it has a low pass filter as well. And as you mentioned, this is a XLR mic. So you would plug this into an interface that would go into whether it's a board or it's even a computer. It comes with a shock mount as well and a windscreen. So it's a full kit. The only thing it doesn't come with is a arm. So if you want to mount it on an arm or you can move it around, you'd have to take up an arm, which is separate.
Yeah. What's interesting, this one, the VSM5, does not have the polar pattern switch. It just has the low pass filter and the 10 dB pad switch.
Oh, got it. So we should get you this. We should get you this to test out.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Definitely. And what's the price on this one?
This is $125. So it's $124.95. So about $125.
Okay.
Standard in the marketplace. So it's above $100, but it definitely, from a vocal mic perspective, it's amongst the more affordable ones.
Okay. And it's the same capsule as this one.
Same capsule. It's a little larger, so it's a little taller than what you have. So your VSM5 is a little shorter. This one's a little taller.
Okay. Cool.
So that's what it would look like. Right. This is obviously used in a podcast setting, but it's a vocal mic. So we've had recently a former Voice semifinalist use this product for his recording. This guy named Taylor John Williams. It sounds that's something that's really fun, where we're seeing more and more artists testing these products out and seeing if it works for them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And there is a pop filter for this one. And there's two reasons why I don't have the pop filter. One is I'm not addressing the microphone head on. And two, it actually blocks the lights. I get a big cast shadow for what I'm doing. So I don't need it. So I ended up taking that off. But I do have it ready for things like if I'm doing any type of voiceover.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very universal, obviously. And even if you have it on and you can see how it swivels, you can turn it down, turn it up.
Yeah.
You can see it on this picture right here.
Yeah.
So next product line, this is our kind of the funnest stuff we have out, I think now. It's new, hasn't shipped yet. It's our SPL series of smartphone lenses. And so again, because we're targeting the content creator, we're targeting anybody who's creating content. These lenses, we've seen a influx of demand for lenses recently in the last few years, especially with all these phones coming out with high resolution cameras. And so we're introducing our series of lenses, which essentially there are three different types of lenses we have: a fisheye, a telephoto, and a wide angle. Each are sold individually. They're $39 each, and it's a clip-on model, which is very universal in terms of what kind of phone you have. So it's not a slide-on clip where it may not fit with certain models. It's a clip-on, so it should fit with pretty much any smartphone out there.
Are we talking also the Pro models as well, with the three lenses on it?
Yeah, we tested it out, and so they work with up to the latest iPhones on the market, and even when the placement's a little bit off, because it clips, it's the actual the diaphragm from where it sits onto the camera is large enough to fit pretty much any phone, unless there's something out there that we don't know about. But
how does that work? Because I could see you'd clip that on, but then you'd have to do some micro nudging or anything like that just to get so it wouldn't show edges of the lens in your pictures or anything like that. Does it clip on fast, easy, or is it? How's that work?
That's a good question. Yeah, you would clip it on. You would have to adjust it. You would definitely need to adjust it depending on the phone that you have. But the idea here is that because it's universal, and if you have multiple phones, this one model would work for all phones. So To your point, you're right. You would have to adjust it to make sure that it is overlooking or it is on top of the actual camera itself.
Okay.
But it does fit for the latest version of the multiple lens phones.
Okay. And do these clips? Is it like you have to take off one lens, put on another lens, or are they all one unit? So you just take off one clip, put on another clip.
Unit, right. One solid unit. The one thing that does come off is the actual clip, which you would never use it individually anyhow because it's just the lens. But each one of these three, so it's the fisheye, it's the telephoto, and the wide angle. Each one of them come individually, so they're not interchangeable. You'd have to buy individual lenses for each use case.
Yeah.
But the clip is definitely universal.
Okay, so that's what I'm thinking. So in the clip, you buy one clip and then three lenses, and then you switch out the lens on the clip.
You can, but each lens comes with the clip. So when you buy let's say you pick up the fisheye lens, it does come with the lens and the clip. And so you don't have to worry about the clip. It's removable if you need to take it off, but typically you wouldn't need to. We've been playing with this a lot. Obviously, we haven't shipped this officially yet. I believe it's shipping next week. So we'll obviously get you some units to play with. But the idea is that it's universally accepted on any phone. So that's the part where we're really focusing on to make sure that we have solutions that work across multiple phones.
Okay. Cool. Anything else?
And then this is actually more of a distance learning / work from home product. This is new for us, the MC2000, which is our wireless conference mic. So the idea here is that our MC1000, which is a wired conference mic where you sit in the center of a conference room, for example, and it picks up a 360 pattern. So if you're sitting in an environment, you have 10 people sitting around a conference room space, you just need that one mic to sit in the center of the room. We've seen amazing success with those, with distance learning, with education, with institutions, with businesses, of course. And so we came out with a wireless version now where there is no wire needed. You have a wireless receiver. You set this product basically in the middle of anywhere. And this is just an example, but you just set it up in a conference room environment in the center of a conference room, and it will pick up the audio in a 360 pattern.
Okay.
Wirelessly.
So and it's 2.4 gig wireless.
It is.
The polar pattern, the pattern on it is just like any other room microphone, and it looks like there's a adjustable volume. The battery on it, what's the battery on it?
The battery on it, I believe, is a AA. It's two AA's that go into the actual microphone itself. The receiver is also a AA, so you need batteries for both.
Oh, it doesn't power through the USB or anything like that?
No, because the USB is not wired, so it's not connected in any sense, right? It's wireless in the sense where it can sit anywhere.
I get that, but the receiver itself.
The receiver itself would also be wireless as well. So that's battery powered as well.
Oh, so how does it plug in to? Is it the USB connection in? Is it a 3 or 2.5 millimeter in? It's
a USB in. It's a USB in. So the idea is that it's the concept. Obviously, it's because we don't want these wired systems everywhere. Obviously, it's the idea is that you would have that microphone sitting in the center of the room.
Yeah,
obviously.
I get the microphone. But,
right.
And you're showing on this picture. Okay, I think this is kind of answering it. So you have the receiver, and then there's a cord. What's that cord coming out of the receiver?
Right, that cord is a USB cord. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so that's the receiver that comes in, but it still needs the USB, or I'm sorry, it still needs the AAA batteries or AA batteries?
AA batteries for the actual microphone, right.
But not the receiver.
Not the receiver, sorry.
Okay, that's powered by the computer.
Correct.
Is it only USB in the receiver, or is it USB and headphone jack or anything like that?
No, it's just USB.
Just USB. Okay.
Right.
And then I'm assuming there's a connection light to tell you when both are connected properly.
Yeah. There's lights. There's a basically you can see the blue light on the top of the mic, and then on the actual receiver on the other side of it, you can see there's a little light there as well. So
okay. And how much is that? Go for
this one's $249, so it's $250.
Okay.
And again, it's new. I believe this is shipping now. We just started shipping these, and the demand, as I mentioned, in terms of the education market, has been huge for this. Education and businesses, of course, as well.
Yeah. Can you hook up multiple? You'd need multiple receivers, but can you hook up multiple to do like a multi-area?
I'm sure you can. We haven't tried that. So daisy chaining it would mean we'd have to have an in and an out for the receiver.
Okay.
So I don't know if we've even tried that yet, but that's something that we can definitely look into.
But you can do 1-to-1, so you have like 3 receivers, 3 microphones, 3 areas type thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Cool. All right.
That's it for our new products for this NAMM for this 2020.
Plus, you have a whole bunch of other stuff that can go. Where do people go for more information?
So our website is movophoto.com. You can go there. All our products should be there. We are a top vendor on Amazon. So if you go to the Amazon site and you just Google or you just search for Movo, our store is very robust on Amazon as well. So we do a majority of our business in Amazon. So it's either movophoto.com or on Amazon.
Okay. And really quick, some of these are not out just yet. Just highlight the ones that are not out.
The ones that are not out yet are the SPL series, which is our lenses, which is should be out by the end of this month, actually. So within about a week, say February 1st.
Okay.
And then that's it. Everything else is actually shipping. So the MC2000 is shipping, and then our microphones have been shipping for a few months now.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, movophoto.com is where they go. And so, Richard, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate your time as well. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Dan over at Gator Cases. How you doing, Dan?
I'm very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Why don't you tell people who you are or what your role is with the company? And we're talking about a desk, right?
We are. So my name is Dan. I'm with the Product Management Department at Gator Cases. This is one of our newest additions to the lineup of just products that we offer for frameworks. This is the Elite production desk. So right here, we see a main desk. We also have a rack table piece right here. And then on the left side, we have our corner piece.
Okay.
You want me to just go through some of the features of the desk?
Well, first of all, it's all about your furniture side, right? This is a completely different side of Gator, correct?
Yeah, this is something we've never really done before. It's basically us taking, studio desks to a different level, going into the more furniture aspect of it. Normally you would see something like, just a black desk in a general studio environment. What we're trying to do here is, match the decor of a living room or just a nice looking studio. So it gives you a little bit more option in terms of matching the decor already established in that room.
Okay. And this is a completely modular desk, right? So you can get all or any of these pieces, right?
Correct. So you can get the main desk on its own, you can get the rack table on its own, and then you can add on the corner piece as well. The corner piece will attach to either side. It really works well in like a limited space area because you could use that corner piece to your advantage. You can configure it whatever way you would like, really. Yeah. Okay.
So tell me some of the features of what you got with the desk here.
One of my favorite features is the fact that you can configure the middle rack here. I'm going to try to move around a little bit so you can see it. Right here, we have it set in dual configuration. So you can have a left and a right 4U rack. So that'll give you 8U total space. You can also move this around so that it'll have just one center rack in the middle if you want to, store some more desk-like stuff like, hard drives on the side. You can even put books in there if you want, the ones that'll fit, of course.
Yeah, if you don't do U2 or anything like that, you can customize it to how you want to, right?
Exactly. Like for me in my studio, I don't have tons of rack gear, so this would really work to my advantage in the kind of situation I'm in at home. So I could just store, an interface and maybe a little modeling app or something or a preamp.
Okay, so if you're a podcaster, you can set it up for podcasting. If you're doing live streams, you set it up for live streams. If you're just doing editing, you can set it up for that. However it works for you.
Exactly. And to your point with the podcast, I'll move again to see if I can show you this feature right here. We've actually built in a pre-drilled hole for a surface mount. So what you're seeing here is our Mic Boom 3000 model. We have 4 total mic booms: the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4000 that make up 4 in a series. So you could just surface mount it right to the desk, and I believe you can do that to either side of the desk. So just based on whatever preference you have, if you're to the left or to the right, that's totally on the user.
Or you can use those for chords or anything like that, correct?
You could, yeah. Might not look as nice, but we actually, and to be honest, we actually have it's not really going to be seen under here, but we have a cable management tray underneath, and we also have cable routing in each of the legs. So it'll give you some options as to, handle cable management.
Okay. Is this all the pieces that you guys offer for setting up a desk like this? Or is there any pieces that are technically missing because it just didn't fit?
So this is showing you the entire desk collection. We do have keyboard tables as well that come in 2 different sizes. But for just the production desks, this is the 3 pieces that you'll see here is the way that it's offered.
Okay.
It's not offered as a set. You can just, like you said, modular. You can pick between the 3 pieces or buy all of them if you like.
Okay, and I noticed that you have an actual 61 key keyboard underneath the desk there. I'm assuming that's also rolling for a regular computer keyboard if you don't do that type of music.
Yeah, I mean this will support a lot of weight, so it's really good for if you're a heavy hitter, if you will. I say that because I'm a drummer. So, but no, this is a great slide out keyboard tray. And then when you don't actually need the extra space, you just throw it right back in. You can throw your keyboard right on top, your computer keyboard, or you could literally just put a computer keyboard here and put something else on top if you'd like. Something that's
is that adjustable, or is that an extra, an addition to the desk, or as in do you buy it separately?
The keyboard tray?
Yeah.
Oh no, that comes standard on the desk. So every desk can have that.
Okay, so it's pretty much in a fixed position. It can't move around.
Correct. When you get the desk, you install it as part of the instructions. So.
Okay, perfect. So how much weight can that desk take?
Brian, do you know the weight capacity off the top of your head? I'm not too sure, but I know we've done very rigorous testing on these at the factory level, and they can handle a lot of weight. Okay.
And I'm noticing that there's a leg system. Since this is modular, are those legs movable at all? So, because it might feel like one leg will overlap the other.
So the legs are fixed in terms of height, so you can't get any variation in height at all. Mm-hmm. On the bottoms of the legs are little movable, feet cups for if you have a little bit of an off, surface that you're putting it on.
I'm talking about the legs from the desk itself versus that corner piece. Are there 3 legs on the corner piece, or just one? Or
no, there are a total of 2 legs on the corner piece.
Okay, and they don't overlap. They don't overlap each other.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. Any other cool features about this about the furniture here?
Well, we do offer it in what's that? All right. Oh yeah. So actually, I'll show you this little feature on our rack here. So you can actually pull out the drawer right here. Hold on. And you can throw a little mixer on top. It just gives you a little bit more, customization. On the bottom, you have your 10U rack space. So it kind of just gives you a way to, if you wanted to throw a laptop on top of this on a standalone, have your mixer or whatever you're going to put there, maybe a MIDI pad. And then, like I said, just fill in whatever rack gear you need on the bottom.
Oh, yeah. And
there's a cable routing cutout on the back. Sorry?
Okay. And you could get one of those on both sides. You don't need to have that corner piece.
You don't. I mean, you could get multiple rack tables if you needed to.
Okay. Why did Gator get into the furniture? Yeah. Why did Gator get into the furniture business?
Well, podcasting and just general, being at home and recording at home is really a big thing right now, and we're really just trying to expand our offerings to fit that that need. We've always been a company of innovation, so we're just trying to put our foot in that and establish ourselves in that part of the music industry.
Okay.
And not even the music industry, podcasting.
Yeah. I see that you have multiple colors. Are they colors or styles? Are they all wood desks or what?
So they're all wood. This is the driftwood gray colorway right here. We also offer it in a dark walnut brown colorway, and then we also have the natural maple matte finish.
Okay. All right. Well, interesting, cool stuff about furniture. Let's talk about, are they available now, and how much are they?
They are available right now as we speak.
Okay. So, and of course, if they want to find out more, what's the website we take them to?
Yep, www.gatorframeworks.com, and you can see all the pricing and photos and all that good stuff.
Gatorframeworks.com. All right. Well, thank you very much for the tour. It looks like you got a pretty cool setup going there. Are you doing some podcasting, some music editing? What's going on?
We're doing all of it here in Gator Studios. We like to be creative and do as much as we can with the time we have. So.
All right. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, and you have a great NAMM.
You as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here at the Shure booth at CES. We're here with John and Sean, and we're going to learn a little bit more about not only headphones but also microphones. We'll start with John. John, you got you're working on the new was it the Motif line, right?
Yeah, the Motive line. We've had Motive in our portfolio for a while now, and we spun up some new products over the last year to really address a few opportunities and needs from our customers. Our first one being home office. MV5C is a new product we came out with. The MV5C was really designed to get better, simple audio into your computer.
Okay.
And it's really been a nice addition to our portfolio at an affordable price for about $99. And now that we're all on calls every day, Jeff, like 8 hours a day listening to a built-in laptop microphone is not really desirable anymore. So the MV5C entered the market in October of last year.
So what are the features of the MV5C then?
Couple quick things. We got one, it's portable, so you can detach the stand from the base, throw it in your bag. It's got a digital USB output on the back of it and a headphone jack that you can enable. The biggest feature also is its directional microphone, so it's going to sound much better than the built-in omnidirectional mic in your computer, and that really removes the biggest complaint everyone has is room tone and room noise and echo and all the stuff that are associated with just microphones that are not designed to be microphones, mechanical noise from laptop keyboards and stuff like that. So we have a directional mic, which is going to isolate on your voice. We have some digital signal processing inside as well. So we have speech enhancement mode, which is going to apply gain, EQ, filtering, boosting intelligibility, even some compression, all built into the microphone before it goes into your stream to keep your voice more intelligible, keep it isolated, and keep it consistent throughout your call.
Is it detachable from the stand, or is it?
It is. Yeah. You can just unscrew the bottom of the mic from the nut here, and it uses a standard 1/4-inch mount. So if you have other accessories in your home office that you can use 1/4-inch mounting, it can go into clips or mounts or gimbals or whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. And then the biggest upgrade is the isolation of your voice. Like it's going to be and the simplicity of it. The simplicity of being able to just plug it in your computer with a USB-A, USB-C cable that comes in the box, and you really have zero setup. It just takes over your input immediately, and it leaves your laptop speakers enabled or your headphone jack on your laptop enabled, so that you can use headphones or use your speakers built into your laptop or desktop. So that's the biggest thing. I know I've being on calls 8 hours a day. I can't wear headphones 8 hours a day. I know Sean probably can, but I can't do it. So I like to toggle between like an external speaker or a headphone, depending on the call. So it really requires no other setup by the user other than just plugging it into your laptop and going.
Yeah, and for some people that's perfect. I mean, I end up using high-end mics and stuff like that, and it looks like Sean's using some sort of high-end mic, and or what do you got there for your microphone there?
I am using the MV7 here, which is, as John will be happy to tell you about, a bit of a big brother to that MV5C that he was just discussing.
That's awesome. That looks really nice. So you have it right there. Let me flip back.
Yeah.
To you.
So the MV7 is a new entry into the Motive portfolio as well. It's a podcasting streaming dynamic microphone. So it has a touch panel control on the top. Oh, there's the top. It's switchable. You can mount it left or up or down, but has a USB and XLR output on the back of it. So USB directly to your computer, or XLR into an interface or your mixer, or you can use it as a traditional XLR mic for voice and speech.
Or use it for both and record on one and stream on another. So
that's exactly right. That's a big use case we've seen over the last couple of months is local recording for podcasting to capture high quality audio that's not compressed through a call, but you can also use the USB output to be on your Zoom call. And this thing gives you both. So it's a really flexible solution in that space. And it sounds amazing. And we have a software app that is a companion app with it to unlock a lot of cool features with processing and auto mode and auto level and stuff like that. So that's the MV7, which is also shipping. It's available in black and silver.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that, John. And then Sean, let's get back to you because you want to show us some headphones here. So Tell us all about what you got here.
I've got Shure's first Bluetooth active noise canceling headphone called the Aonic 50. Now this has been shipping for about 6 months right now. This is our black version here. You can see it's got the high-end leatherette headband or ear cups and headband, machined aluminum for the yokes and the headband frame. Features 50 millimeter drivers, premium audio, premium build quality, supports Bluetooth 5 and a lot of the high-end codecs, including LDAC, aptX HD, SBC, AAC, aptX low latency. It has a USB-C jack for charging as well as for streaming high-res audio. So this you can stream USB audio into this at 32/384 resolution, which is about the highest that there is on the market right now.
Okay. Does it have a 3.5 millimeter?
It also has an analog jack, which is actually a 2.5 millimeter for space reasons. But we provide the cable that goes from 3.5 to 2.5. So if it is powered down, or if you just want to send that audio signal straight from your source, analog wise, we give you the cable for that as well.
Okay. And the microphone, there's a microphone on that too.
There are beamforming microphones on it. There's a total of 6 microphones on it in combination, depending on what mode you're in. You'll either use those microphones for ANC, for environment mode when you want to listen to the things around you. For phone calls, we'll use a couple of them in beamforming array. So depending on what mode you're in, you'll use a different set of microphones, but 6 total microphones in that. And when we launched the black version first, followed quickly, almost immediately, by the brown version, which is that same leatherette, same machined aluminum. And just recently, we have launched our newest version, which is the white version here. You can see that that's the white cups. It still has that machined aluminum frame and yokes, and then this tan-colored leatherette for the ear cups and the headband covering.
Nice. I like the leather myself, but
yeah, it's gorgeous, man. We did a lot of research on these colors, and this one seemed to be it seems to be a little bit out of the norm, right? You don't normally see a headphone in this color, but man, it really just got great marks across the board globally. A lot of people just really like that tone color.
And do the cords also come in white, or
the cords are all in black?
They're all in black. Okay,
all in black. Yeah. One of the things is, that we were a little bit surprised to see was that, as a premium noise canceling Bluetooth headphone that really is its prowess is in music reproduction. It's been taken on very easily and very well into the conferencing category. So we see a lot of people starting to use these when they're on conference calls all day. Now, I suppose that whole market went shooting up recently, but a premium product like this seems to be doing very well in that market as well.
Yeah, and I know, I wear earbuds a lot of the time, and then I switch to cups when I don't have to be on air or anything like that, because it's all about comfort. And, it's kind of cold here, so, it's also about a little bit of warmth of the ears after a whole day's worth of talking on different types of calls. So, yeah. Well, guys, we didn't say any prices yet, did we?
These Ionic 50 headphones are available for $349 all across the board, all three colors, and they're available just about anywhere you can look online for headphones.
Okay, and John, what was the price of the microphone there?
The MV5C is $99, USB digital right near your computer. And then the MV7, which is the bigger brother, the dynamic podcasting streaming mic, is $249. And both of these products are shipping as well. This one's available in black and silver.
Okay. And Shure.com for all your needs, right?
Shure.com would be a great place. We have a ton of virtual bundles with stands and stuff for microphones. And I know Sean's got a whole bunch of stuff cooking on the headphone and listening side. Shure.com for all of your shopping needs is a great place to go.
Okay. And Sean, I'm sorry, did we say the availability of the Ionic headphones?
Ionic 50 is available in all three colors as of a month ago. So the black and the brown version have been available for approximately 4 or 5 months. And that white tan version has just been made available about a month ago.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, thank you guys very much doing this little tag team thing here and learning a little bit more about the Shure products. I appreciate it very much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage, NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. We're here with Jonathan of Yamaha. How you doing, Jonathan?
I'm great, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Why don't you tell everybody your role at Yamaha? And of course, we're going to be showing off a cool new saxophone. So you go right into that. So go ahead.
Yeah, man. So my name is Jonathan Goldman. Again, I'm the product manager for wind instruments here at the Yamaha Corporation of America. And we're going to talk about the new digital saxophone, the YDS 150 digital saxophone. We have had so much fun bringing this thing to market and messing around with it and getting it in the hands of artists and players and really seeing what this thing can do. It's just been a great journey, a learning process and a great journey for us. The whole main thing about this is we really want people to be able to explore their musical side, whether they are new to making music or whether they are experienced musicians or somebody that used to play back in high school or college, and for whatever reason, life took them in a different direction and they want to reconnect with playing an instrument, playing the saxophone later in life. And the digital sax is just a fantastic vehicle for anyone along their path of their musical journey.
Okay. So tell me, it's all one unit, right? You don't have to break it down or anything, do you?
No, you don't have to break it down at all. It is all one unit. The mouthpiece assembly does come off. But for storage and putting away in the case, it does not have to come off. You can leave it fully assembled, and it's kind of that it's ready to play when you are. It does have a battery power option. You can play 4 AAAs, or it can be USB powered via the computer. It has USB MIDI. You can plug it in, work with any popular digital audio workstation. You can use it as a synth controller. You can just use it as a practice tool. I think one of the greatest things, uses that you can have for the digital sax is if you live in an apartment, or you have roommates, or if you have small children, or just any place where an acoustic saxophone might not be the best choice in terms of keeping your neighbors or the people that live in your house happy. You can just plug your headphones in this thing, and it's completely silent. The only thing somebody might hear is the little clicking of the keys. So you can use it on an airplane.
Just like with me being a drummer, the silence is better and you get the sounds, and that's great. Let's talk a little bit about the keys. Are they?
Sure.
Are they? How are they? Well, first of all, this instrument's not a beginner instrument. It's not an intermediate nor advanced instrument, correct? It's just one.
It's in everything. It can be for somebody that's never played a wind instrument or even never played any instrument before. So I kind of view those customers as, this is another choice somebody could make if they wanted to learn music, as opposed to picking up a more generally recreational instrument like guitar or keyboard. They could now pick up this digital saxophone if they want to learn the saxophone instead.
Okay.
If somebody isn't a player, whether they be an entry-level player all the way through a professional, then there are uses for the YDS 150 for all of those levels of performer.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Why the straight look, this soprano sax look to it, instead of like a tenor sax with the little curve?
I'm not really sure that. I think the thought was just it's a simple setup. Mm-hmm. It's less complicated in terms of creating the actual brass bell that is used on it. I think it's just the way everything lined up from an ease of use perspective that made the most sense. But I think the important thing was more about getting the key layout right than the shape of whether there's a bent bell or not. Okay. The key layout is taken directly actually from the layout of the Yamaha Custom EX Alto. There's a couple of little tweaks here and there for that straight instrument style playing, but for the most part, a transition from the YDS 150 to an acoustic saxophone is very complementary in terms of how your fingers work on the keys.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how these keys work, because the one thing I always loved about playing a saxophone was that whole idea. You're just sitting there, and all of a sudden you hit the pads and go that little tappy sound. And of course that's with almost any reeded type instrument. So the next question is, how responsive are these keys as opposed to like from a saxophone itself?
Sure. Obviously they're plastic, so they are lighter to the touch. They move faster generally than a regular saxophone, but it's a very natural feel, like the motion, your fingers going up and down. It's very comfortable. It's easy to adjust to it. And the cool thing about the digital sax is it comes with a mobile app that has the ability to adjust the sensitivity of the response of the key. So you won't feel a difference, but if you're used to putting your fingers down at a certain speed and having certain delay in how the sound comes out, you can adjust the digital sax to a more normal, natural feel to that.
Okay, so if you're a beginner and you picked up a saxophone and you feel that these keys are too heavy, you could actually adjust that to make the response a little bit better, till you can work up your fingers to get into that, correct?
Yeah, you work more the speed of the response. You're not adjusting the actual weight of the travel of the throw of the key. You're just adjusting how fast the digital side, how fast you hear a response.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
it's
if you
more
were
personalization than anything else, but if you're, you can kind of dial it into whatever's most comfortable for you.
Okay. But if you were a beginner, how how it, well, it's going to be about the same response time as down the line, and of course as close to a saxophone as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, I think I just answered my own question there.
I love when that happens.
Yeah. So the tones, of course, you could do a saxophone, you could do a clarinet, you could do. How many tones are in this unit?
So it comes with just over 70 onboard sounds, 50 of which are actual saxophone samples of real Yamaha instruments. So we have samples from all the EX lineup of soprano, alto, and tenor. We've got custom Z samples from soprano, alto, and tenor. We've got the 62 Barry. We've got a bunch of different styles of saxophone playing. So we've got like that slap tongue Barry. We've got classical alto. We've got rock versions of all of them. And then there's just about 20 synth, like fun synth sounds that are built in. And then you get 20 open user presets. So you can go into the mobile app and you can define a bass sound, or not bass, B-A-S-S, B-A-S-E. You can define, you start with a bass sound and then you can manipulate effect and you can modulate that sound to something that you love. And then you can save it as you get 20 user presets. You can save it save on board the saxophone. So if you don't have the app up for some reason, you can just utilize that memory slot within the YDS itself.
Okay, perfect. Now we talked a little bit beforehand about, because a few years ago I developed Bell's palsy, which is one side of the face goes pretty much numb, and then or not numb, but it'd be no use out of it, and then it slowly came back. But I still have problems, like for instance creating an embouchure. So blowing into, this is a synthetic reed, so blowing into something like that, how much harder or easier is it to do on something like the YDS 150?
Yeah, as far as making sound on the YDS 150, the word harder never actually comes into play. It is as easy right out of the box as a recorder. And the beauty of that is the mouthpiece reed combination is really just there for the authenticity of how you play a saxophone. It's actually an alto sax mouthpiece, and the synthetic reed, but it doesn't create the sound via vibration of the reed with the instrument the way an acoustic saxophone would. So the sound is created via the breath pressure sensor that is below the mouthpiece, right above the onboard speaker. And all that's doing is reacting to the breath, the air pressure that you put into the instrument. So you don't need to be able to have those tight, firm corners. You don't need the perfection that's required to create a good saxophone sound right off the bat. Like, I'm a trombone player. When I try to play a saxophone or any other woodwind instrument that's reed based, I sound like I'm hurting a small animal. It's not pretty, but when I picked up the digital sax right out of the box, first note, good saxophone sound. And that all has to do with the breath pressure sensor. So really all you need to be able to do is blow into the digital sax the way you would a recorder, and you're going to get a quality sound right off the bat.
Okay. Yeah, and you can't really stretch out the to do the right sounds for your trombone player. So.
Yeah, no. Yeah, unfortunately. We do have an analog controller on the back that'll do pitch bend and kind of that whammy bar of the digital sax. But no, unfortunately, I can't do what I'm used to and just glissando all the way down.
If you called up tones like electric guitar or something like that, you can definitely do pitch bends that way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's a right on the right-hand side, to the lower side of the instrument, there's a thumb rest. It would be on the back from here. But there is a little analog stick, like a joystick, like you would have on a game controller. Okay. You get that on, kind of like what you get on an Xbox, really. And that there's different pitch manipulations, a portamento, and things that you can do with the analog controller.
Okay.
And so you can define those in the app too. So you can go either a half step, you can go a whole step. You can do a lot of cool stuff. It allows you to scoop into a note or bend down at the end of the note.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said that there's a battery on here, correct?
Yeah, it's double. It'll take 4 AAAs, or you can be hardwired via the USB-C micro USB-B port.
How long on the AAAs?
All depends on how much you're playing. The way I was using it, I think I was playing about a half hour a day, and I didn't have to change the batteries for the better part of over a week.
Okay.
But if you're a more serious player, like a real saxophone player, and practicing every day, it'll probably run through it a little quicker than that.
How would it connect up to, let's say, a mixing board console? Would you need a wireless unit? Would you need? Is there an XLR port or anything like that?
So no XLR 1/4 inch. What we have is a basic 1/8 inch stereo mini headphone out, but that can be converted to go direct out to a mixer. You can also go in if you went in through a pedal board using that. If you changed used adapters to get out to a pedal board, or if you were going through a computer, then you could go out from the computer through like a recording interface to a mixer. Obviously, as the chain gets longer, there's the possibility of latency and things like that to get in the way. But you could literally go direct out just from an adapter from the headphone out into the mixing board.
Yeah, because I'm assuming using that speaker would probably not be a good sound for that. But
no. The speaker is cool. It's fun to have right in that moment. If you've had a couple of eggnogs and you're got the family by the fire and you want to play through some Christmas tunes, or in my case Hanukkah tunes, or the little speaker, it's fun for that. But if you were looking to do a little more serious performance, definitely using the wired headphone out has a much more robust sound quality to it. It takes the level of realism of the digital saxophone sound and increases it by a significant amount. You get a little more of the audible reverb that's built into the samples. And then obviously if you're manipulating pitch using the app, or manipulating the sound using the app, it's a lot more present using the onboard output.
Okay, perfect. We could go on a lot longer. I got a lot of questions, but I think we'll leave it at that. Let's talk about price and availability of the YDS 150.
Yeah, so MSRP is $1,078. I believe the average street price we're seeing for is like $799. So that's what is all over the internet, and these are shipping now. They're available. You can get orders through any authorized Yamaha wind instrument dealer.
Okay, is the saxophone the only digital, or do you have a digital trombone?
Well, we don't have actual digital brass instruments. I think it's kind of an interesting thing to bring up, because for years, we're talking since the early 90s, Yamaha has had a practice environment for brass instruments called Silent Brass. Mm-hmm. And it's a practice mute that fits into the acoustic instrument. I use them pretty much every day here. A few years ago, we updated them with fantastic new sound technology, but it is a practice mute that's designed to work with an acoustic instrument. And we've always had questions from people: when are you going to do a silent brass for, or silent something for saxophones, and so this, for people that are looking to really utilize this tool as a practice tool, this is kind of it. So yeah, we don't have digital brass instruments, but we do have a way to create that kind of digital practice environment. And because it has the same kind of headphone output on the converter box, like this one has, like the digital sax has, you could utilize the silent brass for live performance through a mixer, through a PA system, through a pedal board. I've seen a lot of trumpet players and trombone players do that over the years, where they run it through and put some chorus and flange on it and delay, get some angry stank on the sound, and
angry stank. I like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think all of us that are my age played in a ska band at some point when we were younger. So we all really, back then, in the 90s, the silent brass was pretty popular, and it still is to this day. So we all messed around with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, USA.yamaha.com, well, for the US site, of course, Yamaha.com for international. This has been awesome. YDS 150, I'd like to thank Jonathan, I'd like to thank you for coming on and explaining this whole thing to me. And we'll see if I can get one in the shop and see how easy it is to start playing saxophone again. Get some Kenny G going.
Oh, man. Yeah, this thing's perfect for it. Like, I think we have a Kenny G patch right on there.
Awesome. I'll have to grow out my hair. So,
all right.
Well, Jonathan, thanks a lot for coming on, and you have a great NAMM.
Hey, thank you, Jeffrey, for having me, and thanks everybody for watching. Check out the YDS 150 digital saxophone, and I really appreciate the time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Okay, we're here with Greg Wilson at Bowflex, and you guys got a couple things coming CES. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your products there?
Yeah, indeed. So we have a all new line of bike, elliptical, and treadmill, or elliptical to Max Trainer, but they all have a Journey platform. And so it's a digital platform, subscription-based, that is personalized to you and allows you to do multiple things within it. And so the first thing is we actually want you to achieve your goals. And so it starts off by asking you, what are your goals? And so it gives you a menu of 8 things you can click on, and you choose 3 of those 8. So then it actually starts saying, okay, I don't know what you want to achieve. Now we want to put you through a fitness assessment. And so on the Max Trainer specifically, it'll take me through, and since it's a hit trainer, and you can sprint on it, my first thing it's going to do is to say, okay, give me your max power in a short burst. So I go as hard as I can. And then the next step is it'll say, okay, during this fitness assessment, now we know your peak power. Now we want to figure out what your endurance is. And so it gives me a 75% target of the sprint I just did. And it asks me to do that for as long as I can. And then there's 2 other iterations of endurance after that. So basically it gets peak power, an endurance assessment, and it's a 4 to 14 minute fitness assessment timing, depending on your workload or your ability, basically. And then after that, it starts prescribing new workouts. And so I can come on and say, I want to work out for 13 minutes or 15 minutes or 25 minutes. And it'll actually tailor the length of the workouts to you. But then over time, it actually starts to realize, like, okay, Greg just did this much power for this amount of time. Okay, he's actually getting fitter, and it'll prescribe and re-prescribe workouts to you, tailored, personalized to you. But within that, the great thing is we actually can do it in a few different ways. So there's trainer-led content, which is a coach telling you when to sprint, when to recover.
Is that a subscription model then?
Yeah, this is all part of the Journey subscription. So the great thing is with this one Journey subscription, it's good for everybody in the household, and it works on the bike, the Max Trainer, and the treadmill. Okay. And it has off-product videos in there, so kettlebell workouts and other barbell type workouts and off-product workouts. So it's beyond just these 3 cardio pieces.
And I'm assuming there's a full app for when you're not on the elliptical or the bike.
Indeed. Yep. Indeed. Yep. Yeah. So if you have it, on your phone or your tablet, you can have the app on there as well. In fact, we have we have a Bowflex C6 bike, which is a very basic console connected via Bluetooth to your tablet or phone. So, you bring your own device to that. These are all touchscreen, high definition touchscreen.
Okay. Now this is an elliptical. This isn't a stair climber, correct?
It's a bit of a combo. So think of it as an elliptical that's turned a bit more vertical. And the benefit is you can actually sprint on it. You can actually put a lot of power into it. With a standard elliptical, it's actually hard to put a lot of effort in and go at a really high pace.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of doing this motion, if you will.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I like. For me with ellipticals, I like to do this more than this. And it sounds like that you have the ability to kind of adjust from here to here, correct?
There's no height adjustment. No, you can't. What you saw me doing is the actual path, if you will, right?
Oh, it doesn't angle or anything like that?
No. It's this motion. It's an elliptical that's turned kind of more up in an up fashion again. But
Okay.
still in a lift pattern. Yeah.
Okay. But it's not like a stair climber. That's what I wanted to get. I'm
No,
not
it's
getting
like an
to.
old traditional stepper or stair climber. No, but it is a more vertical path of an elliptical. That's
And the arms did move on that, correct?
Yep, the arms move, and I have multiple hand positions from up high, which I can really bear down and sprint on, or even kind of down beside me, or even a static or fixed hand position with contact heart rate.
What's the footprint on that? How big is that for an exerciser?
I think I'd have to look it up, but it's under the 4-foot range, if you will. So think small indoor cycling bike. It's in that same footprint.
Okay. Okay.
So as far as ellipticals, to go from a traditional front drive elliptical, it's about 18 inches shorter than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so that would be good for smaller places.
Yeah, indeed. It's really, really compact compared to a traditional elliptical, for sure.
Okay. What kind of price points are we looking at with this?
This 10-inch is $19.99, and then your Journey subscription is $19.99 a month for the entire household.
Okay. There's no annual plan. It's just a straight monthly plan.
Yeah, or we have a $149 a year.
Oh, okay. So there's okay, perfect. And then you said you had a bike too.
Yeah, we have a bike as well. But before I move on to the bike, the other thing I wanted to say about this Journey subscription is unlike the others, we actually allow you to watch Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, or Disney Plus. So you already have a subscription to one of those, or maybe all of those. You plug that into the console, and then you can sit here and watch an episode of Friends or whatever. And we're still coaching you. We have a little, you're watching the program, but we actually have a target range that we're coaching you in and out of.
Okay, so the screen there that I'm seeing is not going to connect up to Disney Plus. You still have to have another device to do that, correct?
No, this screen doesn't. You just have to key in your username and password.
Oh, okay. So
the Netflix or Hulu takes over this whole screen.
Does it run off of Android, or is it a Chromecast, or how does that work?
Android. It's an Android-based console.
Okay.
So basically, think of this as a personal computer with a touchscreen that's just like your TV in a sense. But behind all the layers of that, we actually have an exercise device.
Are you guys going to start making TVs now? I'm kidding. But it's actually good because now you've got something, and I'm assuming that there's going to be developers that also make other types of apps so they can get third-party programs on there. Now, I'm not talking just exercise, but also when the newest subscription model comes out, you'll be able to put that onto the system, correct?
Yeah, so this updates, so at night, if we add more content or more videos to this, as soon as you power it up in the morning, it connects to your household Wi-Fi and then puts the new content on there. But additionally, on specifically the bike, but all of these will work with Zwift or Peloton. So if you like using the Zwift, racing, bicycle program, we actually have on the bike, I can show you, we've actually got.
Yeah, let's go over to the bike. Yeah, definitely.
So under programs, I'll scroll to the bottom, and we actually have workout with Zwift or workout with Peloton or other favorite app. And so I just choose, if I want to do Zwift, I just click on Zwift, start pedaling. But it is not Zwift on this screen. That is something you have to bring your own device for. So you have to have your own tablet. And we actually have a media holder right here in front of you. So you could watch kind of content on here, but then you have the Zwift, which is paired via Bluetooth. So you're getting your power metrics and your speed, cadence, RPM linked into Zwift or the other third-party Peloton or whatever.
Okay. And tell me about the bike there. Otherwise.
Yeah, so we launched a C6 spin bike or indoor cycle bike about a year or so ago. And then just recently this August, we came out with a Velocore, which is the whole crux behind it is when you're on an outdoor bicycle, you're not in a fixed motion. So we said, how do we actually make it feel more like an outdoor experience? So we literally just made a pivot in the back, and then there's a button here that I actually can press down, and then I'm leaning side to side. And so
Oh, wow. Nice.
So if we would choose Explore the World content, I could go through Ely Pass in Ireland, or Oxford in the UK, or Shangri-La in Yunnan, China. So I pick these Explore the World videos, and I'm literally on a road or on a path riding around in a true real world environment. And all I'm doing is just saying, okay, I'm going to follow the path of the road. But instead of being in a basic fixed position, which is not very natural.
Yeah. Is there side to side resistance to that then, or?
There's no resistance that I can control, but it does get firmer as you get further out, right?
Okay, so you don't feel like you're falling off the bike, yeah.
Sorry.
So it doesn't feel like you're falling off the bike.
No. But there's a motion to it, right? So if you're concerned about that, then you just leave it in the locked mode, and then there's no flexibility to it. And so I would say for a new user, mount and dismount of it should probably be in the fixed mode.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I can do it, no problem, but it's the first time you do, you're just like, wait, what's going to happen? Am I going to really lean? No, it's a very gradual lean to it.
Yeah. Okay. And how much are we talking with the bike?
So we have two models. We have a 16-inch console at $16.99, and then this 22-inch, which I have here, is $21.99.
Okay.
And they're both available.
But it's the same bike. You can actually get a different monitor for it, right?
Exactly. Exact same bike, 100 levels of resistance, 2 water bottle holders, multiple hand positions. It comes with a Bluetooth heart rate armband, and then the only difference, like you said, is a 16-inch console or 22-inch console.
Okay. Where do people go for more information?
I'd say bowflex.com. Yeah.
All right. Well,
and we've got all the bikes, the Max and the treadmill, but then also we have more about the Journey content, the Journey digital platform.
Okay. And once again, the elliptical, what was the prices on the elliptical?
$19.99 on this BM9, which is launching this spring. It's $19.99. And then we have another version, which is $14.99 today, the M6. I have a treadmill if you're interested.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
We'll hit it real quick. It's not, in terms of content, the great thing about these is between Bike, Max Trainer, and treadmill, they're all the same subscription. So once you have this Journey subscription, you or whoever in the household, and you log in, it's all on you. And all of the actual content for videos and off product, we even have, exercise ball core, there's a stretching routine, we're constantly adding, other workouts with kettlebell and whatnot. But once you put in your Amazon Prime, Netflix, or whatever your entertainment option is, then that's in there for you, right? You're off and running. You don't have to keep logging in every time. It's the thing you have to do is say, okay, this is logged in as James. I can be on there, and you could be on there, and you just pick your name, and then you're off and running. The good thing is the content and the workouts, since you did the fitness assessment, it's prescribing and giving you, say, hey, Greg, you typically want to work out between 20 and 30 minutes, so we're going to kind of give you that range. And we know what you're capable of in terms of effort and endurance. And so we're going to specifically give you those to try to meet your goal.
Okay. And what's the price on that one?
This treadmill is with the 22-inch screen, it's $26.99.
$26.99? Okay, perfect. Do you have other models?
Sorry.
Do you have other models with size screens or?
So this 22-inch will launch this week.
Okay.
The is already in market, and it's $19.99.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks really nice. I wish my treadmill looked like that, but something from the 70s. But it's time to do some upgrading, right?
Some real key features to this, real quick, is it has a negative decline, so 5% negative, and it goes to 20% incline. So, which is a pretty steep incline. So steep because we actually give you additional hand positions when you're in that really high vertical position, so you're not, want to slide off the back.
Yeah, the decline I kind of like because sometimes you walk down a hill and you really feel it. So it'd be good to actually exercise those muscles for that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you get that decline. Your knees and the muscles around your knees are a bit weird because you never do that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, all right. Well, thank you very much for the tour of the three. And so all they have to do is go over to Bowflex and that comes out. You said that comes out in the next week, and then the new stair climber comes out in this spring, correct?
Yeah. It's April-May timeframe. We can get a better date to you, but then the treadmill, indeed, this week.
All right, perfect. Well, Greg, thank you very much for your time.
So thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Sean of Tascam. And, I had to miss NAMM last year, so I didn't get to miss my yearly conversation with you guys. And so last time I talked, you guys had the 108i and the 20, something like that, for the units, but you've unveiled some new ones. So tell people what your role is with the company, and then let's talk about the product.
Sure. Those products you're talking about, Series 102i interface and the Series 208i interface. Mm-hmm. So my role with Tascam is I'm the product specialist. Educating people on the products, teaching them how to use them, and just being a general knowledge base to try to get all that information out there. But yeah, we've got some, as of this year, we're unveiling a new series of interfaces. There's 3 interfaces in the series. They're called the USHR interfaces, as you can see here. So previously, we've had the US series. This is basically an upgrade to that. HR on the end of this stands for high resolution. So bit depth and sample rate has been upped on these units. So you can now record up to 24-bit 192K audio formats with these. I'm going to pull up a separate camera here as well real quick. So you can see the full series right there. The 1x2 HR on the top. You've got dedicated XLR and dedicated 1/4-inch input on this. The 2x2 has 2 inputs, which are combo jacks, XLR 1/4-inch, and then on the bottom is the US 4x4 HR. 4 channels on there. Each channel has both XLR and 1/4-inch input. They all feature phantom power. Heavy duty metal chassis, so you can take these with you. They can take abuse if you drop them off the table, or if you are taking one of them on the road with you, to wherever that is, and things happen. So these are rugged, they're durable, high quality microphone inputs. They're great, and they're not just for musicians. They're great for content creators of all types as well. As in with all of our interfaces, we usually have proprietary control panel, control settings software that comes with these. And it's no different with the USHR series. However, with this, we do have a great feature that is a one-touch loopback audio button in that software. So what that does is routes all the audio coming through your computer through the interface. So if you're doing, say, podcasting or something like that, and you have guests on via Skype or Zoom, and you're playing music from YouTube or Spotify or whatever for this, and you want to record it all, you can just set up a channel in whatever DAW of choice that you're using, click that loopback audio, record it, and now you're recording the microphones that are going into the unit plus everything else that's coming through your computer system. So that's really great. Also, that is a great tool for game streamers like on Twitch. So you can, very fabulous for that. There's a lot of different uses for these.
Does it have the mix minus that some of these podcasters look for in a unit?
As in the TRRS jack on there, it does not.
No, the mix minus where they can the audio goes back to them without the echo.
Yes, it does have that.
Okay.
The key to that, if you're doing the loopback audio and you're recording, the key to that is to not input monitor your track. So if you're recording and you have it input monitored, you will get that echo. And that's as far as I know with any interfaces I've used that are loopback. That's what happens. So just don't do that, and you're good.
Just don't do that, and you're good. Yes, I like that. Okay, so it looks like also support for things like OBS, and so if you're doing any type of video stuff, you can put that right in there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another great streaming tool with that, and is absolutely supported with OBS. Just plug it in, and you're ready to go.
Okay, and of course, you guys have Cubase, which you work with.
That is correct. There's software packages that come along with our interfaces. It's the same here with the USHR series. There's some really great packages, really great software in this packages, such as, like you said, Cubase, Amplitude. So you got a whole host of different software to help with music creation.
Okay, and do the devices also work with iOS devices as well?
Yes, they do. Yeah. You need actually, let me step back on that. I'm not sure about the 4x4. On the 1x2, yeah, you can definitely get the USB-C to Lightning adapter and plug that into your iOS device and be good to go on that. Also, something I didn't mention before, these are USB-C bus powered as well. So you can just plug them in, no power supply needed. The only caveat to that is with the US 4x4 HR, if you're using phantom power, the USB-C bus power is not enough to give you 4 channels of phantom power. So you will need to plug that in with an external supply.
But all of them also do plug in as well, right? On their own?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So if for some reason your computer is not pushing out the bus power, then you can plug them in to make that happen.
Absolutely.
So, okay. So ultimately, these are we'll start with the 1x2. Is it?
Yes.
And so that's one input or 2 inputs in. How many? What's the?
Yes,
ratio?
That's 2 inputs in, as you can see here on the top. There's an XLR input and a 1/4 inch input in there.
Okay. And how does it output? I see a headphone jack, but I'm assuming there's something on the back.
Right. On the back, you have RCA and outputs on there, as well as you have 2 RCA inputs as well.
Okay. And then, of course, the USB input-output technically there. What about with the other 2 units?
Sure. So you go to 1/4 inch on those 1/4 inch outputs. The 2x2 has 2 1/4 inch outputs, whereas the 4x4 has 4 1/4 inch line outputs on there, as well as the 2x2. They have MIDI input and output on them as well, so you can connect a controller to that and use software instruments as well.
So with the software, could they be used as like an auxiliary out?
With the MIDI control, with the MIDI?
No, with like the 4x4. You said that there's 4. Okay.
Right. Yes, you could do that. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. And then the software has that. The last time I used it, has the software changed in any way? The mixing console software?
No. With the USHR series, the software that goes into it is not necessarily what I would call mixing. It doesn't replicate like a mixer or a console of any sort. It's mostly just control over, say, buffer size, which you can bring all the way down to 4 samples if you want to get the most out of your processing while tracking. But also, that's where you control the loopback feature. It's just a 1 button you click, loopback goes on there. You can select whether your channels coming in are stereo or mono. Just basic settings controls. There's not an actual, say, mixer panel for this.
So no EQ, no compression or anything like that?
Right, that's correct. Not on there. The series interfaces that you mentioned earlier do have that sort of feature too, where there is a mixer, reverb, compression, EQ on there.
And that's part of the package that you get with the hardware, right?
Right. That's the control panel for the series interfaces.
Okay. Any other features that we're missing out on that you wanted to talk about?
On there, no, not really. Just the MIDI in and out on the 2x2 and 4x4. which is awesome, because the part of the software package is Sample Tank, which if you're not familiar with that, is just a virtual instrument suite, and it comes with quite a few instruments, and then they're always coming out with more sample packs for that, so you can always download those and get those and have a whole host of different sounds, for your songwriting needs. With that, loopback function supports OBS, up to 24-bit, 192K audio formats. We've got the Ultra HD DA microphone preamps in there. All around, it's a really great package.
Okay, perfect. Now let's switch gears here, because you said that you wanted to talk about a microphone, and I went, what? So what microphone are you showing off?
Sure. Well, I don't physically have them here with me at the moment. We have to have beautiful photographs taken of them and everything for the release. But a lot of folks don't know that Tascam has been making microphones for quite a while. We've got condensers. We had a drum microphone package to mic up a whole kit. We've got gooseneck condensers. We have, omnidirectional tabletop microphones. There's a lot of stuff we have. But we have two areas that we've not really hit before that here in the next few months, you'll see these coming out. We have the TM70 dynamic broadcast microphone. So this is going to be something very much in the vein of a Shure SM7B or say an RE20, something like that, where it's made for broadcast. And, those microphones tend to have that punchy, thick, low mid to it, and it just lends itself to that sound that we're all used to. So we're going to be having that. There you go. Pull them up on the website. Yes, this is the TM70 top address. This thing sounds great. I think that you could absolutely put this up against a SM7B and an RE20, and I think that you might have a hard time picking that out of the lineup. We got the metal chassis on here, so this is going to be very durable. It's, you're going to, if you travel around, mic things up, or, do your podcast on the road, whatever, it's going to be very durable and it's going to set to last. The other microphone that we have coming out that I'm pretty stoked about as well is the TM82, and this is also a dynamic microphone. This is more along the lines of some other classic dynamic mics that you might be familiar with, like a 57 or a 58, maybe an M80. So this is going to be a live vocal microphone that you can also use in the studio. This is also great for miking instrument cabinets or, say, snare drums. And there you go. Again, with this, we've got the metal chassis on this. So once again, it's durable. It's going to last. The price points on these are lower than what you expect. This is coming in at $50, and the TM70 right under $100. So you can, these are quality microphones. This is our 50th year in business in 2021, and we've been making microphones for a long time, as well as lots of recording gear. Tascam definitely knows what we're doing in the field, and these are fantastic microphones. They sound great. I've not had a chance to use the TM82 on a drum kit yet, but I really want to put that on a snare top and a snare bottom and see how that sounds.
Yeah, I'd do that, but my electronic kit probably wouldn't make much sense. So,
well, you got to mix in that mesh sound, or
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. The TM70, is that a phantom powered microphone?
No, that's a dynamic microphone. So
it's dynamic. Okay.
So not phantom power.
Whereas the other brand that you talked about has something like a cloud lifter that's needed to push out the sound. Will the TM70 need anything for help like that?
No, not at all. This is going to be coming in at a fantastic mic level right off the bat. So once you bring in your gain,
got good power too.
The let me see here. The frequency range specifically. Let me see.
Because I'm assuming the 84, or I'm sorry, the 82 is somewhere around 50 to 15 kilohertz.
Right. Actually, it comes in at about I think it's 38 or 40. 70 is at 30 and cuts itself off at 20K. Yeah.
Okay. The 82, is that a cardioid or supercardioid?
That's cardioid pattern.
It's cardioid. Okay. So good noise rejection. So if a musician wanted to use it as a vocal mic, it would work pretty well.
Yes.
Okay. And what about the TM70? How's that work?
So the TM70 is actually a supercardioid. So that's great, especially with, broadcast, you want that as focused as possible. It's so in the, being supercardioid, the off axis rejection on that is going to really just, naturally filter out any sort of ambient noise. Some of the, kind of comes with a package. It comes with a mic holder, a desktop stand, and an XLR cable with that as well. So if you do, if you go with the TM70, it's going to come to you ready to set up and just use and start broadcasting. The frequency range on that, it's nice. I mean, you've got on the low frequencies, you've got a nice smooth roll off that's going to be natural sounding. And then you've got the bumps and some natural places where you'd expect it. Like there's a slight bump in the low mids, and then there's a little bit of a bigger bump in the high mids. Without adding, sibilance to your vocal. You're going to see that drop off before the 7K point where you're going to get hissy, S's on that. And then there's a nice subtle roll off up to 20K as well. So it's a very natural sounding microphone.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So we got microphones, we got mixers to put the microphones in. Let's talk about prices to get it all into your shop there. How much are we looking at?
Sure. All right. So, like I was saying on the prices here for the microphones, your broadcast microphone, your TM70, $99. And again, these microphones aren't out just yet. With everything that's happened in the last year, there's been, a lot of delays for a lot of people. No difference here. So I believe the TM70 is slated to be released in March, with the TM82, which clocks in at $49. To be released in April of this year. And so those are nice, budget-friendly alternatives to some of the more mainstream microphones that are in their areas. And then with the USHR series, let me see here. I have a hard time remembering these price points on these ones.
That's why you got a computer in front of you, right?
I know, it absolutely is. Let me see. Well,
if you don't have them right away, it's not a big deal.
It's okay. All right. So the Tascam US 4x4, $199.99. That's great preamps, just great build quality, a lot of versatile features that you have there for under $200. The 2x2, $149.99, and finally the 1x2 comes in at $99.99. Okay. So you could get a broadcast package here on the low end for $200. Be ready to just come home, plug it into your computer, and start broadcasting right then and
do
there.
Some podcasting, record some music, or whatever, or do both.
Exactly.
Start a podcast about recording music. How's that?
Yeah, there you go.
So lots of great options there. So Tascam.com for all your information.
That is correct. Tascam.com will get you everything you need.
All right, perfect. Sean, thank you very much. Awesome to see Tascam at NAMM, of course, every single year. I can't wait till we get back together and we can actually have this conversation in person. And we'll try and get some stuff into the shop and do some reviews on there. So once again, thanks a lot to Sean. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be in touch. Thanks, Jeffrey. Much appreciated. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here. We got Daniel from Vmoda here, and you guys are showing off, some great headphones. I've been wearing a couple versions of them for many years for any type of music that I do. You guys are announcing some new stuff. Why don't you tell us what's new for CES 2021?
We are. So what's new for CES 2020 is the M200 ANC, and the ANC stands for active noise cancellation. And what we've done is we've taken the silhouette of our best audiophile headphone, the M200, which are basically studio monitors for your head. And if you're not familiar with studio monitors, they're basically those huge speakers that you see at studios. And the concept that we really wanted to bring to the table with those is that you don't need to spend thousands of dollars to make sure that you have the right speakers, that your room is perfectly sonically treated. That can cost upwards of thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah.
So the concept here is to create the flattest, and everybody says that they want to have the flattest or that they have the flattest frequency response. But truly, when you compare it apples to apples on a frequency spectrum, you'll notice that the M200, and there's information available online. I don't want to kind of get into all of that, but there's information online, and you can actually see the frequency spectrum and say, you know what, it's true. So we've taken that headphone, that M200, and we've kind of redesigned it so that we can now have our very first active noise cancellation product. It's $499. It's a premium product, but what it really gives you is both a wireless and a wired experience at a very high quality sound. So Bluetooth, as we all know, isn't very high quality sound. There's a bit of latency involved into it, but with the M200 ANC, we've included two brand new codecs, the aptX HD codec and the AAC codec. Well, AAC is not very new, but what that is AAC, let's say you own an Apple product, you'll be able to get CD quality sound through either an iPhone or let's say a MacBook. And the aptX is really there for those premium sort of Android products or those premium laptop products that have that high fidelity Bluetooth codec in them. And so those two codecs will allow you to have really high quality sound, and you get high res certified audio through the analog input as well. So there's a regular typical headphone jack inside of these headphones. So I'm wearing an older model.
Are these the headphones that you're talking about?
These are not. I'm wearing an older model, but the concept here for wireless and wired applies here. So which is why I'm
assuming the headset is not out yet.
The headset is not out yet. It comes late February 2020, early March 2020 into stores here in the US.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll continue on then.
No problem. So aside from having both wireless and wired connections, there's now an app that'll allow you to set your EQ. So within the app, I don't have it with me right now, unfortunately, but within the app, you get the ability to choose between 5 different presets, and you can adjust those presets too as you like to make sure that they're exactly how you want them to sound. And of course, there's a manual setting. So if you want to go in and adjust the EQ preferences on the fly, you could do that. And as well, there are 10 levels of active noise cancellation that you can set the headphones at. And you do that within the app itself as well. And the app, of course, is available on Android and iOS.
Okay, perfect. Now you said that it's going to use the Bluetooth molding for the phone or the computer. Does that include things like Dolby Vision? Is it going to be certified for not Dolby Vision, but Dolby Sound or
Dolby
anything
Surround?
like that?
Yeah, unfortunately, these aren't certified for Dolby, for things like Dolby Surround. Okay. It's the concept again is more of like a 2.1 type of setup, and it's not really intended to be a surround studio type of setup.
Okay. And how many drivers are we talking about inside the ear itself?
We're talking about 2 40 millimeter drivers, so one on each side.
Oh, okay. Straight up one each. Okay, perfect. Yeah. And what do we know? Any type of frequency ranges that? On this?
It's 10 to 40K would be the frequency range for this particular product.
Okay, perfect. Now, you said that it's coming out late February, early March at this point in time. Of course, that can change as it goes. What kind of price points are we looking at for this?
We're looking at, for this particular headphone, this one is going to be our flagship model. So it's coming in at a luxury price point of $499.99.
Okay. And then you'll be able to connect a cable to it to hook it up straight up or go wireless, correct? Or I'm sorry, Bluetooth wireless.
Yes. Exactly. So you can either plug it in wired if you want to, if like, let's say you've got a laptop or you've got a high fidelity, maybe like a receiver or a headphone amplifier, you can plug those in as well. It does come with the extra cable, and it does come with the mini jack to 1/4 inch jack converter as well. So you do get those options. And it does also come with the headphone, the headset adapter to plug into a plane as well. So that 2-prong adapter for an airplane, it also comes with that.
So is there any microphone inside the headset at all?
There is. If you utilize the Bluetooth portion of the headphones, you'll have a microphone available that way. So it's going to be wireless. So you get a wireless microphone that's built into the headset.
But wired, it's just a straight up wired cable, no headset to that.
Yeah, so the wired cable with the microphone is actually an optional accessory with the M200 ANCs.
Where do people go for more information?
For more information, v-moda.com, so v-moda.com.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time, Daniel.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at geekazine.com. All right, we're here with Mike Sexton and Targus, and of course, I've had Targus cases for a long time. I could probably pull out cases from 20, 30 years ago. You guys have been around for over 30 years, correct?
Yeah, 37 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. And but now we're how do you get better with backpacks? Well, you got some extra stuff too, but why don't you tell us about some of the stuff you're talking about at CES this year?
Yeah, so a lot of things, and really what we're focusing on CES this year is how to work safer, how to work smarter, and how to work anywhere. And so we have a number of products that we're introducing, two of which I'll really kind of deep dive into with you. But a lot of people know us as a company that's made bags for a long time, and we certainly have, and we do, and we have a great antimicrobial 2-office backpack, we're calling it, that really has all of the main materials, the internal materials, and then all the touch points have been infused with antimicrobial material, which allows the user to be very, very safe. And we call it a 2-office backpack because it was designed with the idea in mind that most of us will be working from home for a long time to come, if not all the time, at least part of the time. And so we'll be able to move back and forth between the traditional office and a home office and take all of the things that you need with you. And so it's large enough that it'll hold a full-size keyboard and all the other items that you might want to carry back and forth. So that's a great innovative product we're doing.
Well, plus if you're traveling or something like that, then all of a sudden it becomes a great item to have, stored a day or two's worth of clothes and your laptop and all the other stuff too as well.
Yes, exactly. It also has some detachable pouches on the front, so you can really customize that experience just for you and how you need, or maybe just take one of those pouches with you for a short little adventure. So really great, and continuing that heritage that we have in the bag space. But that's actually one of the products, and the other ones are more on the technology side of things that we're working on.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us about the one I'm really interested in is that UV light that you had there. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's a UVC LED disinfection light, and it won a CES Innovation Award this year, so very excited about that. It really came out of us talking to our customers during the pandemic and understanding how we could help them allow their employees to return to work safely, and how consumers at home could have a work environment that was safe and disinfected all the time. And so we looked at other industries and landed on healthcare as a great inspiration. They've been using UVC light for many, many years because it's effective against a broad spectrum of microorganisms. So we've brought that product to the desktop now, and we've created a device that sits on the desk right typically between a keyboard and a mouse and your monitor, and it's automated. So every hour, it tries to run a 5-minute disinfection cycle. And I say tries because it has motion sensing technology in it. So if it senses motion, it won't start. If it's already running a disinfection cycle, it'll automatically stop if there's motion that comes into play.
Well,
And
that's
that
great.
5-minute
It's kind of like
cycle,
it's kind of like my cat's litter box. It'll do that same thing. So it won't disinfect it, but it cleans it anyway.
yeah,
Continue.
no, it is. It's on. Yeah, well, just like your cat's litter box, you don't have to interact, right? It just once you set it up, it does its thing. And I think that's a really key feature and advantage of our product versus some of the other ones that are out there in the market.
Okay. So what's the square footage of disinfection then?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of an odd shaped area because it's where the light shines down, but it's about 10 inches front to back and 26 inches left to right.
Okay.
There's 3 UVC LEDs in it, and then there's an ambient purple light so that you can see that active disinfection area.
Okay.
The motion activated safety. Go ahead.
I'm assuming that it has to be a certain height. If you try and make it higher to get more of the area, it's going to be less effective, correct?
Right. Yeah, it's designed to sit on the desktop, and so it would change the performance if you elevated it.
Okay. How does it power? Is it USB powered or a plug-in or what?
It plugs into the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, plugs into the wall.
So it's very portable. So you could run it on your kitchen counters if you wanted to do any type of disinfection or by the bedside or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can set it wherever you want. And, I said keyboard and mouse, typically what's going to be in it, but you could really put anything in there. If you want to set your smartphone in there, keys, a mask, you name it, it'll disinfect it if it's sitting in that active disinfection area.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't even need it by the computer. You could have it sitting on their front door. You could have it sitting next to your gaming system. You have the game controller sitting on the console or something like that. And that's just disinfecting it. And then when you're ready to play, it just turns itself off.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, that sounds awesome. I've been seeing a lot of the enclosure things, like the little clamshell things where you put your phone in and you close it down and then it does the disinfection. So this is the first one I've seen that doesn't have that type of enclosure. Is it more or less or as equally effective in disinfecting it as something like an enclosure?
It depends on the product, certainly. But one of the advantages that with the boxes, and we think they're great, and we'll likely bring some of those to market as well. But you have to remember to put your device in there and then remember to take it out as well. I actually was testing one the other week and I lost my cell phone. Where did I put it? And I realized that it was in the box. So
out of sight, out of mind, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. This one just kind of does its thing, sits there all the time, and you don't have to think about it. As far as effectiveness, UVC light in general is very effective against, like I said, a broad spectrum of microorganisms. And so, depending on the specs of the products, it's going to be very effective.
Okay. And I suppose, the next product, you disinfect it and then put the tablet back into this case. So tell us a little bit about the tablet. The other product.
The Tablet Cradle Workstation. It's a cool product. We have a global tier 1 relationship with Samsung, and we've been working with them for a couple years now. And this is a product that's a direct result of that relationship. If you're familiar with their DeX desktop experience operating system, this product is intended to expand on that and really enable it in a great way. And so you can take the tablet, slide it into the cradle, and then all the connectivity that you want is right there. Connects up to an external monitor, keyboard, mouse, Ethernet, you name it. That's what it's there for. Okay. And this product that we're launching here at CES is a second generation, which really adds security features. There's a lock on top of it, so you can lock your device in there, leave it overnight in your work environment, and not be afraid of theft. It also can be secured to a desk, really kind of bolted right on down, and it has some cable management technology with it. And then the connectivity I talked about, we've done that in a modular way. So
you can take advantage of a series of modules that we've created. Or if you're a major customer and you want to customize a module, we'll work with you on that and make just the connectivity configuration that you want.
Okay. For the security, is this the Kensington security or a different style?
There's a couple. There is actually a Kensington socket so that you could lock it that way, but there's a system of bolts that you can run right into the bottom of it, or there's it's basically a desktop harness tube that'll slide through a grommet in a desk and allow you to pass cables through there and then secure the product as well.
Okay. And is this just for the Samsung tablets, or is there going to be one for an iPad or anything like that?
So right now it's going to be for the Tab Active 3. We're working on a Tab Active Pro, and then we're also exploring an iPad version as well. So it's based around USB-C. So that's the idea there. We just have to create the mechanical cradle in order to hold it properly.
Oh, okay. Okay. And when is that going to be out, or is it out now?
So it's going to be out in the March-April timeframe.
March, April. And same thing with the UV-C one?
Yep, same timing.
Okay. And then you have one more product, right?
Yeah, so the other one is, again, it's a DeX-inspired product, which is a USB-C phone dock. And the idea is that you can bring in a USB-C smartphone and really power that whole desktop experience. You set the smartphone in it, and it enables the connectivity that's on board the dock. So HDMI, USB-A, SD card sockets, Ethernet, and USB-C PD pass-through, so that you get power and then the USB-C connectivity as well.
Okay, and that's for anything with a USB-C, not Lightning right now.
Correct. Yeah, that's USB-C, and with the latest smartphones, especially the latest Samsung devices and 5G, there's really enough power in those devices and great connectivity that you're able to drive that desktop experience without issue. And we think that a lot of our customers that are deploying devices to their users, they may just be able to give them a smartphone instead of a smartphone and a laptop or desktop. And it really becomes cost effective and very secure and enough power to run their daily life.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I just pulled out a laptop a couple months ago that I used to run with all the time, and I was looking at my smartphone and I was looking at the laptop and realized that didn't even hit the power of my smartphone. So that totally makes sense for a lot of these devices. So tell us prices and availability for all this stuff.
Yeah, so the antimicrobial backpack that I talked about, that's $119, available this spring in that March-April timeframe. The UVC LED disinfection light is $299 SRP. Again, that'll be available in March-April. And then the tablet cradle workstation and the USB-C phone dock, same timing. We've got $299 on the tablet cradle workstation and $109 on the USB-C phone dock.
All right. And Targus.com for everything, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Targus.com. You can learn more and check out all the other great products that we have there as well.
Okay. They'll also be in market retail shops, Amazon, I'm assuming, too, as well?
Yeah, we sell through e-commerce. We sell in many retail stores around the world, as well as directly through our distribution and enterprise sales network into B2B.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Nicholas of
Beat Connect.
Beat Connect. That's right. I have my other screen now occupied with the screen share, so I don't have the web page up. Beat Connect. You first of all, you haven't announced this yet, have you?
We are just announcing it right now. I've been working on this baby for the past year, kind of alone in the dungeon that you see around me.
Okay.
Just started unveiling it. We did our session earlier today and unveiled it to the public for the first time.
Okay. Well, you're the founder. So what is Beat Connect?
All right. Well, let me tell you a little story. This might resonate with anyone who's made music before. I love making beats. I love making music with my friends. When the week is over on a Friday, I rush home. Well, I rushed home pre-COVID, grabbed all my gear, as quick as I can, get it in the car, try to beat the traffic to make it out of town to go see my friends so that we could set up and make music all weekend. And because I'm in such a rush, I forget a cable. I can't plug in. I can't make music. I've just so frustrated.
Yeah.
And I've thought about this for a long time, especially because all my friends live so far away. I've always wanted to make music, during the week or whenever I wanted. COVID kind of happened. I ended up with a little bit more time than expected. So just took a shot at it, worked on it a whole bunch until it started to work. Finally, it wasn't crashing. And we were able to make music. And I think it's just a ton of fun to do. And if it's fun for me, I'm hoping it's going to be fun for everyone else too.
Okay. Yeah, it should be fun for all of us that are making music. What is it?
Yeah. So, right. Yeah. So I gotta kind of explain. So Beat Connect is a VST plugin that goes on your master output, and it works with any DAW and will allow you to connect and collaborate on music. And the beauty of this approach of having it as a plugin is that it means that anyone can use their setup that they're used to. Most producers are kind of religious about the software that they use because it's so complicated and it takes so long to learn. So all your favorite instruments, your effects, you could still use them. Whatever setup you have, it's all good. Connect with anyone seamlessly, no matter what system they have. Beat Connect will sort out all the audio issues for you, and then you could just focus on the fun part, which is making music.
Okay. So this is in real time. So if, let's say I was on the drum set, I'd be sending you that audio. This is all audio only, right?
This is audio only, but there's some tricks to work with MIDI as well too. Seeing is easier than believing, I think. It's not exactly like Zoom. It's not 1, 2, 3, then we all start playing at the same time. It's not made for how can I say, live jamming. What it's made for is composing songs and collaborating. Typically, all right, let's say I was going to see my friends. He's got his MPC. He starts doing some drums. He'll put a drum loop up in Logic, and I'll say, oh man, I like that. And I'm fooling around. I got my guitar. I start messing around until I get a lick that I like, or, on the keys. Then I'll put that in there, and he goes, oh yeah. Then he'll do something with a shaker. Maybe he'll drop another sample, and layer by layer, we start sequencing, adding stuff, and we start building up a song. And that's the workflow that's there. So you'll have almost like a mini sequencer. Everything in there is in real time. So think of like Google Docs, but for music, where you could just do, and everyone is the owner of the song. Everyone could see the sequencer. Everyone can participate in moving stuff around, chopping it, and building up the song.
Okay, so they see the DAW. They can control the DAW, and so you could have it set up there, and you could walk away, get a peanut butter sandwich and a glass of milk, come back, and you have a cowbell part all recorded.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you can go to sleep and come back. You don't even need to be online at the same time.
Okay.
Once you connect with someone, it creates a virtual studio, which is permanent. So all your samples, your projects and stuff are there. So if you have a situation where you're working with someone, maybe not in the same time zone as you, they're around the world, or maybe, you're a morning person, they're a night person, whatever, you could open up the project, drop your parts, leave. The next time you open it up, maybe they added their stuff. So it's really handy for that sort of thing. And I really hate messing with stem renders and Dropbox and that whole nonsense. So the whole thing is built around user tools, everything kind of integrated within your environment to make it easy to see and use.
So the is the computer set up at there's like a host house or something like that, or how do when I want to record my shaker part or cowbell part, where do I connect up to?
In the Beat Connect interface, it literally is a sequencer. So what you're seeing on my screen now is my DAW Reaper. And when you're going to see Beat Connect, it's going to be its own kind of sequencer, like a DAW in a DAW. And as crazy as that concept sounds, that's kind of how it works. You would just pick the track that you would want to record in, hit record in your sequencer, and then you could start playing. You could drag and drop files if you want. You could play live if you want. And like I was mentioning earlier, there's some tricks that are in there as well to make it easy to bring in pre-recorded material. So, like a lot of people use drum machines where they click in the notes and stuff like that. Again, you don't have to mess with renders. There's some functions to bring that in.
Okay, well, I guess showing me would probably be the best way to explain it. So let's see what's going on.
Cool. So I will build something up. Let me just start my server over here.
What do you mean by start your server over there?
Because we're running a demo right now, so I didn't want to connect to the public with everyone else. I got a special demo server with all my special demo stuff. All right, so I'm going to add bconnect.
Okay.
So you could see the plugin right there.
Okay.
And I'm going to make sure all my audio is routed into it. So I've just put it into my master. And this means it's going to capture everything. I'm just going to connect to my demo environment right now. And boom, I'm now in bconnect. What you're looking at over here, this main sequencer part, this is kind of where the magic happens. Everything which is going to be here is going to be in real time. And you'll see once I connect and I invite my friends in, even their mouse cursors is there. Sliders will move in real time. We can all adjust things. Most of these controls are going to be really familiar for anyone who's done music before. I mean, play stop, obviously, volume, turning things into mono, stereo, etc.
Okay.
So this is where we'll be recording. And on my left here is the hub where I could see all of the studios that I'm participating in.
Okay.
So virtual studios, like I said before, once you connect with someone, they're in your studio permanently. So you never need to invite them again. You could always just go to that same studio.
Okay.
And you can have as many as you want. So if you're doing different kinds of music, maybe you're doing an album with someone else, or maybe you're doing blues with your uncle or something, you can group them by studio, and then it's easy to find your stuff.
Got it.
So I have been talking a lot. I'm letting my friend know I'm about to invite him.
Okay.
So I hit invite, and I'm going to invite Alex. We'll start with him.
Okay.
Boom. He's in. So you can see his mouse cursor moving around.
Okay. Is it different colored mouse cursors for different people, or?
Yep, exactly. It's color coded so that it's easier.
So if there's a third person that comes in, that will be a different color mouse cursor.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you could see who they are up here, so it matches the little circle, the colored circle.
It's like a Google Doc. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been kind of talking a lot. I think it'd be better if I did a little bit of audio so you could see exactly how the recording works.
Okay.
And because I've been demoing with some Brits recently, I've been in a jungle mood. So we're going to crank the BPM to 175. It's going to be a little bit quicker. I'll show you one of the features to bring in some MIDI. Like I got a drum loop, okay, which I have composed using this particular plugin. It's not very exciting, but it's there. And I'm going to use a function which is called record when play. And what this does is when I start my DAW, it's going to start recording right away, and it's going to just capture all the audio which is coming in. So I hit space to start my DAW, and my little loop is coming in. I hit space again, it stops.
Now I got aha in my head.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to show than to explain.
No.
I haven't really found the combination of words.
I have the musical Tourette syndrome, so I got a song already in my head from that drum beat. So.
Oh, nice. Oh, looks like Alex dropped some stuff. And I know he's working in Fruity Loops, and he's got a different sample rate, a different, the whole shebang is different from me. So now if I hit play, I got a little bit more stuff over here.
Got it.
So if I'm lucky, he's going to drop a few more things. Here we go.
Is this one track at a time, or because I'm a drummer and of course I can deal with stems. Can I do like multiple stems at a time, or do I have to do one at a time?
You could do multiple stems if you wanted to, just for the purposes of kind of showing the basics of bconnect. We're just kind of going one at a time.
Okay.
And and as you can see, it's a little bit longer, his thing. So I'm going to, maybe shorten this a little bit. I'll loop it. Just all the controls that you're kind of used to, you can kind of do. And I'll invite my next friend over here so you can see what 3 people at the same time looks like.
How many people total can you have?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I've set an artificial limit to 5 for the moment because that's how many little circles can kind of fit over here.
Okay.
But I haven't actually tested the upper limit of how many people can connect. That's something I gotta do. So for now it's 5, which I think should be okay for most bands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I can also. Oh, here we go. Joanne's also dropping some stuff. All right. So I think by now you can kind of see the point. We can all kind of move stuff around. So I can move my samples around. I can move his samples around, split them, whatever it is that we need to do to compose, we can do it. If we start running out of tracks over here, I can always add a few more. There's no limit. So you just kind of go to your heart's content.
Okay.
Just telling them that I'm going to save, so they should stop messing around. I'm going to call this demo song.
Is there a separate chat somewhere where you just told them that, or you went through a different program?
Yeah, I've temporarily disabled the chat because I noticed a small bug with it while demoing earlier today. I wanted things to go smooth, so we're kind of on the sly right now.
Okay.
I'm sending them little
But there
notes.
will be a chat
I'm the
eventually.
puppeteer.
Yeah.
There will be, yes, with video integrated as well too.
Oh, good.
That one is 50% done. I just need to actually finish it and again test. One of the challenges with developing a plugin is that every DAW is different. Everyone's setup is different, and there's always something which is messing up on someone's computer.
Yeah.
And before I add too many features, I'm like, all right, it's just got to work. I just got to get through, the basics and stuff like that.
Okay.
I don't remember if I saved, but I will. The projects are saved to the cloud. So this is, even if I switch computer or do something else, I can always relog into my account and open the song.
So that there's a server that you go to that I would log into that you run that holds those songs, right?
Yeah, like I picked a special server because I'm doing a demo, but for anyone who'd be using this, you don't have to do anything. You just hit login and it's going to send you to where it needs to go.
But what I'm asking is I can't say, okay, save all my stuff to Dropbox, save all my stuff to Google Drive or anything like that.
No, but you can export your songs if you want to. So if you want to get the WAV file, you can get the WAV file. If you want to get the stems, you can do that too.
Okay.
So you always have the option of getting stuff out there. And as time kind of moves down, I'll see if there's more integrations that we can do. It's actually kind of a cool idea to have it export to Google Drive directly.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. That's what I'm here for.
This is my studios over here. So I could create another studio if I wanted to. I could click on it. This is almost like flicking through channels, right? So if you can imagine that you have like a few people that you make music with, I can click here, see what's going on. Obviously in this case, because there's nothing there, it's empty, but I can go back. It's going to download right away. There's no real lag or anything like that. It goes pretty quick. Spent a bunch of time on optimization. So
when you record, what's the rate that you record at, and is it the same if you're pulling it off in this situation?
Yeah, it's actually going to match the sample rates of the users who are connected, ideally at the highest. So let's say me and you were connected, we're audio pros, we have gear at 192. It's going to synchronize and send samples and do everything at 192 without any compression. If someone joins in, like Johan, and he's got he's got his little MacBook, so he's running at 44K, it's going to downsample stuff for him at 44K. There's a lot of logic under the hood, though, to make sure that we don't resample too many times. I always keep a copy of the original to not introduce any artifacts in the audio.
But then we have a whole bunch of tracks at 192 and one track at 44.
It would get upsampled, though. So it would get converted. Honestly, to the ear, well, at least to my ear and my little speakers I have over here, I can't really hear the difference. If you're really a specialized pro audio person, you might be able to hear the difference. But if you're really specialized pro audio guy, studio, big name producer, you're probably working with other people who have similar high level gear. But the point is to be inclusive, right? The point is anyone can connect, drop whatever's you have. If you got a potato computer with, a broken sound card and the webcam is upside down, it's still going to work.
Okay. Let's say you have 192, but a horrible internet connection. Will it still work at 192, or will it pull it down to get files across?
No, it won't pull it down at all. It'll just take a little bit longer to download the sample here. That's all.
Okay.
So in this approach, I feel like what we're doing here is different, right? It's not like Zoom where, if the latency screws up, oh no, the audio's choppy, it's gone down, it's messed up. It's almost like an asynchronous/synchronous workflow. So if something takes a little bit longer to download, it's not really the end of the world, whether it's 1 second or 2 seconds for a sample to come in. As long as it's there and I can hear it and I can mess around on my side in my DAW to go, find some sounds or record some bits. That's all I really care about.
I'm going to throw one more idea out here because I was thinking about this. Let's say you bring on 3 people, and this is not for music. This is more for a podcast type thing. So they can record as they go, and then it ends up when it finally produces it produces the full track on their track line. So you could actually create a 4-person podcast with their own audio coming into this, where you could then do a whole bunch of editing and not have to separate people's voices out, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I would just have to make it so that when you hit record, there'd be some feature where it starts the recording at exactly the same time for everyone else. And then it would be fine. It would just work. And I guess you wouldn't even need to do that if the audio goes on long enough. Everyone would just need to.
Well, you'd have
just
a
do their thing.
some sort of sync thing where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that.
Yeah.
How long of a file can you create?
There's no limit right now.
Okay.
The longer the file, the longer it's going to take to download, of course. So if you're going to record a podcast, which I can imagine being, let's say, an hour long or something like that, I wouldn't expect those samples to download in, a minute or 2. I would give it a little bit of time depending on people's connections, but it'll go through for sure.
Okay.
It's pretty reliable in that.
So we're at NAMM, and I'm thinking of this, and yeah, I'm going a little bit off rail once again. But think of this: every year at NAMM, they have the drum circle, the percussion drum circle. But except I don't know if they're doing it this year or not. But you could literally have a whole bunch of people logging into this server. And then you have the main beat already in there, and each person could start contributing their own sounds into the drum circle as a whole, and then come out with a finished product.
Yeah, that'd be super cool.
Yeah.
I've thought about that. I mean, my vision for this is honestly, my dream is I could wake up, I go get my coffee, I'm still in my pajamas, well, like I am all the time, but I come in, I open BConnect, and boom, there's people making music. I go in and out, and all day we could just connect and kind of do stuff. I would love to have automated like remix competitions where a sample or a studio would appear just for like a week and everyone has to do their stuff. And at the end, everything gets published on the website. I mean, there's just so many kind of cool and fun things that we can do with this.
Have your favorite artist create some sort of track and then see who can layer the track the best way. Yeah, absolutely. So
imagine, right? Imagine there's a competition and some kid gets a chance to make a beat with Dr. Dre for 30 minutes and that gets streamed, right? How
Absolutely.
much, like how cool is that for the kid and for the artist as well, right? That's a really great way for them to connect with their fans.
They can also find a musician that's like, yeah, I like how you play those licks. Why don't you become my lead guitarist? Why don't you become, my lead bagpipe player? I don't know, whatever instrument comes into mind there. So we have we're going to show the finished model then, right?
The finished model
on what you guys created here.
I mean, this is BConnect as it exists today.
Okay. I thought you were going to play this.
We've just been cutting and splicing it randomly. Imagine just like an axe murderer attacking a pizza. I don't think you want me to hit play.
Oh, come on, hit play. No, do it. That's not too bad. It takes
that's not too bad for a random splice.
Yeah, a little bit tweaking it would actually sound more planned than anything. So no, that's awesome. And you said this is not MIDI. This is all wave samples because you haven't.
It's wave samples, but if you remembered at the start, I used this feature here, record one play, so I can just hit play in my DAW and it records what's in there.
Let me switch. Okay, the record one play. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So what this does is it says, okay, when the DAW is playing, record whatever is coming out of the DAW. So there's a lot of I see so many kids who are making hip hop beats where they click in the notes for all the piano and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They could do that. And then when they're ready, record one play and hit space and it's going to record. So that way they don't have to do a stem render. I think that's my big thing. I hate menus. I hate going to a web page. I don't like trying to find a file that I can't remember what folder it's in. So it kind of bypasses that sort of thing.
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. That's awesome. So, what you just released? Did you just release it today, or is you announced it?
No, I showed it to the public for the first time. Well, that's sort of live. We had like a half sort of open beta going on. I posted a few times on Reddit. There was tons of people responding. We got 500 signups. There's been about 125 active users in and out from all over the world who've just been logging in, telling me, "Hey, Nick, I would like this a little bit better," or just telling me the different bugs that they have. I've just been spending tons of times fixing it. I built this whole thing myself. And I'm starting to go a little bit crazy because there's some interest. So I'm hiring developers now, expanding the team. And I really want to build this and make something awesome of it.
I'm pretty sure that you can find some backers and things like that to make this happen, because this is pretty interesting. I'm really excited about how this is. I'm going to definitely show it to some musician friends. We'll definitely try it. Are you planning to do a subscription model, or are you planning to do, how is that going to work?
Yeah, it's going to be a subscription model. I don't want to break the bank or anything, and I know some plugins are expensive. I'm just guessing with the price right now, but I think we're going to go with $10 a month.
Okay.
Or $100 for the year.
Okay.
That seems to be less than some of the other tools that I've seen out there. It's enough to cover the cost of the data going back and forth on the server and the maintenance and things like that.
Well, if you allow them to do storage on different areas such as Dropbox, and they cover their own storage, then you can definitely keep a low price on that thing.
Most of the costs come from the data being sent. As soon as data leaves the server, it's called data egress, and that's where the meter starts ticking like electricity.
That's true.
So.
That's true.
But I also think that people want to make music with everyone else, and it'd be kind of crappy if I want to make music with you and both of us have to have an account. I've been thinking about a producer account where you can have some guests. So for people who, let's say, have a band, well, not everyone needs to have a license. You can get kind of a group license, which is less expensive, and then everyone has their thing.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking of is security. If you've got 5 people and you don't want anybody else touching this stuff, or you don't want people to find out that, Garth Brooks is on here making a song or anything like that, and then they try to get into either mess with it or listen to it. So I'm guessing there's going to be some security on this.
Yeah. There's tons. I've worked in software for a while. Music has just kind of been a hobby, and it's just awesome. I can kind of combine both. So I'm following all the latest, hoopla. But more importantly, the way BeatConnect works is, yes, there is an open kind of cloud that you can connect to, but there's also a possibility of me distributing a private cloud. So let's say, even I've been in talks with music schools, because this is really great for teachers and educators and stuff like that. They would want to host it on their own intranet and not necessarily allow any outside connections, and that's totally possible without any issues.
Okay, perfect. So for more information, where do people go?
Just go to www.beatconnect.com and you'll get everything you need right there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, awesome stuff. I'm impressed. I know, like I said, I want to send this off to about 5 different guys right now and said, hey, let's do this. Let's do this. So cool. So congratulations. Great job. I think this will definitely explode somewhere for a lot of musicians out there. So
thank you. I hope so. I honestly, like, if I can go on a little rant, this is a passion project. I don't want to turn this into something which is really annoying. I'm trying to build this with my needs and other people's needs, because I just want to have the best tool that I can selfishly use to make beats with my friends and stuff like that. So any ideas, I'm open to anything. And I think we can make it awesome. And I love that it works personally with every DAW. I think that if a major player in the industry would try to replicate this, they would have a tendency to lock it down to just their DAW, because of all these brand monopolies that are out there, which is something I'm against. Yeah. So it's my little rant.
All right. No, that's a great rant. Thank you. This is awesome. I can't wait to see BeatConnect out there, and we'll stay in touch, and we'll do some updates on how the program's going and everything like that.
Cool. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here with Mark, and Mark is with Axiom Armor, which really cool. I saw this, and it's just like had to have it on the show. And this is perfect for anybody looking for like a side gig or something like that. Why don't you tell everybody what Axiom Armor is and what your role is with the company there?
Yeah, so I'm Mark Pauly. I'm the CEO and founder of Axiom Armor, and Axiom Armor really came about a little over 2 years ago. I left my corporate job actually back in 2014 and started a repair company. So through that journey to date, and I still have the repair company as well, but we were able to service over 50,000 devices and really get an understanding of screen protection and what works, what doesn't, what the customer actually wants. And with like tempered glass and things like that, the tempered glass doesn't form to the edge. And it cracks, pretty much if you drop it one time. So we wanted to, for the repair stores, we wanted to have something that was really kind of revolutionary in the fact that something that was kind of a non-breakable, with some chemistry behind it that had some self-healing properties, oleophobic coating, all the stuff that people expect. And to have really the golden ticket with this particular system is having 6,000 plus screen protectors that you can cut within 10 seconds with one SKU. So during the journey with the repair stores and really not being able to find that, I decided I was going to go ahead and have something, kind of dream up this company that solves all these issues and checks all the boxes. And so I went to China in 2016 and solidified some relationships for manufacturing and that type of thing. And so Axiom Armor was born, and we just started selling B2B through our wholesale channel on our website literally 8 months ago, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of how it came about. Is just me and my journey to find the best and not being able to find it and going and having it manufactured.
Okay. So basically what this is it's an appliance that allows you to cut screen protectors. And not only that, but also cut for the phone. So it's like a wrap for your phone, correct?
Right. So we have multiple options per device. So you could do the front, kind of a case-friendly cut where it would come in just a little bit on the edges to allow for that lip of the case to grip on the front. Camera lenses, full body wraps, all that type of thing. So we do have vinyl-based patterns as well. That's specifically for the back for like making it different.
Okay. Well, we're going to cut one right now, and you're going to flip cameras. But before you do, what phone are we going to?
Oops, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. What phone are we going to cut?
So I figured that we would go ahead and use this. This is a Galaxy S8 Plus. So there's, the curved edges are one mystery that tempered glass really can't solve well. So that's why I chose this device to demonstrate.
Okay, yeah. Does that have the full curved edge on it, or is it just a half edge, or which one was?
Yeah, so it goes all the way around the side.
Okay, and that has the side display on it as well, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. So, all right, and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So get the machine booted up there. So we have several different options for film. Our classic film is what most retailers kind of go with. It's just kind of the normal one. Not that the other ones are abnormal, but this has a glossy finish like your phone screen already comes with. Some customers like the matte look on the front. Okay. It just gives it a little bit of a different look and feel. And then we do have our newest release, the anti-microbe film, which prevents germs from building up on the surface of the device, such as staph or E. coli. And this is certified by SGS. as to those numbers of removal of germs from the front, or from the device.
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and cut this one here. So it's super simple. You just load the film in. It runs on a cloud database. So the cloud database consists of, like I said, over 6,000 different cuts. And let's see here. So you can do phone, tablet. I'll get a little closer, eliminate some of that. Watches,
camera,
Nintendo Switch, things like that are in there.
Oh, there's my dot 3 right there. I didn't realize you could do an echo there. So, and we looked it up earlier, and some of my old Nokia phones are in that database too. So,
yep. So you would just choose the device that you're making a screen protector for. It's easier just to type a quick query and end up at exactly what you want. So there's different cuts that you can do on each device. The front, which is pretty much edge to edge coverage on the front glass, where it says with cover, that means with a case. So it'll cut about 1 to 2 millimeters short on the top, bottom, left, and right. The back film, and then the all inclusive. So for this, we'll go ahead and just go ahead and say we're going to be putting a case on this one, and as soon as you click the send button,
did that hook up on the phone? Is that Bluetooth enabled?
Yeah, it's Bluetooth. Yep.
Okay, so it's not going through the Wi-Fi or through a network from phone to printer.
Correct. Right. Okay. It's a localized connection. So then it's done. So you literally just peel the screen protector out of the backing paper.
That's crazy. So the cutting unit, it's like one of those paper cutters, not the big old axe handle type things, but the ones that go back and forth, right?
Yeah, very similar. It's a die cut blade that can cut any direction, and it kind of works in harmony with the rollers and moving the film in and out and that type of thing to gain the end result.
All right.
I know we had talked a little bit earlier about the liquid application. So some products, you have to spray. The reason for the spray is to line it up properly. So it's kind of a forgiving method, so if it's got liquid on it, it's going to kind of move around a little bit. So it allows the person doing the install to line up the screen protector properly.
All right.
So,
but this is not liquid.
This is not liquid, and I'm going to show you kind of what the secret sauce is here.
Cool.
We
like the secret sauce, definitely.
Yeah, it's secret sauce all up in this. So this is our microfiber towel that comes with the system. We send you several of these. So, I think they're like 19 cents a piece if you need to replace them. We don't make money on that, but it's just there for you to have. So what you're left with is 3 layers. So we kind of peeled this off the backing paper that went in the trash. You're left with this outer layer, which is just there to protect the actual film in transit. And then you have the alignment layer, which is kind of on the backside, which has this split right here. And I'll kind of demonstrate what that's for. This is a tacky layer. So this is in lieu of the liquid that we were just talking about. This allows you to say that you get it crooked, right? And you can just take it right back up. So it's not really bonded.
Okay.
And let's see if I can get this thing lined up with the angle I'm at here. So yeah, if you don't get it quite lined up right.
Yeah, you got a camera to work around too.
Yeah, I'm working around a camera, and the camera's on a chair. I'm kind of sitting in the chair, and it's just a mess, but yeah, we'll get it. Might not be perfect because I can't. I got 44-year-old eyeballs with hardly any light right here, so
it's perfect in my eyes. So
that tacky alignment layer, you kind of just push it down, and this allows for any residual dust that kind of snuck in at the last second to get gripped and kind of removed in this process right here. So you just bend half of it back and it ejects that alignment layer that's tacky that pulled the dust out and all that.
That's amazing. That is, because I've seen this done so many times, and usually you have to take your fingernails and peel on the other side of the layer and everything like that. And this is it's just sliding right off. That's crazy.
Yep. And then you just take your finger and go around the edges. So you just want to kind of push it down. All right, there we go.
Yeah, I don't see any air bubbles. I don't see anything like that in that.
Then you peel off that final layer, and that's what you're left with.
Wow.
If there is any,
I can't even see the seam for the protective layer.
Yeah, so if there's any residual bubbles that sometimes if you don't press hard enough with the squeegee, it might not eject 100% out. Yeah. However, they will permeate out because this is a porous film. Yeah. So that air over the next 4 to 6 hours will dissipate and go away anyway. So
yeah, and this was the curved. So we have the curves to deal with too, and that I didn't see any resistance on that curve side.
No, there I am. But it is the most flawless application. Like I said, we went on a search and I had to find something better, and this is what we ended up with.
Well, you did. You found something. Like I said. Well, I of course I haven't been on the cutting edge of screen protectors. No pun intended.
No pun intended. There you
go. It's from what I've seen for screen protector, especially you go into the store and you see all these little screen protectors sitting on a shelf or something like that, and you can't even find your brand of screen protector because your phone is either too old or you're the only person that has that phone apparently. So this is
right.
This is a new way of thinking about just wrapping your phone, and it's more than just the screen. It's the back. I'm assuming there's a way to put protection on the sides as well, and put a logo on it.
Yeah, so we do have corporate partnerships where we can have. So here's some of the back film. This kind of a protective layer on that, but it really feels like this particular one really feels like wood. It feels like the texture of wood.
Really? Okay.
And so there's different patterns that we have. Here's one that we've pre-installed. And this takes about the same amount of time to install as the front, but they're all highly textured, so I can actually feel that black raised ink on this particular cut. And yeah, they're just, we have with things for flower lovers, mountains, of course, camo, wood grain. We have several different options, and we're launching more patterns as well. We're also launching
I don't see a Geekazine logo in there. Can I print out a pattern?
So we're looking into that right now. We do have. Let me switch this camera back around.
Okay.
We do have another machine that's going to be produced that would allow you to print and then cut.
Okay.
So
probably not with texture, but that's I'm not looking for the texture.
It'll be a little texture.
Wood?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It's a UV ink. So UV doing that, it can build up layers quickly while it's curing. So yeah, it'll be probably third quarter, but it should be out this year.
For the layers that you have, what's the fadeability? Of course, if you leave anything out in the sun, it's going to fade. But would like 3-6 months, a year, 2 years, or?
I would say probably a couple years. This has been on this phone ever since the S10 series came out. So whatever, been a couple years, I guess, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
that sounds about right.
So I mean, and this is our demo unit. We take this all over with us.
Okay.
And it's a dummy phone. But nonetheless, it gets shuffled in boxes and travels in cases and stuff like that. So
okay. What about the new foldables that came out last year? Is that something that you could wrap over?
Yeah, the Galaxy Z Fold and the 2 as well is already in our database. Any of the flagship models, so we had the iPhone 12 series in there about a month before Apple launched it. So we always are day before or morning of launch, because we don't want our retail partners to miss sales, right? So if somebody comes in with a brand new flagship device, they want to get it protected, and so we make sure that the specs are ready to go and the cuts are in the database. It might not be every single cut day one, but you'll have the basic front and back that you can cut.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just completely amazed. Like I said, I haven't seen anything like this before, so maybe that's not the case. Maybe there's other. Are there other companies out there like this, or?
Yeah, there are a few, and most of which use the liquid install, which is just messy, and it's just not something that I want to do. Is put liquid on an electronic device and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Because things get damaged, especially when you're talking about a liquid crystal display.
Yeah.
The liquid gets behind that. You're talking about having to give the customer repair for free.
Yeah. And you were talking earlier about healing properties of wrapping a phone, which just like car keys. As you scratch a car key, it'll heal itself, so you don't have a scratch on your screen.
Right. So on a molecular level, if the surface of the screen protector gets mangled some kind of way, it will, over usually about 24 hours, with the heat, the regular ambient heat from your house or car or whatever, it heals. Now, if you take a Dremel and gouge it, it's not going to heal that, right? So
I can't take a drill to my phone straight through. It doesn't work that way.
You can absolutely do that. No, don't do that. The battery.
I can do whatever I want to my phone. It's just whether the screen protector will heal it or not. And I don't think it's going to heal in that case. So
it won't. No, sir. Not at all.
All right. Well, let's talk about price and availability. What guys were planning for CES? Are you planning to branch out as distributors? Or are you planning to bring it into people's homes?
So this is definitely a piece of equipment that you would have in mall kiosk environment, repair shop environment, a wireless carrier that sells phones. Anybody that sells phones, some of the larger companies that have government or corporate contracts where they deploy 500 iPhones. It's something that they can have one machine and then have one SKU to cut any devices to cut screen protectors for any devices for their clients on demand in like 10 seconds. You saw it cut. So it's about a 10-second cut job. And if I wasn't explaining it, it's just shy of 2 minutes cut and install. So it's really quick.
Can you do more than one on the cut, or it's got to be one at a time?
It's one at a time. The machine is not maxed out in speed right now, so it'll go a little bit faster.
Okay. But you don't have like a bulk, where it will pull out one, put in another, pull out one, like a multi-copy type situation.
No.
Okay.
No, but it's mainly meant. It's mainly meant for the retail environment. Some of the pros about this type of system is, where you would be able to stock one SKU and fit all 6,000 cuts that are in the system versus having one SKU per device.
Okay.
So the problem with one SKU per device is you never know what to order. You're going to be overstocked on some, you're going to run out of stuff, miss sales, and then having to clearance your dead stock out and things like that. This solves all that, and then some. And we're also going to be just kind of piggybacking off some of the warranty or the damage kind of talk about this. We're getting ready to partner with a company that's going to provide an insurance option for the screen. So you'll be able to take it to any repair shop locally, have it fixed, and get paid back for it if the product fails. So we're very confident about its ability to resist impact, to resist scratches, and that's something that we're going to be offering to our retail partners.
Okay. So if I wanted to get one for my business, what are we talking about price wise?
The equipment, we lose $17 on it. It cost us $517 landed, and we sell them for $499. So we lose $18.
$499. Okay.
Yeah, $499 for the equipment. Get this here. The screen protection runs $3.50 a piece, so it's very affordable on a wholesale level.
Is that the matte or either the main ones, the non-printed ones?
Right. So the printed ones are going to be a little bit more expensive, but let me go grab this. I actually thought I used the last one for the demo, so I got this one over here. Let me just get this price pulled up right here. So because we just lowered the prices on everything as well. So this is $3.50 for the classic, and the matte is $3.50 as well. The anti-microbe runs $1 more. Okay. So it's just the properties that cost extra to actually have that manufactured.
Yeah.
And then the back films are $6.99 for the pattern back films.
Okay. And then of course when you get the printer out, then that'll be a whole different set of prices, so you can print out whatever you want and get a cut. So
right.
All right. Yep. Where do people
actually
go for
more? We lowered our back film to $4.99. I just remember that. We just did that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, they'll be coming to the website for any type of price information. So let's get them to the website. Right. Where do people go for more information?
It's AxiomArmorWholesale.com. So if you're a retailer, you want to pick up the machine, we have hundreds of machines in stock ready to ship. We have tens of thousands of pieces of film. So we're pretty well stocked up for CES specifically. We've kept our UPS truck in business for sure, and hope to do that, for the coming weeks.
Where are you based out of?
We're based out of Central Virginia, a little town called Bedford.
Oh, okay. Bedford.
You've never heard of it?
Oh no, I have. So
really, have you?
But yeah, I went through there once. Do you do the international as well?
Mm-hmm. We do. We have partners in 23 domestic states currently, 3 provinces in Canada. We're working out partnerships with a large organization in Australia and India right now. So we're definitely doing worldwide shipments.
Okay, so you definitely, if you're interested in that, give them a call or an email or something like that, and go from there. So, all right, this was amazing. There's a lot of stuff here, and I just thought screen protectors were screen protectors. Silly me. And I learned a lot there. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark, for everything that you did. And just an amazing thing right there. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. This is next. This is a company called Igloo Home. And what they have, just call this up over here. There we go. It's a smart lock box. And this is more for business to business, but you can buy it for different types of consumer things. This is kind of like a hide key. If you've ever met a realtor to go to a house and they had to go through a lockbox to get a key, this is that. Except this is digital face. And the best part is that it's controlled by the phone in direct contact, near contact with the device here. So let's put it up over here. So this is the Igloo Home Smart Key Box 3. Stores house and car keys. It can store other things. You know, I was thinking to myself, gosh, it'd be kind of fun to do like a geocache type thing and put something in here and then possibly do it that way. So the Smart Key Box 3 has the Algo Pin technology. It allows owners to remotely grant access without users needing to download or use an app. So not sure how I got that. I got how that works, but I got the app here already loaded. Let's go ahead, and this is going to be more noisy of the cellophane. So let's go ahead and take out right there. Let's go ahead and make some. So flip over here and we'll zoom out a little bit. Let's go ahead and tighten this up a little bit. Focus this in a little bit. Yeah. And let's open this up. There we go. Once again, it's got a sleeve, so let's bring that sleeve out. Put that down there. And come back over here. Let's open it up. Hello, it says. Hello. Welcome to Igloo Home family. This is the beginning of your new smart access journey. Congratulations on your new Smart Key Box 3. Now, they got some QR codes on here to learn about the Smart Key Box 3. So we'll set that there. Let's go ahead and pull this out. Ooh, that's fairly heavy. It's not too bad. And that's pretty much it in this box. So let's go ahead and take this nice little box. Other things too. And then let's go ahead and pull this out. All right. There it is right there. And what this consists of is got a dial. It's not an actual, it's a digital dial. And I'm pretty sure this is a touch interface. There's different ways you can access this. One is via a key. One is via doing the touchpad, and then the app itself. So it looks like we got, I don't know if that's for the app, that QR code right there or whatnot. We have a serial number underneath, and we have a little thing right here. This is where it looks like a USB-C. Well, that's surprising. There wasn't a USB-C cable to charge it in, so you'll probably have to get yourself one of those. And go from there. So, did I say how many hours of charge this battery was? Oh, there we go. Let's open it up. Oh, we got stuff inside here. So let's go over here. Let's zoom in. So inside it says important. Please screw the battery cover tightly. So there's battery down here. Yeah, we can put it in. So this is just a hello and serial number, so it doesn't have any instructions on there. But I do have the app loaded, so I'm gonna call the app up. All right, and from here it says pair a new lock, so we're ready to go there. Let's pull out there's some foam in here. Maybe you can keep the key or not. We got a little screwdriver in here. That's probably for the battery. Looks like we got some sort of screw and anchor system. Now the cool thing about this is, and then the lock for up here, I guess. Maybe there's a spare locking system. I don't know. Now the cool thing about this, and what was surprising is I thought there's two ways you can use this. You can use this for a home, or you get the added accessory, I guess, and then you can attach it to a car. So like, let's say you're selling a car or something like that. You can have the key in the lockbox. It hangs over the window, so they can pull the key out, and then they can take the test drive, come back, lock the key up, put it back in the window. So that's a possibility right there too. we got so many different things here. It says pair new lock. Let's see if we can turn this on first of all. If it doesn't turn on, if we need to charge it, then that will be the first thing. I don't know if we've got any type of juice in here yet. But, oh, and on the bottom, looks like here, we got some more QR codes. So I'm guessing that these QR codes are what, QR code right here is what you use to get the app for your phone. And then in here, we have like little hooks so you could probably put your key on there. Or lock or screwdriver, or got a remote control. Let's do the remote control. Let's put that in there so it can protect that if we wanted to. So let's see. We might not have batteries in here either. I'm assuming this is why we got a screwdriver. Take these screws out. Oops. If not, I'm taking this apart. Ah. Yeah. Easier said than done. It does not want to. That back screws don't want to come out. Like, no, I want to stay in. I want to stay in. Read a book. Watch a movie. All right, that's out. Do that. There we go. All right. Okay. So it looks like we need some AAA batteries. I think I have some AAA batteries. So I'm going to flip this over. I'll be right back. Give me a second. There we go. So I'm not exactly sure what that USB-C on the bottom is for then. But I'm putting in some very generic batteries. We'll leave that open. There we go. Look at that. Now we heard something. There we go. So now this is all lit. All right, perfect. Now, we'll see if we mess this up. Did it just lock? I don't know. Anyway, let's pair a new lock. It's saying check your network. Oh, looks like I lost my Wi-Fi network here. All right, there we go. All right, so select property. So I think pair a new lock. There we go. Add property. And we're just going to say home for the property there. Zoom out a little bit so you can see what's going on. And region. I can put my home address in there. There we go. And we'll hit submit. And looks like next. No, home. There we go. Next. Next. Select the model. That was a keybox 3. Please keep the lock open and place palm over keypad to activate the lock. Pairing in progress. And I might have done something by closing this. Hopefully, lock paired. Okay. And we'll say lock 1. There we go. Or lock 1. Lock 1. There we go. So now it's unlocked. Oh, there. Oh, nice. So now that's paired, we should be able to lock and unlock it. So there we go. By the phone. There we go. So now let's put this back together. Maybe. Go. 3. And 4. All right, perfect. So now we'll close it. We can lock it from the phone. Maybe. Let it lock on its own. And then we can unlock it from the phone. And it's unlocked. Now there's a way to change this with okay. So we can turn this into a regular deadbolt style lock. And I think that's through actually taking these screws out, and we can take this piece out right here. But I'm not going to do that because that's, this looks like 4 screws. That's a little bit of work there. But you get the general idea. So now it says new firmware available. We'll worry about that later. Access. Let's see. So there's a pin right there, and I'm pretty sure I can change that. So there's 3, 1, 2. So I'll go ahead. I'll close this up. I'll hit if I hit the lock button here, now it's locked. So now I can put in this pin, this 312 987 98, and it just unlocked. So perfect. So if I change this here, and we'll do, let's see, we'll do 8675309, repeat pin 8675309, confirm. It's gonna now pair. And now I close this up. I'll lock this up. I'll try that. I'll go blah 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 blah. Unlock. Nope. But if I go 8675309, hey, look, I got it. So that's the Mojo. Or sorry. So that's the Igloo Home lock box here. Key lock 3. And inside there's looks like little places to hang keys, so you could have more than one key in here and then have it nice and locked up. There we go. Let's get started, and let's start doing some unboxing. We got right here a smiley face. Hello, how are you doing? I'm me, yay! Okay, no. This is what's called the Mojo Pick. The Mojo Pick is a voice-controlled emoji car LED system. Let's get it on the overhead here. So what this is, it's a bright emoji display built-in battery to give you the recharging of up to 300 hours. Voice controlled integration with the two assistants that, you know, when you say AMS, then you know what I'm talking about. And you know that if you've ever watched me before, I try not to say, I say alle. I don't say the actual term, the word, the full word that activates your Echo. But of course, this can connect up to a couple different services, including alle right there. This is smart and simple. It's wireless control, so you can get the app on your phone. And I think maybe I didn't download that app. Let me just check really quick because that's important. Emoji pick. There we go. There we go. And I guess I didn't. So let me do that really quick. And we'll go from there. So that is done. That is downloading. I have a feeling I'm going to have to log in or to sign up for something. But anyway, so this is the box right here. Now, what I'm thinking of is, yeah, we don't do too much driving nowadays. So how cool would it be to actually have this in your window? And you have different reasons to have this in the window. Like, for instance, let's say you have a package coming and you have to sign for it. You could put this in your window and say, hey, driver, don't leave. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. You could put it on your door. You could, and since there's a battery in here, you could hook it up right on your screen door. So they come up to the door, they see that thing flashing. It's like, hey, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. And then they'll ring the doorbell a couple times and go from there. So pretty cool. You can also put it in your car. Absolutely, that's what it's made for. So you can definitely do that. So that's what I'm thinking here. So let's go ahead and let's get this cellophane off. There we go. And we'll hear the ASMR right here as we take the cellophane. How nice. All right, there we go. And of course we have the little sleeve here. Let's go ahead and remove that sleeve. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now, with that said, that done, we'll set that over here. Let's go ahead and go over to this one, and let's open up the box. There we go. Look at that. Emoji pick. There it is right there. Emoji pick wireless emoji display. Multiple LED system right here. So we've got, looks like the wireless terms of use, the warranty, and user manual. Let's see how it looks like. It folds out into one big sheet. So you'll want to have some room to show how it works. But user manual, probably different languages as well. Yeah, so got that. Now we have this big old thing right here. Oh, that is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Look at that. That's a nice panel right there. I could figure out how to even set it up behind me and have this thing on, you know, like right here or something like that. And it's a little display. Let's see, how many LEDs do we have? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33, 32 by 32 LEDs. So that's pretty interesting. And of course we have the, looks like we have there, and we got some things happening. Okay, there we go. We got the over here. So we got some plastic we need to remove on the suction cups here. So we got some suction cups which have a little bit of a stickability to them, and they on the side, that's got a little turn thing to kind of stick them to a window. And I'm not sure how that works just yet. So we got little clamps on the bottom, so that's probably how they stick. But they do have a little bit of stickability to them. And one on both sides, so you can put them onto your windows and then pin this up from here. There's probably a button around here. There we go. That's a button. Nope, that is not a button. Let's see, let's see if we can find some buttons here. Up, they're on the bottom. So it looks like we've got our DC volt in here. Let's go over to this camera because you could probably see it better. And up, there you go. And let's zoom in. There we go. There we go. So we got DC voltage right there. And we got a couple buttons, the on-off button and the next button right there. So on-off and next. Hello, I'm right here. Focus in. Focus, focus. Hold on a second. There we go. So let's hit the auto button here. There we go. And we'll turn that off so it doesn't unfocus. So yeah, we got the on-off and the next button right here. So I have a feeling if we hold and press and hold that, look at that. Look at that. Empty. Empty. Like my life. Empty. I was going to say something else, but yeah. Yeah, and then of course there's nothing in here, so we got on, off, so that's basically it. So that turns it off. So we get a little smiley face when we turn it on. Cool. Let's get this unboxed. Got a couple sleeves here, here, there, up, down. Where's my mouse? There we are. All right, so we have to, and I have to watch that. Okay, let's go back to mail. Let's do that. Come on, there you go. All right, so we'll pull this up. And here is a nice long cord that goes to your cigarette lighter. Is it really a cigarette lighter anymore? It's just more of a place to plug your stuff in. So inserts in the back of the truck, so I could have this plugged in and not have to use all that cord. So that's that side, and then on this side, it looks like we have nothing. So that's interesting. I thought this was going to be a USB, but I guess it's not. It's a Canon or what, I can't remember what they call these things. These little plugs. So you'll have to, if you decide that you want to plug this in anything else, then you'll have to get the right plug there. But I'll just set that there. And let me just double check. There's nothing else in the box. So let's go ahead and move the box out of the way. Hopefully we have enough battery. It said hours of battery. What is it? 300 hours. So I think we're good. So we're empty. Now send you notifications. No, I don't normally do that. So we're gonna say accept on that. And it's going to say, hey, how would you like to log in? Registration. Let's do that. And that. Yes. All right. Now, next up, it says Mojapic would like to use the Bluetooth. So we'll say, okay. Make sure we're focused in here. There we are. And it's asking for a vehicle number. I don't know. We can add serial numbers. We can add, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go into the devices. So it sees the Mojapic right there. And so we're going to hit that button. And I believe, there we go. We got battery level here. We got nothing in here. We've got no games in here. And screen mode is constant. Turn off timeout in 53 seconds. We could change that. You turn it off. That turn this off. Oh, we turn off the turn off timeout. Okay. Voice control. So we can turn on voice control. We can change the brightness right there. So lots of different functions. And then the brightness, you can kind of see that change as we go. Nice brightness there. All right. It says 0 drawings, no uploaded drawings. So let's go over here. We're going to start. We'll just start with a simple 3D GIF. Okay. Well, to USA. It's transferring it right there. I think it's transferring it. Okay. It still says empty. And it's upload. There we go. It says uploading right there. It's taking a little time to upload. I'm doing that. I'm going to do that so I don't get any phone calls. Let's just bring this up just so you can see what's going on. There we go. 6, 7, 8. And this is an animated 3D GIF, so that's probably why it took so long. And there we go. Look at that. Got a nice American flag right there we could put into our back window. We got 3D GIFs. We got emoji, of course, if this is emoji pick, and that would make the most sense right there. Speaking of which, there it is right there. So we could be winking at you. And let's see how long that's going to take to upload. Oh yeah, the upload's a lot faster. Now it's got storage, is my understanding, in there, so you'll be able to change this up pretty quick. So there that is. Now let's set this down. So if I hit this next button, there we go. It can go through the different emojis right there. So we got that. Nice. There's a slot machine. That's interesting. Let's see how that does. Is that going to be different slots or what? All right. It's just a 777, or is it going to change? Let's hit the next. So go American flag. We'll go with that. And then, I don't know. Is there a way? Yeah, sorry about the flicker on there, but you know, that's how the cameras work sometimes. So let's see. Probably some way to do that. I can also draw on here. I got drawings, I got favorites. There we go. We got the, okay, there we go. So this interface right here shows us what we have uploaded in here. We got voice control ticker. We can go ticker, and we can say ticker, and we can say my ticker text, run forest, run, or cancel. Let's put in my own text. How do I put in my own text? Ticker. Oh, I see. Okay, so right there. We'll go Amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. And now we'll say run forest run. Okay, there we go. And look at that. Nice and slow. There's got to be this. I bet you this speeds it up a little bit down here. There we go. That's a better. Amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. Woohoo! There we go. And you can see it here, and you can see it here, which is pretty cool. So we just created one. We can also do some pen drawing. So let's see. We'll just do something simple. Change the color a little bit. A little red in there. Looks like we have a good focus of color here. So we'll put a little blue in here. Oops. Why not? Apply. That's what I wanted. All right, put some dots in there. And then go ahead and how does that? Then in here somewhere? Not yet. So we painted. Oops. How do I undo? Oh, there's a save up there. We'll leave that at. Actually, we'll fix that by. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. So now we'll hit the save button. Now we'll say save. Image name required. Oh, there's the name. So we'll go test. And then we'll save. And now it's saved. So now if I forward through, maybe it's not up here yet. Nope, it's not up here yet. So if we go to nope, that's not what I wanted. Go here, library, maybe. No, these are my pictures. That's interesting. How do I put this in? Real time. Oh, there we go. Look at that. So I drew, although it's not doing real time draw there. I have to go slow. Go a little slow. Here, let me grab my pen. And I don't know if there's a way to clear this out. I don't see a good way to clear it out, so we'll just fill things in. There we go. And yeah, okay. Needs a little work. There should be a little pass through or something like that. Clear it out. And we'll just do a Z. Look at that. So it doesn't. I think they need to do a fix on that's an app fix. That's tomorrow that could start working again. So I'm not too worried about that. And there's the erase, so I can erase all that. Go bye-bye, maybe. And then of course, if I want to clear, I'll hit the clear button. So they got that option right there. I can generate a QR code. Let's see, from where is it? Link, right there, there we go. Amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. Generate, charge, and in charge. And then we'll hit real time. Well, it's somewhere in here. We'll have to figure it all out as we go. But we got some of these in here. And we can even clear the device. So we got 3 drawings in here. Let's go back to slot machine. There we are. I thought this would actually do some sort of slots right here, but I guess it's just a regular image. And it doesn't flicker like this from what you're seeing, because that's just how the camera's working. So got some settings here. Let's select. Go here. Clear it out. Small, medium, and large. We got the pen, so we could do some more drawing if we wanted to. There we go. Clear that out. You get the idea. So that is the Mojo pick, right? What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we have right here the Asus Zen 7 phone. I'm going to unbox it, and there's a real good reason why I got this phone. I'm going to talk about that next on Geekazine. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in a geek. You can find me on all the socials, including YouTube and Twitter and all that. Go ahead and like, subscribe, comment, that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. All right, we have right here the Zenfone Asus Zenfone 7, and we're going to unbox it. But first of all, I do have to let you know that I did pay for this with my own money. Nobody is approving the review, the unbox. Nobody has any say in how things go. All opinions are of my own over at Geekazine.com. I do have a review area at Geekazine.com/review where you can find out all my policies and procedures about reviewing products. All right, with that said, with that done, let's flip this over. Let's flip this up. We've got the Asus Zenfone 7. This was released back in August, plus 700 nits and about a size of about 6.67 inches by 6.67 inches. It can do up to 8K on your video. So if you are planning to shoot any video with this thing, you're going to have a pretty decent resolution. And if you think about it, 8K. I'm recording here. This is going to be in 1080p. Now, next step up is you have about 4K. So if you think about taking this video and putting it next to each other and then underneath, like a fourplex, 4 different screens, you got 4K. You do that once again, boom, you have about 8K, give or take a couple pixels here. So think about that. Instead of my video that I'm recording right now would be a video about that big on an 8K resolution. Now, what do you record them? And then zoom in on them without losing too many pixels. And that's the important thing. The reason why I've got this Asus Zenfone 7 is simply put, it's got a special feature to it. And that feature is the camera. It's only got one set of cameras on here. And they move to you. So no more front-face camera being the different resolution than the rear camera. I can point the screen at me and see what's going on and have the camera come to me. It's a mechanical camera, so it folds in and then automatically fold out into selfie mode if you set it up that way. And once again, 8K video, very big resolution on there. Other things about it, the CPU is the octa-core 2.8 gigahertz using the Cryo 585 processor. And it is got GPU of Adreno 650 in here. It does take a micro SD card slot of up to 128 gigabits. So I can put in a nice micro card slot. I can do my recording, usually about 5 to 10 minute recordings for these things. And I know that in some cases, and I'm not sure on this camera, on this phone, for 8K, they put a limit on it because it can overheat the device. So I'm hoping that's not the case in here. But if I only can record at 4K, that's still going to be great for longer recordings than doing 1080p. So it's all about capturing as much pixels as possible in this case and using the best camera. And the best camera is the single camera that they have here. And that's what's really cool about this. So 3.5 millimeter jack. But the USB-C does have the ability to plug into a hub. So I've actually got a USB-C hub that's set up for Android devices that I can plug in. It's going to give me Ethernet. It's going to give me an audio jack. It's going to give me everything that I need to do these recordings and have this video. It's QAC, Bluetooth 5, and it runs. The more important thing is this does run on the GSM networks, so AT&T type networks. If you're looking for a Verizon phone or a Sprint phone or those types of phones, they will be CDMA. This phone will not work for them. But I'm working on a GSM SIM, and if this is double SIM in here, so I can put in I can put in an AT&T card, SIM card. I can put in a Sprint card and some of the other carriers out there, so I can double up just in case we're in an area that we don't have a good connection with one carrier. And of course, the majority of this will be so I can connect to the phone, so we can set it up, record, and then pull the video off if need be. So, all right. With that said, with that done, let's go ahead and get this unboxed, because that's the important part of this whole thing. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get our little tool. There we go. It's down. We'll go over here to this one. Slide out like that. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this right here. So the packaging It says flip camera. We've got a box within a box. So let's see, there's a place right there to open it. So we're going to open it up this way. Oh, okay. So these are flaps, it looks like. That was a flap, and that's a flap. In here, we've got, well, that's interesting. We've got or China, I'll be able to plug it in, not a problem. But this is most likely a 5-volt. This has got probably a super fast charge plug. And then, of course, we got a USB-C to C cable. So since I got this from overseas, it's not surprising that I got a plug that is not a US type plug there. Let's go ahead and pull up the other part here. And this feels like some accessories. This doesn't feel like the phone for sure. So let's go ahead and open this. Got a couple boxes in here. First of all, we have it's the user guide. Multiple languages, most likely. Yep, multiple languages. And it's a rather thick book right there. Pretty wild. We've got some sort of sticker. It's got some barcodes on it. Barcodes probably to tell you, yeah, serial number and all that other stuff. And then it looks like we got some sort of clear case in here. We'll open that up later. And then we have more plastic black covered case. So you can dress your phone up a couple different ways. And then just to flip it like this, here's the phone right here. This is the Zenfone 7. I don't think there's anything else in the box, but let's just make sure. Yep, that's all just cardboard packaging right there. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up and close it up. We'll put all this back in so we don't lose it. And we'll just leave that to the side for now. Put that in here. And close it up. There we go. Perfect. Here we go. This is the Zenfone 7. Let's go ahead and pull it out of its sheath. As you can see, like I said, it looks like any other Android phone. It's a little bit heavy on first feel. I can feel the case, the aluminumness around the sides, very solid. The front face, nice glass. On the back, it very solid looking right there. There's the camera in question right here, and as you can see, has a hinge that will flip up there. Front of the device looks pretty straightforward. I don't know if it's going to have a charge or not, but we'll find out in a second here. On the side, looks like we have some sort of side power button, maybe. We do have a volume, feels like a volume up and down button right here. You can kind of see the antenna right there. So the antenna is placed in the same spot as most other phones. We do have on the top here, it looks like some sort of, no, this is where the hinge is. So this is where the camera flips up, and we got another antenna spot there. Over here, we've got once again, another antenna spot. And then going down the phone, another antenna spot. On the bottom here, we have the USB-C plug right there. And then looks like where the speaker is. And I'm not sure if that's a stereo speaker or not. I don't know if there's a speaker on both sides, and maybe the hinge is covering where that other speaker is, but we'll find out as we go. And so very straightforward as to how it's set up. Here's the camera right here. And as you can see, there's the hinge for the camera. Let's go ahead and turn this on. Powered by Android. There we go, Zenfone. I'm not sure how much battery is going to be on this. And it looks like, of course, we're going to see it in Chinese because I had got this from overseas. Basically, there we go. And we'll say English in this case. And we'll say, let's go. Internet connection, we want to do Wi-Fi or mobile. Now, like I said, this is a dual SIM device, so I'll be able to put in a SIM, but right now we're just going to go Wi-Fi for this. So it's now going to look for my Wi-Fi here, so I'm going to put my Wi-Fi information in. connected up just fine. So perfect. Now it says know your privacy rights. It's going to check for some updates. It looks like we've got some updates. So it's going to go ahead and install those. All right. Now we're going to copy. It's asking to copy apps and data. So I don't have an Android device that I'm going to, but I might have the backup for an Android. I can also do an iPhone device if you're doing an iPhone to Android. And we're not going to copy for now. Just move on from here. It's going to check some info. And it's saying sign in with your Google account. So I'm going to do that. There we go. And it says add a phone number to this. We're not going to. We'll just hit the skip button on here. And of course, it's doing the Google terms. So we're going to agree to that. And it's saying, what would I like to do? Would I like to back up my Google Drive? We're going to say that off. We'll keep the user location on. Allow scanning to scan Wi-Fi networks. So we'll leave that on for now. Send usage and data diagnostic information. We're going to turn that off. Install updates. We agree to the updates. That's fine. We'll hit apply. And we can do that later. That's the assistant. We can do a voice match, but we're going to skip that for now. Adding all the finishing touches. And let's do the flip preview. So it's going to say, let's do flip preview. Right there. Do that again. Now, the one cool thing about this is I can actually angle this. They'll show you it this way. There it is right there. What I can do is I can also angle it. So it doesn't have to be a full 180. I can go like 30 degree, 60 degree, 90. But 90 would be like this. So I could have the phone like this and point it towards the ceiling if I wanted to get an overhead shot or anything like that. So that's what I'm really excited about having this phone with. So let's hit next. It's saying set up your fingerprint. We're going to do that later. I'm gonna skip that. And then it says there's a smart key. So that power button that I was showing you also must be a fingerprint reader. So we can set that up to sign in. And then, of course, we're going to register. But we will do that later, unless we have to do that right now. Let's sign in with Google and register this phone. I say OK to the privacy policies and accepting of the cookies, which, of course, I will read later. Thought I did that. Let's do that again. That's interesting. There we go. Guess I was just hitting the wrong spot. And hit sign up. All right, we're logged in. And it's saying data transfer, but we're going to skip that for now and set up complete. So we'll hit done. And there we go. So let's take a look at this phone really quick. We'll go to the overhead here. So what we have here, it's standard Android phone. That's making some noise. I'm not sure why. Let's go ahead and bring down the volume here. So it looks like we have just working like a regular Android 10 phone. We've got, doesn't look like we have any bloatware on. Well, Netflix is right there. YouTube, Play Store, of course, sound recorder, but no games or anything like that. So that's good. There's Instagram, Google Pay. You can set up Google Pay, of course, and go from there. So let's do this. We'll flip back over this one. Yeah, there is I think it's doing some updates. That's what those sounds are. So let's turn off that notification sound. Notification on vibrate. Nope, we're turning it off. We got the contrast. There we go. We've got a nice contrast in there. We got airplane mode, and we got, looks like we got some sort of finding anything like TVs or anything like that to cast to. So yeah, it's finishing setting up the Android device. So let's go to the settings. Let's take a look at some of the settings here. Network, internet, connected devices look straightforward. It doesn't look like there's any additional settings that that ASUS puts in here. So that's good. We got support all the facts in the ZenTalks My ASUS, which will go to the My ASUS page. And it's saying update to the latest version, which it's doing right now. So hit the update. Let that all update, and let's go in here. Let's take a look at that camera. So now we have the camera. It says, hey, tag locations, and we'll say no for now. Slide up or long press the switch for the camera. Oh, I see. So if I do this, that's going to move the camera to the front face position. There I am. And it went back. Why did it go back? There we go. So if I want to go back, I think if I just tap it, yeah, if I tap it, it'll just go right back. And of course, landscape and portrait. So there's me. Hello, how you doing down here? And we got 3 cameras here. We have the wide and the ultra wide and so we have a little bit of distance to go on here. So if I need to do a wider shot, I can do so. Bring it in for more of a portrait. We can, and I can make the adjustments from here. And of course, as I go zooming in more, it'll go to the next camera. You zoom me in super much. So there we are. There's my nose. Hello, my nose. Or I can go back out. There we go. So we can let's set this up. Let's see how we can set this up for an 8K approach. We have the resolutions here. We got HDR audio. Do HDR. We got settings up here. There we go. Camera resolution. We want 16:9. Timer off. Auto detect night scene. We're not going to be doing that, so we'll just turn that off. Timestamp. ASUS watermark. Touch shutter, which we have all off. Save as mirrored video, which is turned on. I'll have to see how that works when I do my initial video. And more. We can turn on a grid if we want. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do the 3x3. Camera sound is on. Location services is off. Anti-flicker is auto. Set volume key. There's no way to say what we're going to record in. So then this is in a photo, so we'll go to video. Here's our video. And we can do, okay, there we go. So now, zoom in a little bit so you can see what's going on here. There we go. So as you can see, I hit that button, we can go up to 8K. It says 8K recording is hardware intensive, temperature rise is normal. We'll say okay. So now I am technically in 8K video mode. So we can do a little bit of hyper steady. So as you can see, I'm shaking the camera, but it's not shaking the scene. As if I turn it off, you'll see, well, you see more space, but you're going to see, you're seeing me shake a little bit if I shake that. So that's pretty cool. And of course we have the light. We can turn on the light. Wow, that's a nice little light right there. Be tough to watch for more than 5 minutes, so we will turn that off. And there we go. And of course, if we want to switch it back to front face mode, we can do that fairly easy. Now, and let's do a little pan to me. Hello. Hello. It doesn't. That's one thing that I noticed there. As I do the flip, I was really hoping that it will. Let's flip it back. and then does this little reset thing, which it'd been nice because then I could have done this whole thing, come back to me, and had a conversation. But when I let go, as you can see, I don't know if that does it on record. Let's do that. Let's hit the record button. See what happens here. We're recording, and we're recording in 8K. 8K, crazy. And we'll flip it back. That seems to be a little bit slower on the flip back to the other screen, the other side. And that doesn't look like it do that. We'll go back here. And it doesn't look like I have an instant flip. I definitely have to move the joystick option here. So, and now I'm back to me. So I do like the fact that it doesn't mirror refocus or anything like that. And this is in a 8K video, so it should look really great as 1080p video. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So that's the recording. I'll do some tests on how it looks with the how it warms up, how long videos we can do with it, and everything like that. So, but that's it. That's the Asus Zenfone 7 from Asus right there. They do have a 7 Pro, and I'm not sure exactly on all of the features between the Pro and the 7. They look very similar to what the specs say. So I'll play with that and take a look. But right now, pretty nice little phone so far. It's pretty sturdy. It's a little heavier. It does have a 5,000 milliamp battery in here, that's for sure. And it retails around the $700 mark, and the Pro is a little bit more, of course. So anyway, that's it. What do you think? There's me looking at me, looking at me. All right, up there. Me looking at me, looking at me, looking at me. What do you think? Are you in the market for a new Android phone? Tell me what you think about this one. What phone did you get? And we could get it in shop and definitely do a review on it. And of course, oh yeah, almost forgot. It comes with 2 cases, which is pretty cool. So we'll do the clear case. I always like the clear cases over the over any type of other case. Got that. Bring that in. I think that's nope. We're upside down. Yeah. Go ahead and put the case on, and I think it's important for this part, because if you got a case, you got to have that freedom for this. Oh yeah, by the way, this is also not as waterproof as some of these other phones because of the fact that it's got that hinge option. So with that said, let's go ahead and unlock it, go back in the camera, and let's see how this works. Ah, yeah, no problems whatsoever. Cool. See myself, and I can go back to here. So, all right, cool. That's it for this unbox. Take a look. First look. This is the Zenfone 7 from Asus. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. You can find me over at Geekazine. Think magazine, put in a geek. You got me over on the socials. Remember, if you're on YouTube, go ahead, like, subscribe, hit the bell notification for the next video. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out, and give me a call. Give me. This is actually, I'm very interested in this little thing right here. I talked with Kingston, and the interview is up on amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. Just go through the list. This video right here, the Kingston Workflow Station. So a nice little interview I had with them about this thing. It's very interesting because I didn't think of this. This is a hub of docking stations. So the cool thing about this is sometimes you don't need a fancy docking station or hub to take with you. You just want, something to transfer files from your camera to a drive or something like that. What the Workflow Station does is it gives you 4 modular bays that you can use with USB. You can use with SD cards, micro SD cards, and other dongles that they'll come out with as needed. And then you can put it all back into the station when you're done to do different things. Now, the one thing that was really interesting about it, there's no software to it, but the one cool thing about this is I could get all SD card four docks, which they have like 2 SD card slots in each dock, and I could do some mass copying if I wanted to with this device. So that's pretty interesting. So let's say you have some files, like for instance, on my electronic drums, I have an SD card slot that I want to transfer maybe a song that's on another SD card slot. I can plug those two and do the copy that way. Or one of my video cameras, and I want to send it to another video camera. I've got some other devices that take SD cards that I want to take that video and put it on there. So when I use it to present video to you guys, I don't have to sit here, put it into a computer, and then copy it over. I have all those files ready to go. So anyway, let's do this. Let's bring the overhead here. Let's go ahead and open this up. I'm not sure how this is opening up, so we probably should take out all the tabs here. Let's see if there's... No. Okay, perfect. And it looks like it's going to go this way, so let's bring this in. We'll zoom out a little bit. There we go. Slide it up like that. There we go. So there's the workflow station box. And let's see. I'll flip it like this. Is there any tape or anything? Okay, no tape. Maybe yep, there it goes. There we are. So let's take a look at the overhead. We have the station right here. There we go. So there's the station right there. We get one dongle with this, and this dongle looks like a USB-C and a USB-A dongle. And that's that in there. We got another box down here. Open up, there you go. Starting with the workflow station plus USB hub, quick start guide right there. We've got a warranty card right there. We've got the multi-plugs, depending on what country you're in. You'll need that, and there's the American plug. I'll definitely need that. If you plug it in, I think this will work, depending on what you use. I don't think you might not have to use the plug, but I'm not 100% sure on that yet. So there's a USB-C, looks like a C to cable right here. And if you want to do a C to A 3.2, this is a 3.2 Gen 2 device, by the way. So if you've got a updated laptop or computer or whatever, you should be able to hook it right up and get the best speeds possible. All right, let's set that down. Put that over here. The plug, we'll have to find the American plug. Can you do a drop test? No, I don't do drop tests here. Oops, that's the wrong plug. Not sure what you want to drop test. Anyway, so put this in, and so basically put it in, and let's do it from this cam. Put it in and zoom in. There we go. Put it in and turn. Just snap it in. There we go. So now that's in and plugged in, ready to go. Pull out the cable. We'll do a drop test on the cable. Here we go. Yep, still survived. Perfect. Okay, and then the base station. Out of the way. So this is the base station right here. I don't know if you can see inside, but they're like little USB-C plugs inside. That's all the docks. But I'm guessing if you had like a cord, you could probably plug that in and plug it out. On the back, we have power and we have USB-C. And of course, the more you put in there, more power you need, the chances of you needing to plug it in are greater. But we're going to try it unplugged right now. And I'm going to plug in the USB-C cable here. Means I got to call back up that computer. Silly me. All right. And then I'm going to unplug that cable right there. And we're going to go ahead and plug that in here. See what happens. If I need to power it up, then I can. But I don't see anything. I don't know if anything came up. Let me call up Device Manager. Nothing looks like it started. So next up, this is one of the dongles. Then you get this dongle with it. And I do have another box here with another dongle. Where'd that go? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Perfect. So this is basically the dongle you would take with you. So it's got a USB-C, and you have a cable. You get a USB-C cable, USB-C to C or C to A or whatever. On this side, we have a USB-C and a USB-A. So basically what would happen is I would just plug this in. I don't think it matters which bay you plug it into. And then let's find something to plug in, like no card in that. Ah, there we go. A different brand. Yeah. See this. These are the only ones I have. All right, we plug that in. And now I don't see seeing it on the so I guess I do have to plug it in somewhere for it to work. Yeah, it's not seeing that. So where'd that plug go? There you are. I'll plug this in. There we go. Now this lit up over here. And it found my drive. And I have some stuff on that drive, and that's fine. So that worked pretty well. And as you can see right here, there's the docking station. And yeah, the cord's in the way, sorry. There's the docking station. And when this is docked, it's lit up. Now, when you remove it, if you're using Windows or Mac, you should always remove the drive like you normally do, eject it properly, or else you could corrupt your data. But since I don't care what's on this drive, I can unplug it. I'll plug it into dock 1. And maybe I can even probably, yeah, I could go either way, I think. Yeah, there it is. Now this is lit up. This is the USB-A side. So I got that plugged in there. It feels a little bit loose, which is weird, but it is plugged in. Let's see what the computer reads. It sees it right there. So you go over here, and there's my drive right there. Perfect. Now, there is another. They did give me another one. Grab that. There we go. Let's pull that out. Set that down. Oh, it looks like they gave me all of them. Cool. Let's go ahead and pull that apart. There we go. So this is what you get when you get the extra docks. Let's zoom out just a skosh. There we go. So this is the dock, and then on the back you actually get a USB-C to C cable. Yeah, where's my good cutter? My works. Love this. This is an awesome cutter. Meant for these boxes. This one right here. I've talked about this thing before, so. Haha. Love when I get to use this one. There we go. Pull that open. There's the USB-C to C. Bring this down. And this is the dock. Let's pull it out. Look at that. This is the micro USB to micro US, or not micro. I'm sorry, micro SD to micro SD. So we'll put that in. I think I have some micro SD cards. There we go. Another USB-C cable. And the other one here. There we go. This one is just a regular SD card to SD card. So I'll plug that in there. Now, got too many cables now. Got some SD cards here. This one is a micro. It's micro to a regular SD. Got an SD card here. So we'll go ahead. This one actually, yeah, that's a micro to micro. This is SD to SD. So put that in there. We'll leave it at that. You get the idea. Put the micro in. It's got a click, and as you can see, they're lighting up blue. Let me change the. There we go. As you can see, they're lit up blue where they are. This one actually, I like this because you can hear that click, and that'll pull out the SD card, so you're not putting a fingernail in there to try and push it in and push it out. Fairly easy. So SD cards pretty much in and out like that. If we go back over to our screen, all of my removable devices are on here. So that's the USB, and we have this one, nothing on it, of course. And then looks like, yeah, two drives in, or two cards in. So we see two cards here. So we could fill out this whole bay with even with one more, and you could do multiple combinations. You could do all USB, you could do all SD card, all micro SD card, and if it's 2 per bay, that means you have 8 bays, 1 being the card that you copy from, and then 7 to where you're copying to. So that's pretty cool. If you're using this for maybe you're at a warehouse or something like that, and you're putting information into maybe some legacy stuff that doesn't use Wi-Fi in there. This thing you could copy from one to the other, to the other, to the other easily, and then you just have to insert the cards into whatever legacy devices like handheld scanners and things like that that collect data that, you know, I don't know, the different things. Maybe you're just doing a whole bunch of phones. Everybody's taking pictures with their phones, and they want to get all those pictures into your computer. So then you can have them bring over the dock, put in their SD cards. Everything copies. While one's copying, you can insert another one, start copying that one, and you get the idea. Go from there. So, all right, this is the UM700 desktop USB microphone. It is got several different patterns, 4 polar patterns. It does broadcast quality, 16-bit broadcast at 48 kilohertz. It is plug and play, of course, and it has it's pretty solid. It's got its own stand, and I'm not sure if you can actually put it onto a mount or anything like that. But that is from Movo there, and of course, if you're looking to start your podcasting career, your live streaming career, your even voiceovers, this might be the microphone you'll use. So let's zoom out a skosh. There we go. Let's see, how do we open this one? Looks like we got a tab back here. Go ahead and open this way. Oh, Jay goes, hey, Boo Boo. Amazing. Thank you, Jay. Boo Boo. All right, let's do the overhead here. Got a little foam box right there. That's kind of nice to use because then you can get a little bit of. Anyway. All right, here we go. Some more foam. Let's see, we got some stuff here. Put that down. Got a Movo sticker. Are you happy? Yay. Are you not happy? I think we're happy. Yay. Not happy. Happy. Yay. Movo sticker. Creators wanted. And just so you know, I'm actually using a Movo microphone. I'm using the VSM5. It's actually right above my head. It's not in shot. So, but if you've seen anything, I've actually had it over here in some of my other videos, and it works really well. That's what's called an XLR microphone. Basically hook that up to a mixing board to bring it in here. This is USB, so you won't have to worry about all that. Let's pull this out of the, let's see, we got, there's a cord, nice little USB, looks like a micro or a micro USB, excuse me. And then we got this. Oh, and it's pretty much set up, ready to go. A little silica gel so you won't pull that out. Put that there. We do have the instructions right here. And let's go over here. So let's bring this up. So we'll turn these dials. So we can turn this and look at that. It's ready to go. It's pretty big. That's a little bit bigger than I expected it to be. Which is good. Which is fine. Just interesting. So what we have here, we have, looks like a mute button right here. We got a volume button right there, or dial, not a button, but a volume dial right there. On the other side, we've got the gain. So this is your microphone gain. So if you're a little bit low on your call, your conference call or whatnot, you turn up over there. And then the polar pattern. Now, the polar patterns, this is how a polar pattern works. There are 4 polar patterns in this microphone. Some of them are meant, so you have the microphone like this, and all it'll do is it'll capture anything coming this way. So if somebody was talking from back here, it'll reject that. There's a polar pattern that will allow it to encompass everything. So what I could do is I could put this in the middle, and I'd have a conversation between me and you. How's it going? Okay. And you won't talk, and I'm like, what the hey? So this will capture the whole thing. And then, of course, in betweens, 4 different polar patterns. I'll explain them here in the manual. So just taking a look at the manual to make sure that I know exactly what's going on. On the bottom, you have, okay, on the bottom here, let's see. Turn. There we go. On the bottom, let's go over to this one. We can zoom in on this. You can see that. So we have, looks like a mount. So you can put this onto a microphone stand if you want to. And then we got a headphone jack. And then we have the USB mount right there. So tighten that up just a little bit. I'm not going to plug it into this system because, you know, doing that sometimes doesn't always work, and next thing I know, I'm scraggling. I'm trying to figure out what the heck just happened. So, okay, it's easier said than done. Pull. There we go. So the cord itself, the USB cord. I do have a computer over here, which I probably will plug in. Start that up. And do that. And then I will pull it up on the screen here in a second. If I got the right one. No, I didn't get the right one. Do that. So let me close out this. All right. So now I'm going to plug this into here. Am I doing it right? Nope, it was upside down. And then I'm pretty sure it's the Movo logo is pointed towards me, so we'll tighten that down. I'm gonna call up some software so you have a little visual cue. Yes, this is the streaming software I use. It's called Wirecast. So we'll just hit a plus button. We'll go to audio capture, and hopefully it'll show up. There it is, Movo UM700. We'll hit add. There we are. And if I have this set up right, it will start to show the gain. Let's see. The mute button, so it's muted. I'll bring up the gain. Try and bring this into play. We'll go over here. And let's see. I'm not sure which pattern. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Now you're starting to see some action. So we got 4 polar patterns. So this one will basically say that I can talk from here, but if I turn it around, it will try and pick up less. I think that's the right polar pattern. Nope, it was this one. So you should hear a lot less of me. Well, you're not going to hear anything from this, but you'd hear a lot less from here until I turned it around here and addressed it like that. And then you can then you'd hear from there. So basically, like I said, 4 different polar patterns. This has got a 14mm diaphragm in here, which is not too bad. It has a frequency range of 20 hertz to 20,000 or 20 kilohertz, basically. That's the vocal range. You could actually also put this onto a couple instruments, from anything from a bass drum all the way up to a guitar. And 20,000 kilohertz, or 20 kilohertz, excuse me, is pretty decent. Pretty decent. It's got a sensitivity of minus 45 dB to plus 3 dB, 5 volts, and micro USB. So you should be able to use that. Headphone amplifier does 15 hertz to 20 kilohertz as well. And let's see, that's pretty much all the setup. I don't think there's an app that goes with this. Let me just double check. No app from here. I don't think you can connect this up to any iOS device, but Movo makes a bunch of microphones that do allow you to connect up to different devices. So that's the Movo. And the best part is, you know, if I set this like right here, I could have a conversation with you, and it's got a wind filter. There are 2 things. There's a wind filter and a pop filter. Now, this is a wind filter. Do I have the pop filter for this microphone? See, I don't have the pop filter hooked up to this microphone up here because I'm not talking directly into it. If I was really addressing it, then you'd want to have a pop filter, because that helps with what's called plosives. That's the Peter Pipers, the slicing a potato. It'll go through the pop filter and all of a sudden slice it into multiple parts. Let's do that again. It'll slice it into multiple parts. And then that will attack on the microphone that way. So instead of doing that, it'll do that into the microphone. Therefore, you won't hear those bangs in the as in a plosive. So bottom on here, so it doesn't slide around. Plus, that helps with any type of the tapping on the table. You shouldn't do that anyway. And if you don't want it on the stand, I could bring down my. Let's bring this down. Take it off the stand. Let's go ahead and do that. This is a nice little clip for a microphone that allows you to not have to screw the microphone on every time. That looks like I got a couple of washers here that are just going to fall out in a second. There's 1, there's 2, there we go. So now I can attach it on here. Jay goes, would this be good for my ASMR OnlyFans? Yeah, why not? It's got a good frequency, so yeah, you should be able to set it up to do ASMR. Plug that in. This is the stand that this Movo actually was on. So there we go. Now you can hang it from here, and you can have a microphone like this. This is how I had the VSM5 set up earlier. Mute button in front, and then of course the volume from there.
What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today I'm going to show you a really cool thing that you can do on Facebook. I've talked about 3D photos before, but now we're going to talk about how you can make yourself a custom Facebook 3D photo. You maybe don't have an iPhone or an Android phone that can do all that. Maybe you want to take some of your old photos before this whole depth and 3D photo thing happen, and make them into 3D photos. You can do that. I've even done it with this screenshot from here, and I'm going to show you how to do it. First of all, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the geek. You got me. I am here just for you. Thank you guys very much for coming to the show. I'm adding a little bit of more how-to stuff here, so if there's anything you want me to look at how-to wise in technology, let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine. Well, this is where it all started. I decided, hey, I'm going to test this out. I knew that there was a way to actually make Facebook photos, but I want to have a little bit of fun with this. So I made my first one, and it just was not that great. But then I made this one right here, and I was really impressed with how this works. Now, this is the Facebook image. As you can see, I'm moving around a little bit. Let's zoom in a little bit. It says how do construction workers party? And if you can look closely, and it says they raise the roof. It's hard to see on here because of the fact that you can see it better on the phone. You can see it better when you're scrolling up and down. But that's the idea. Now, I made this 3D photo the other day. I used an image that I got back when I went to South Korea. That's actually in Seoul Square. They had an inflatable moon, which was really cool. And then I decided, well, what would happen if I made a 3D photo with that? And this was not in a 3D photo. I don't even think I took it on an iPhone. So I just took the picture and I brought it into Photoshop. Now, you don't have to use Photoshop, but I tried to do it in Paint and it doesn't work that well. In fact, I couldn't figure out how to do it in Paint. So maybe you do. Maybe you're the Paint aficionado. If you are, let me know by tweeting me and commenting down below over on YouTube. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and the bell notification for the next video, of course. I tried to do it. So I ended up doing it in Photoshop, but I also downloaded GIMP and tried it in GIMP. Now, GIMP is an absolutely free software that you can get on the absolutely free interwebs. Well, not absolutely free interwebs, but you get the idea. You can put GIMP onto your computer and you can do this exact same thing. All you need is a program. And if you're on Mac, you have Mac programs, but all you need is a program that can invert image, basically create black and white photos and darken out certain areas and lighten out certain areas and all that stuff. I'm going to show you how to do it in a second here. So I'm going to do it in GIMP. I'm going to do it in Photoshop, and then I'm going to show you how it works. So let's first of all, let's go over to my first thing. We'll go back to the How to Construction Workers Party. This one was actually fairly straightforward. It took a couple times to actually get it to work, but the idea, it's actually really simple. All you have to do is create two files. One is the JPEG of the image, in this case the moon, with the text, How to Construction Workers Party, and they raise the roof. I'll show you how that all works. And then you have to create a second photo, and it kind of looks like a negative of the photo, and it's really not. And here it is right here. So you have the background, you have the mid-row, which is the moon, you have they raise the roof, and they were both they raise the roof right there. That's basically the secondary photo, the depth photo that you create when you create that. Now, I've kept it really simple from here, but it does work from the basic gamut of white to black and grays in between. In fact, if you look at the moon here, you'll notice that it's at a gradient. And the reason why the gradient is to create the depth. If it was all white, it would figure it like a flat object, like a quarter or something like that. And therefore treat it like a quarter, like a flat object. This has a little bit of roundness to it. So yeah, as you can see, I put a little gradient in there. Now, when you get into shaping stuff like a head or something like that, that changes the gradients just a little bit, and you really got to work on that and play around with that. So your first photo or your first image is basically this one right here, where it shows everything. In fact, I have it right here. Let's bring it up. That's the first photo right there, and that's what you and you get that. You know, I called this construction1.jpg. You can do a JPEG or you can do a PNG. It does not matter. Those are the two main. I don't think you can do bitmaps. Just JPEG and PNG. So how do construction workers party? As you notice, they'll have. You can see they raise the roof on there, and I probably should have made this using the texture of the moon in the text of raise the roof, but I decided just to color match it as best as possible so you can see it. Now, and the other thing about both of these with the text is I put a light gradient behind it, basically a drop shadow behind it, so you can kind of see it just as the picture right here. The second photo is right there. As you can see, it's got the moon, it's got they raised the roof. If you think of it 3D, black is in the back, white is in the front, and gradients go all the way from back to front. So, and you know, as in darker objects to lighter objects to the front. So anyway, that's what we've created right here. Basically just two images. Now, once again, you got to play with these depending on what you put in for your images. Like if you've got a very busy type of picture, like let's say a skyline or something like that, you're going to probably do a lot of masking. You're probably going to do a lot of cutting and pasting, creating new layers. Like for instance, if I did a skyline of Madison, I would have the clouds, and that clouded area would probably be all black, and then we'd have the skyline, which would be probably a gray, and in this case, it wouldn't be gradients here and there. It'd just basically be a gray and a black, and that would be the two background and middle ground, creating the layer. And then let's say there's a little ship sailing, because Madison's on two lakes. And our skyline, we can get a really nice shot with a nice lake in front of it. And let's say there's a boat sailing by, and that boat I can cut out and make that object the foreground, the 3D object that moves, and then the lake even be a lighter gradient or a gradient of different grays to bring it forward to the front. So in this case, like I said, the moon, we're just doing a gradient going from the back to the front. And of course, they raise the roof is all in white, and then the background is all in black. Now, with that, those are just the two images. That's it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take those two images, and we're going to come into Facebook, and let's just close that. We're going to take both of the images at the same time, and we're just going to drag them over into the post. And what it's going to do is it's going to see this, and I did not tell you how to label these. The first one, it doesn't matter what you label them, as long as the second one, the depth picture, is labeled _depth. So let's say picture is your picture.jpg or picture.png is your file name. The second file, the one with the gradients, has to have picture_depth, picture_depth.jpg or .png. Those two files, and maybe I can show you this a little bit better here. If I do this, because I've already done these, and as you can see, we got construction1.jpg and construction1_depth.jpg. So hopefully you get the idea there. And what that does is it puts the two together to create this. And as you can see, it works really well. You might have some problems with it. You know, it doesn't happen the first time. It took me about 3 or 4 times to actually get this going, but it does work after a while. So, just put it up there. You can actually bring it up into the page, and without posting it, to actually see what it's going to look like when you're done. If you don't like it, you just hit that little X button in the corner and you start over, and you do a little bit of adjustments, and then you bring those back in and then test it out, and whatever. If you like it, then post away and make your post known and go from there. So that is that one. Let's go to the next one here. Next one is my cat, Scotty. I decided to take a nice little image of Scotty. Where? Oh, yeah, that's because I have like that. Okay, there's the image right now. And so basically I took this image and then I cut out Scotty. So there's basically, because we have a lot going on in this picture. There's what we call her kitty condo is around her, a lot of bars around. So got to deal with that, because this actually took about 8 or 9 times before I was actually 3 or 4 times before Facebook said, hey, well, okay, we can put these two together. And then a couple times because the cat and the bars were moving together and it looked weird, and still looks a little bit weird, but I think I got it pretty much matched out from here. So the cat, we got the cat. We're going to have this would be the first image right here that we would save. And then the second image would be this one right here. This kind of looks like a negative. And you basically can just do the Control I or Command I if you're on Mac to make the image negative looking to it, and then doing a lot of color dodge, and then I changed these to black and white so it doesn't have any colors coming through it. So, and then of course a lot of adjustments, like the little hammock above her head, as you can see, is more of a gray, and it's one solid. We're not worried about the textures in this part of the image. We're just worried about where it's going to get placed, the Z index on the image itself. And of course, as you can see, I did a lot of color dodging, or color burning, excuse me, to bring out the back and then kind of bring a little bit of the bars into play here. So then I, of course, then brought in Scotty as full white. Scotty is going to be the front focus of this image. So that is the 3 layers of this image right here. And of course, once again, I saved the image as I saved it as Scotty JPEG, and then this image right here got saved as Scotty_depth.jpg. Now, the end result is fairly straightforward. Let's go back here. We'll just take the 2 files and we'll bring them in. And it can take a little while for this to come together, because Facebook is taking both parts of the photo, stitching it, and then bringing it back to you in a 3D photo. So sometimes, this can take a minute to do, depending on your internet connection, depending on the speed of your computer. You might have to wait a little bit. But once it's done, you'll see what we've got right here. So let's and of course, this one, like I said, it's taking a little bit longer. And there have been times that this Facebook just said, no, we can't put it together. Try again. And they give you all these instructions on how to do it. And so this is the end result. As you can see, the bars are separating, moving around too much. So I would probably have to do a little bit more shading to get that going. But I wanted to definitely get a feeling that there were bars around, so you could see the different textures. So it's not going to be easy in some cases, and if you can get a picture that actually has all the layers put out, and you can make the shades from there, that helps out a lot. So once again, not the greatest photo, but this was not a live photo, one that captures depth, or that's portrait mode, that's it. so we could take the photo and turn it into something really cool. Now, like I said, you don't need to use Photoshop. I did bring in GIMP here, and you'll have to forgive me because I don't know. I haven't used GIMP in a very long time, so it took a little bit of learning curve for me, and I tried to keep it as basic as possible. So once again, what we have are the 3 layers. The first photo is a photo of me, and this is just basically a screenshot of me on my view of my video here. So I took a screenshot of me, and then I cut out my image, and then I basically made it white, and then the background I decided to make it black. So just simple 2 tones there. So this is the depth picture, and I named it jeffgimp.png and jeffgimp_depth.png. So now we're going to go back into here, and we're going to take these, and we're going to bring this to a little bit of processing. Once again, as you can see, it took a little less time because a lot less detail to have to map out there. But the end result is not too bad for the 3D photo. And you can see me moving around. You can see my background. I'm moving the other way. You got a little bit of blur in between the head and the background because it doesn't know what's behind me. And so it can't assume there's the same behind because that's not the case. So you'll see a little bit of blur, but that's basically with any type of a photo like this. And I don't think there's anything you can do unless there's a third layer that they put in that actually you can take a picture of the area and then match what is really behind me. But Facebook's not going to do that just for this simple idea. So that's basically it. We've got 3 photos, and we've got a Facebook 3D photo, and it's pretty cool. And I've been doing a lot of posting on there, and the one's really cool. With the construction one, I was pretty impressed with that. Let me pull that back up here. I'll leave this page. So basically, we can have a little bit of fun with this and see what happens. So let's bring that back up. Here we are. So how do construction workers party? They raise the roof. And I'm going to play with this a little bit more with different images, trying to keep the background image as simple as possible. With this moon, it made it great because once again the gradients were there. If you noticed also, when I had the moon, it was never completely white in the middle. It was always a gradient to a slight gray. That way, it doesn't compete too much with the actual text that you are seeing move around when it says they raise the roof. And of course, the how do construction workers party, that worked very. Before this was my first one. My best friend Bob nominated me for the 10-day photo challenge. Day 1, I unfriended Bob. Now, as you can see with this one, the front, this is what I'm telling you about the white, is it basically just sticks right to the front of the image and messes with the text and messes with the moon to the point where it just looks a little bit odd when you move around. But once I changed that with the moon, the text all came in line. And I already posted this, so I wasn't going to repost it, but it looks a lot better on the second time around. And then, of course, the third time around being this one. And I think this came out really well. And you can check it out over on my Facebook page. That would be facebook.com/Jeffrey Powers. But you get the idea. And I'll post a couple onto Geekazine, including this one right here that I'm going to be working on very soon. Let's bring this up. I'll show you this one really quick. This is an upcoming video that I had at CES. And it is for the Unreal mixed reality glasses. So I thought, hey, why not make a depth photo out of that, 3D photo out of that, and go from there. So it's going to create it, and there we are. So there is it's going to be the 3D photo when I post the article, and then I post it on Facebook. You will see this image, which will be the 3D photo moving around. And I think it turned out pretty well for what I had there. So And of course, if you go over to geekazine.com, you'll actually see the flat image. They won't have the in-depth movement to it. But you get the idea. You can have a lot of fun with this in many different ways. So let me know what you guys do to create some really awesome content by simply going over to Geekazine. You can find me over at geekazine.com. Think Magazine, put in a geek, you got me. Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all these. Geekazine is where you're going to find me. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit that bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. And hey, you can also join the Patreon movement. You can also tip me. There's a lot of great ways. It'll show you in the show notes there. Thanks a lot for watching. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out and create more cool Facebook 3D photos. So take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and our friends at Munch Packs have decided to send me a Munch Pack. Interesting. What is Munch Pack? They're just basically you can discover new snacks from many different countries and stuff like that. You know, when I've traveled overseas, I've tried a whole bunch of different foods and snacks, and this is going to be no different. Now, I'm not getting paid for this. They just sent me a pack to munch on. And so I thought I'd unbox it and show it to you really quick. So let's do that really quick. So this is the Munch Pack. Let's open it up. It's a simple box. Of course, you can send it as a gift, and you can send it as a, send it to yourself if you're really hungry. You got the Munch Pack right here. Canada, Spain, Philippines, a lot more. Let's see, we've got, this looks like from South Korea. We've got something from Canada. Oh, it says on the bottom, Costa Rica, Spain, many different areas. Did you know that South Korea's national dish is kimchi? And hopefully they don't have well, maybe they will have some kimchi in here. I don't know. So you get the whole Munch Pack, family packs and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. We got a little piece of wax paper here, and this is going to be now showing us everything that we have in our Munch Pack. And we'll start on the top here. Let's take a look here. Chick Chack, everything flavored snacks. Look, we got the guide right here. Oh, that's cool. So let's see, Chick Chack. Chick Chack, there we go. That's from Israel. I've been to Israel before, so I've never had a Chick Chack. So pretty cool. Delicious, crunchy, salty, everything bagel-inspired snacks. So if you're into bagels, the Chick Chack. All right, next up, let's set this over here. We got some Zapp's potato chips. I know I've seen Zapp's before. They are from the United States, so you can get some Zapp's potato chips. Going to South Korea, these are the Crown Shinsang. These look like a honey type potato snack, wheat snacks as they call them. We'll put it right here. And oh, wow, they even send drinks. Here's a nice little Fanta. This looks like it's coming from Japan. This is Fanta Yokin Orange Yogurt. And yes, this is from Japan. Orange yogurt. Crazy. So let's set that over here. What else we got? Watermelon slices from Vidal. Vidal is, let's see, this is from Spain. Spain's always, I've been to Spain a few times, great place. So these are the watermelon slices from Spain. We got some Pepro from Latte. This is Pepro Nude Chocolate. And this is from South Korea. Oh, this is from South Korea. Okay, another South Korean delight right here. Let's set that right there. We got some yummy gummy silly straws, and I think that was right next to it. This is from Turkey, and that looks pretty yummy right there. Lots of sugar here. We got a Nusita Galeta, and the booklet says this is from from Costa Rica. So awesome here. Got a couple more in here. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. This is called Maichu. It's from South Korea. I know exactly. Maichu. Whenever I'm in South Korea, I get Maichu. They gave me the apple flavor. I don't think I've ever had the apple flavor. So, and I have never had it in this format. So I'm I'm wondering if this is more gum than anything. Grape is my favorite when it comes to the My Chew. I love the grape. And apple, we'll see how the apple tastes here. Next up, this looks like some sort of candy tape of somewhere. This is the Extreme Fruit Sea Extreme. This comes from Thailand. So pretty cool food from Thailand. And then the last, but certainly not least, is the Double Dutch. It's a stroopwafel. And I'm guessing I know where this is coming from, but let's just double check because you never know. Double Dutch honey vanilla stroopwafel. Oh, no, I didn't know it's from Canada. It's coming from Canada. So, I thought it would be Switzerland or something like that. But this is from Canada. It's honey vanilla. So that is it. That's the munch pack. Let's take the box out and let's set up this candy really quick. So this is all the candy in the munch pack. In the munch pack. I forgot the Fanta. Got the Fanta. Love the Fanta. That's yogurt. That's crazy. Yogurt. And I know I think I've tasted yogurt drink before, but I can't wait to try this, of course. And this is part 2 where we're going to try. We're going to eat, we're going to have fun, we're going to be yummy and everything. So anyway, Jennifer's right here, so you might see her hand, but she wants to be off camera, and that's fine. So what do you want to try first?
Savory.
Something savory. I'm going to give you the munch pack so you can read that up. We will start with the Zaps. These are the Zaps right here. They are Evil Eye New Orleans kettle style already. So let's open it up. These might be a little bit spicy.
I'm waiting for you to.
Oh, okay. All right, here you go. There they are right there. That's the chip. Ready? Cheers. Crunchy. There's no vitamin D, or no, there's 2% of vitamin D in here. 2 grams of sugar with 32 grams of carbohydrates. And that was Zapp's potato chips. And there is a post kick coming through.
Yeah, pretty back of the throat.
Yeah, very much so.
And really not until just now for me.
Yeah. Check is the name of it, by Oppenheimer. Let's open it up. Little swirly looking items right here. Cheers. That has an interesting taste to it. What do you think?
I like it.
Okay.
It's kind of reminiscent of, they're the big wavy square chips.
Oh, like sun chips? Mm-hmm. Well, you're pretty close to spot on because this is made with wheat flour. Okay. And maltodextrin and palm oil and natural cooking spices, flavor enhancement. And that's Chick Chack. Where is the Chick Chack from?
It's from Israel.
Israel, that's right.
And it's a bagel and everything bagel inspired snack.
Mm.
So there's probably a bit of rye to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll have the Chick Chacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit that there. Take a small sip of water.
That'll be good with some yogurt.
Oh.
I feel like when we were in Tel Aviv.
Well, if we're going to do yogurt, then we're going to do the Fanta.
Yogurt flavored Fanta.
Yes. Can you guess where this is from?
Is it Korean?
No.
No. Is that Japan?
Yeah. All right. So this is from Japan. Ooh. A little pop. I'll let you have for a sip.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. It's like a cream flavored soda, maybe?
Like with a hint of grapefruit. There's something tangy and a little citrusy that goes beyond a cream soda.
Water, high fructose starch syrup, sugar, dextrohyslacalone, lactic acid, carbonated acid, potassium, sucralose, and ascorbic acid. Lyokin, orange, is like orange, down orange.
I don't know if it's iokin or lyokin because it's written both ways.
Oh, okay. It's probably a very loose translation, though. We could do watermelon slices from Vidal. Let's do that. There we go.
Yours makes. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, looks more like it looks like a watermelon right there. So
kind of.
Cheers. Kind of a reverse watermelon now I'm thinking about it. Wow, that's very chewy. It's like I'm chewing into rubber because you can't really bite into it that much, but it's got a sour flavor coming out of it.
Watermelon sours are the one candy I used to love to get when we would go to the candy store.
Oh, really?
When I was little.
Okay, well, this one's yours too. 20 milligrams of sodium, 22 grams of sugar, and 30 grams of carbohydrates. So, no vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. Yeah, very firm.
Some people like.
Yeah. Well, this is from, where did it say it's from?
Oh,
It says it's from New York, New York. Oh, there it is. I'll let you look it up.
No, you can.
Spain.
From Spain.
Yes. I don't know what part of Spain, though. I don't remember seeing this while I was in Spain.
These marvelous sugar-coated gummy watermelon slices look and taste surprisingly just like the real thing. These sweet gummies will be sure to satisfy your sweet tooth. Spain. I definitely think there's a sourness to them.
Yeah,
which
definitely.
It doesn't really say on here.
Yes.
And again, I like watermelon sours. I prefer that to just straight watermelon.
Okay.
It's just really firm.
Yeah, very firm. Yeah, absolutely. All right. What shall we try next?
Something salty.
Salty. So we're going to go back to South Korea. And I don't know if I had these while I was in South Korea. Can you read this?
Mm.
Jennifer's been working on her Korean.
I'm just looking to see if it's written in a better font anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the problem with some of the Korean food is they create this really outrageous looking font, and so sometimes it kind of looks odd. All right, well, it looks like a little guy right there, and then another dude right there, and I know that this works as in consonant, vowel, consonant.
Mos mar le nun,
Okay.
which doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's okay. You did a good job. You tried. You can do better than I can. So
That's debatable.
and on the top here, I can tell you that this in small print right here is called Crown because it's the name of the company who makes these. You can definitely smell it. There it is right there. Interesting. It's very barrelish. So here we go. Ready? Pretty good.
Light, airy, crispy.
Yeah.
It's Korean. I'm guessing it's rice based.
Yeah.
Sweet and peppery. Black pepper.
Do you taste black pepper?
I don't know what I'm getting at the end.
I'm
Something
not-
that's not sweet.
I'm not getting black pepper. Interesting.
Oh, these crunchy wheat snacks with sesame seed specks are a sweet dream.
Okay.
With their rich sweet flavor and delicious crunch in every bite, they remind us of churros.
Yes, they do remind me of a churro. Now that you said that.
Okay.
I was trying to think, did it taste like a cereal? Did it taste like what did it taste like? But yeah, churro, that's spot on. I think that's spot on. All right.
So much of their stuff.
You want to go back to sweet, or you want to stay on the salty side? Let's go sweet. Yummy gummy. Yummy, yummy gummy in my tummy, tummy, tummy. We got multiple colors, blue, green, red, blue, yellow. So it's multi-fruit here. So let's open it up. Do you prefer a color?
As a general rule, red.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's a package within a package. Just do that. There is one red in here. Here it is right here. So they look like those pool noodles. Yeah. So I'll let you pick the red.
We can split it.
I don't care. Yeah, okay, let's split it. This is interesting. This is like a part red, part purple. I wonder if it's, well, I don't know what country it's from. No, I'll do the blue. And it looks like there's like a white core in the middle of that. So, you ready? Oh, you okay, so here we go. Wow, that's tough to bite into as well.
Mm. I thought that was a lot easier than the other gummy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but
the Nuggets gummy almost I wouldn't be surprised if the white core were marshmallow texture-wise.
that's probably true. It's either strawberry or raspberry.
Okay.
Those are the two reds on here. Is my
guess
guess.
it's strawberry because raspberry would be traditionally blue.
Yeah. No vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. But 21 grams of sugars and 27 grams of carbohydrates, 3 milligrams of sodium. It is egg-free and fish-free.
It's from Turkey.
From Turkey. It's peanut-free, totally not allergy-free, shellfish-free, sesame-free. So, and they had just like a little label on the back here with all of the what it's free of. So that might be a label that they have to put on their bags there. So not too bad. That was yummy gummy. All right, let's go to Pepero chocolate sticks, and I'll give you a clue. I've had these before.
So was Lottie British?
Do you want me to tell you?
Sure.
South Korean.
Oh. Okay.
But I think there is a Lottie in. No, Lottie is the grocery stores in South Korea.
That's where I know the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we've visited the well, they're not really grocery stores. They're like a full service department, grocery and stuff like that. So.
Thank you.
All right, hey, we're having fun. Oh. You don't like these. And there's a reason why.
Why?
Because the outer shell is the outer shell is pretzel.
Yeah. Thank God it's not salted, but
Yeah.
it's still pretzel.
All right, let's have a little bit of yogurt. You want some yogurt?
Mm.
No? 4 more items here. Let's go back. Let's go to this one. Nusita Galeta. They look like some sort of cookie. And it looks like they're going to have a fruit or a chocolate flavor. If I can open them. There we go. Ooh, okay. So do you want the fruit one or are these these are like Neapolitan. So they're the cookie with some sort of red filling in the middle.
With it.
There. And there's on the vanilla side there's one too. So cheers. Need some milk maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Tastes like a cookie with vanilla and chocolate. Can't taste the center, can you? Wow. There's not much in there. Just like a light smattering.
Half stuff instead of double stuff.
Yeah. Not bad.
Very dry. Crumbly.
I'm wondering if this is not flour based.
Very dunkable.
Yeah. Wheat flour, yeah.
I'm from Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Nice.
Vanilla and chocolate cookie sandwich. A delicious strawberry cream.
All right. That leaves 3 items. One we've had already.
Is that our favorite?
That's yeah. So let's go with this. This is like a blue tape. It's called Fruit C Extreme Z. So this is perfect for Sesame Street because it's got 2 letters in it. No numbers though. There we go. I got it. She's smiling over here. There we go. It's a fruit tape.
Can I blue?
They'll probably make your tongue blue. What?
Do you think it will?
Probably. Well, not this small amount, but if you eat the whole thing, I bet you it'll be blue. Once again, a tougher texture.
Still softer than that.
Yeah, still softer than the watermelons, yeah. I'm guessing it's a blue raspberry.
Sour.
Yeah, with a post-sour taste to it. You're getting more sour than I am, apparently. Okay, we'll try a little bit more. Yeah, I'm seeing blue on your tongue.
Okay, great. Cool.
Oh yeah, there's a sour. So not your favorite? No? Okay.
It's from Thailand.
Thailand. Nice.
It's kosher. Blue raspberry. Give your taste buds a delicious sweet and sour kick.
12 grams of sugar, 18 grams of carbs, 10 milligrams of sodium, 1 gram of fat. And yeah, it does say on this label, it says kosher parv, special production. So
I learned something new today. I didn't realize that there was a kosher need in Thailand.
I guess, yeah. All right, let's go to the Stroop waffle. Where do you guess this is from?
I'm sorry, what?
Where are you guessing this is from? There we go. Double Dutch, honey vanilla. You want a whole one or a part one?
Can we just split one?
Yeah, sure.
Or just...
Okay, there is only one. I thought there were 2. There we go.
I like Stroop waffle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I definitely noticed the honey tones.
Yeah.
So I think if you like Stroop waffle if you like your coffee or tea with honey, you're gonna prefer it to a caramel flavor.
Yeah, that's true. We're just enjoying the Stroop. What was the first? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was going through Amsterdam, and they had Stroop waffles there.
Was that your first Barcelona trip?
Yes. So many years ago. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the first year that I don't travel outside the country.
You don't know that. Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. So, all right. Double Dutch. Where are you guessing that this is from? I know the answer already.
Does it say on the side?
Yeah. No, I read it before.
Canada.
Yeah.
Do they do a lot of honey in Canada?
Well, yeah. I would. Oh, honey. Yeah, I suppose they do a lot of syrup. I don't know. I would guess so. That's probably not natural honey. It's probably
No, it's just...
real honey.
I don't know. It doesn't say real honey, but
I'm guessing that's not real honey. What do we got? 10 grams of sugar, 23 grams of carbohydrates, 75 milligrams of sodium, and 6 grams of total fat, including 3 grams of saturated. All right, that leaves one item left, and this is my chew.
Mm-hmm.
sure how this is going to be. Usually I've gotten these in, we've had them in chiclet form and then individual wrappers. So I don't know if this is going to be like a stick form or if this is just going to be like a Pez dispenser looking thing or whatnot. So we'll open it up like I would some gum or something like that.
Right now you look like Charlie.
Charlie. Oh, I get the golden ticket. Oh, okay. There's a little, it looked like, I technically did it right. There looks like, there we go. A little foil rip open cord thing. So individually wrapper in a wrapper. This is the Apple version. And like I said before, I love the grape version. They also have the cherry version. And maybe I have had apple. Because I remember the yellow. So there's, apple's your favorite? Oh, sweet. Well, this is yours. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Not true.
It's like Laffy Taffy,
Mm-hmm.
but with the texture of a Fannie Mae caramel. Like
Really?
there's just something lighter, and once it warms up to mouth feel or mouth temperature, the mouth feels amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like any of the flavors, the apple's my favorite. But
yeah.
I just love the chewiness of it, the firmness, but
Can't tell you the ingredients on this, but there's a lot of sugar and a lot of carbohydrates. Munch Pack is all about. Boom, and that's the Munch Pack box. And those are all the foods right there. Let's go right here, minus the two that Jennifer's got over there. So interesting. If you've gotten a Munch Pack, let me know, and let's compare our munches and go from there. So thanks a lot for watching. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here and tasting it with me. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Check everything out. I know this is not a normal video that I do when you do lots of tech stuff, but you know, we're having a little geekiness here, and I do want to thank the folks over at Munch Pack for making the Munch Pack. I'll put a little smiley face on me.
it's a nicely curated collection.
Very, very much so. And there's more than one pack, so they can get another
Is that
pack.
why this brochure's so darn big?
I think so. No, I think you'll get a different brochure with your other Munch Packs.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. I'll have to check it out as we go. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching. If you have any questions on this, feel free to ask me. I don't know how to answer them, but we're gonna munch some more. So you guys geek out on whatever you're doing geek-wise, and take care.
Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We got another review here today on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put it in a geek, and you got me. We do reviews, we do interviews, we do a whole bunch of stuff over at Geekazine here. So thank you guys very much for coming to the live channel. You saw the socials there. That's how you can get a hold of me. Today, we're talking about this little product right here. It is the Inevafit Eros. Inevafit Eros, hopefully I pronounced that right. It is a body scale, a Bluetooth body scale, which connects up to your iOS. It connects up to your Android. It connects up to your tablet, your phone. It tracks more than just your weight. And yes, I am going to step on this scale and we're going to talk about it. First of all, I want to talk to you guys about my review policy. I got product to review from Inevafit. The product is, I got no sponsorship, compensation, or anything like that. All opinions are of Geekazine. We've got the review linked right there. You can check that out to find out more about my policies and procedures when it comes to reviewing products. So, all right, well, we got the device over here. What this is a body scale. It's standard scale, looks like a standard scale. It's a Bluetooth scale. It connects up via Bluetooth to your device and allows you to track, not only find out what your weight is, but track how your weight is going. Now, we got the Bluetooth scale here. What we're going to do is I'll eventually step on the scale. You'll get to find out how much I weigh, but it's going to tell you, the scale is going to tell you a whole bunch more than just your body weight. And it's going to be able to track so you know what you're doing. Now, I have it loaded up on my tablet here, and so you'll be able to see what's going on. All right, let's take a look at the Innovafit Eros here. This is a, like I said, it connects with an app. $49.99 for the scale. The app downloads on the iOS or Android Play Store. You can then connect up anything basically with the calibration. You can then basically step on the scale. As you can see, there's like these metal design. It's like a hexagon right there. But the metal parts of that's actually what's going to be telling the scale your body measurements. Now, I believe you can wear socks, and definitely we will not go bare feet, because I know there are some that don't get too happy when they see bare feet. And I totally understand that, because I'm one of them. I haven't gotten a manicure in a while because, you know, the salons are all closed. But I will be wearing socks. I believe you can wear socks, but, you know, you might change the information there. So the best thing to do is actually step onto the scale barefoot, so it can work with the contacts, because that's what those metal pieces are. They're contacts. Here, I'll show you right here. So you see the metal lines right there. That's all contacts. So your feet should be right on the two as you go, and like I said, I will show you as we progress from there. The scale by Innovafit. The price, of course, right now is $49.99, and of course that price can change at any time. Innovafit does have a series of other products that you can check on and use. And of course, this is just one in their line of products. So let's take a little bit more on the page. You have the smart fat body scale. So this is all the stuff that it's going to be measuring. Simple design. You're going to check your BMI. It's going to check your heart. It's going to check your water weight. It's going to check your bone structure, and it's going to give it to you all into the app fairly easily. You can then track everything as you go through the chart system there, and of course anybody can use it, and all they have to do is set up. You can set up a profile on your app and then say these are the users, or they can just set it up on their phones. Of course, Jennifer and I both have the app set up on our phones. She tracks her weight. I track my weight. There was only one time where my weight came onto her phone, but I think that's because of the fact that her phone was closer than mine to the scale. This does connect up Bluetooth, so it's going to try and find the Bluetooth device. It's best if you open it up, just like any program like this, best if you open it up, the app, and then then step on the scale. And of course, you might want to set it on the sink or something like that, because you don't want to add the extra weight of the phone onto your scale, unless you want to really feel a little bit better, because you're seeing the scale add and subtract numbers. Now, in this case, what we're going to do is I have all my clothes on, so that's going to add just a touch more weight to my to the scale here from what I normally do, which is usually before I step in the shower. I know you got a perfect visual on that right there, and of course that's when everything reads and sends over to the phone. So the scale does come. Basically, you get the scale. There's 2 batteries, AA batteries in the back. We've been using this scale for I'd say about a month and a half now, and the battery life is still there. So basically what it does is it stays off until you step on the scale, and then the sensors say, hey, somebody's on the scale, let's get this going. If you step on the scale and step off the scale, it'll go through a calibration process. So in this case, like over here, we have it on a carpet. Before, I usually have it on a hard floor. So you want to calibrate your scale before you step on. I'll show you how all that happens. We got the camera all set up, and I suppose without any further ado, let's do that. Let's step on the scale and show you how this all works. Now, to begin with, I'm going to load up my app here. Here's my app, and it's saying my my weight already here. And so, and of course, it says that it's over because I stepped on the scale with the clothes on. So it's about 2 pounds more. It's showing me my body fat. If we scroll down, as you can see, it's all these, it's like a little hive looking thing here. Let's get this back into frame. Hive looking thing. All your measurements are. So we've got that ready. Let's set this over here. The app does make sounds. So if you gain weight, and I'll probably end up gaining another pound because now I have my body pack from my microphone on here, you will hear sounds. I'm not too keen on the sounds because I hate negative sounds, positive sounds when you're doing something like this. So I'm going to step in the middle to get this going, and then I'm going to let go. As you can see, it's now calibrating. It's going to be at 0. So now I'm going to step on the scale. Notice where my feet are, right on those metal pieces right there. And as you can see, it's now figuring out the weight, 230.8, and now it's doing this quadruple 0. That is basically getting the measurements, the water index, the bone density and stuff like that. I don't know if you heard it on the app, but the app actually made a noise, and that noise basically said that I gained weight from there. So here's the app right here. And it's got my weight right there at 230.8. It says that my BMI is 33, my body fat is 32. My subcutaneous, is 20. We get a whole bunch of measurements here. Now I can go into the tracking, and I can see, well, I can see my weight went up, but once again, I am wearing clothes. My BMI went up. My body fat went up, and tomorrow when I step on the scale without clothes on, this will all go back and normalize itself. So we've got all these, my visceral fat, we've got the body water, which my body water, and once again, with socks on, that might not be telling them the complete story, the best story. Skeletal muscle. So as you can see, now I can track that. And it's been tracking that for a few days. We got week, we got month, and we got year. Body water, 48.9. So the body mass index, I'm in this red area. I should be planning on. That's what I'm working on. That's why, got the treadmill out, got some exercise equipment out here because I can't go to the gym anymore. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how that all works. And then of course it turns itself off, so it saves. Before, you had to do a whole bunch of stuff, different apps to find out more than just your weight. I mean, there were some weight tracking apps and the scales tracking apps early on, but now reading through the feet, that it does have the ability to tell you a little bit more about what's going on inside your body. And that's great. It's not going to be perfect. If you want perfect, you're going to have to go to your healthcare professional, and they'll have the high-end equipment that will do this. But this gives you a good idea of where you're at, so you can continue on in a positive manner. And you can definitely share this information with your healthcare professional, because it helps them try, and especially nowadays, you'll have to do some communication with them, and this is something perfect for that. And that is the InnovaFit Eros. It's a body scale. It's perfect for getting your body measurements, trying to analyze and track how your progress when you're trying to lose weight, when you're trying to gain muscle, when you're trying to stay as healthy as possible. And that's pretty much it for this product. What do you think on it? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine. Of course, all the socials. Think Magazine, put in the geek. You have got me. And I'll try and answer as many questions on this as possible. Of course, technical questions you should be talking to Inevifit about. That was the Inevifit Eros Bluetooth body fat scale. And this has been another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Questions, just let me know, and we will go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. Welcome to Geekazine's virtual conference coverage 2020. All right, we're here with Kingston. I got David here, and we got some new USB options for you guys out there for your at-home experience, traveling, if you're traveling or anything like that. So how's it going, David?
It's going good, Jeff. It's good to see you. I mean, it's virtually. We can't see each other in person, but it's awesome to see you. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, not a problem, not a problem. So, so tell us, what is Kingston working on with data transfer?
Yeah, so we have a couple of new USB drives that we've launched in the last couple of weeks. So, everything is kind of steadily, slowly moving towards USB-C. So we've launched a couple of new drives to kind of address that market. Our first drive here is called the Data Traveler Duo. So what this is this is a USB drive that has both a USB Type-C and a USB Type-A port on it.
Okay.
So that way you can do easy transfers. Most computers now, I think at least the newer ones over the last few years, have both ports on it. And then if you're one of those that, you really like USB Type-C because it comes with that greater speed, we also came up with a drive here called the Data Traveler 80. This is actually a 256 gigabyte model in a very, very thin form factor here.
Okay.
And this is a full-on USB Type-C drive, so fast read speeds, fast write speeds for like the content creator.
Okay, so it is USB-C. Do you have a USB-A model or no?
We do have USB-A models that also go very fast too. So I actually happen to have one here. This is kind of the sister or the brother drive to the one I just showed you. This is called Data Traveler Kaizen, K-Y-S-O-N.
Okay.
So this is a fast transfer USB Type A drive. And when I say Data Traveler, I should let everybody know that Data Traveler is just simply the name that Kingston uses to address all of our USB products. So it's always Data Traveler is the family name followed by a specific model name or number home, and depending on what part of the country that you live in, some are opening up faster than others. Like us, for instance, we started returning to the office a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Up to that point, just one day a week for us, but up to that point, for us to if we had sensitive data, of course we have the cloud that a lot of us use to store, photos, music, videos, that type of thing. But for work items that maybe you want to keep, or even home documents like taxes and stuff that you want to make sure you have some security around. One of the things we have here is called our Data Traveler 2000. This is an encrypted keypad USB.
Okay.
So what we're doing here is you're typing in an 8-digit code, and 8-digit code unlocks the drive before you plug it into a computer. So the beauty of this drive is that it doesn't require an OS. So you can use this in pretty much any device that has a USB port. As soon as it's pulled out of the device that it's plugged in, it goes back into a lock mode. And if you're worried about losing it, chances are your data is going to be very, very safe, because after 10 unsuccessful login attempts, the drive will go into will kind of freeze and force a reboot. And when it does a reboot, it throws out all the keys. You have to enter in a new password. All the data is wiped. So your data is pretty much secure in case you misplace this.
Okay. So it doesn't need a PC to do that. So how would you go about putting in? And first of all, do you have to have an 8-digit password, or can you have a 4-digit password, or?
Yeah, so it's actually out of the factory. We do kind of texting on flip phones.
Got it.
Yeah, hit the button 3 times for the letter T or whatever.
No. There's no letters on A. what was it? CCFF. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
I was really good at actually driving and doing my texting. So I was looking at the road and I was like texting, I'm on my way, and then hit the send, and then I wouldn't even look at the phone. And I kind of missed that. But now I can do that with my thumb drive, because I can just go da 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 da, and then plug it into my car stereo, and then all of a sudden my car turns into, I don't know, Knight Rider or something like that. Do you put the code in first and then insert the drive, or do you insert the drive and then put the code in?
Yeah, that's right. You put in the code first to unlock the drive, and then after it's unlocked, it functions just like any USB.
And I'm assuming that it will turn back if you don't insert it into a USB drive after a certain amount of time?
So what'll happen is, as long as you have the drive plugged in and you're working to it, it'll stay unlocked. But let's just say, for instance, you're at work, it's plugged in, you're working on it, you get called away to a meeting or something like that, and you accidentally leave it plugged in. Anybody who comes by thinking, hey, this drive is open, it's like as soon as they eject it, they pull it out, it goes into a lock state.
Is there any other way that it locks itself? Like after an hour's worth of time or something like that?
Yeah, there is a time limit on this. So you can, you have a certain amount of time, probably up to 30 seconds, from the time you unlock the drive and you get a green light that shows you it's unlocked to plugging it in. If you don't do anything with it in that after that amount of time, then it will go back to a lock state.
Okay. What's the battery life on something like that then?
So every time that it's plugged in, it's always charging the battery. So for instance, this unit is actually a brand new unit that I just took out of the packaging yesterday.
Okay.
And I charged the battery for 30 minutes before I started using it. So all I did was I simply plugged it in and let it sit on my computer for 30 minutes before I unplugged it and entered my own passcode.
What happens when the battery, let's say it's just sitting for 6 months and the battery drains? Your data's still safe, right?
Yeah, your data's safe because the memory inside here, flash memory is solid state, so it doesn't require power to retain memory. It's non-volatile memory. Yeah. So, memory that goes inside your computer, that's volatile memory. So you cut the power, it loses all the data.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, let's check out prices of all these cool little items. Or did you have any more items to show?
I have one more if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I'd like to show you the Kingston Nucleum Hub. So this is a 7-in-1 USB Type-C hub. And what we have here is, especially on MacBooks, MacBook Pros, ever since I think about 2016, 2017, when Mac started going to Type-C ports, you're really limited to buying a couple of different models there. It either has 2 Type-C ports or 2 Type-A. So what we did with Nucleum is if you plug one of these in there, if you take up one of the ports with the Nucleum, we're giving you 7 additional ports to work from and work with. So we've got on both sides here, let's start with the USB Type-A. Okay. There's one on this side and then one on the opposite side. And then we also have additional 2 USB Type-C. One can be for data transfer, one can be for charging. So what you could do, for instance, is you could plug your charging cable into the Nucleum. We also have 2 additional card slots. So we've got a micro SD and an SD card type slot. And then the final thing on this is we have an HDMI connector.
Is it a 1080p monitor? Is it a 4K monitor? What?
It'll run 1080p.
Okay. Yeah, but if you have a laptop that usually has 1 or 2 USB-C ports, usually it's just so they can hook up another monitor to it. So that would be perfect. And a lot of these portable monitors are only going at 1080p right now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. This is, this allows you to give you that functionality when, if you're running an additional monitor out of your Type-C port, then you're going to have to use another slot to run power. That's going to have to be plugged in all the time.
All right, let's take a look at some of the price points on some of these items.
Sure. Yeah. So for Nucleum, it's between $40 to $50.
Okay.
For Nucleum, available now. The Data Traveler 2000, our encrypted USB drive, these start at right around $40. and they go from 4 gigabyte all the way to 128 gigabyte. And then for the
so it goes up to 128 gigabytes. So what are we talking price wise on the high end?
Price point on the high, off the top of my head, I don't know. The best place to go look is wherever your favorite e-tailer, essentially. Yeah, and then for the DT80 here, these start right at about, and also the DT Duo, these start right at about $10, $12.
Okay, and what 4 gigabytes?
They start at I believe these start at actually 32 gigabytes.
Okay.
And depending on the model, so the DT80, for instance, goes up to 256 gigabyte, and then the new Duo comes in 32 and 64 gig.
Okay.
And there might be a 128 gig in there too.
Okay. And then you have a whole host of other types of USB drives. You've been doing this for a while, so and hard drives, and of course, I have a couple computers with Kingston SSD technology inside running. And I think this machine that I'm doing this interview on is running the Kingston as the main and secondary drives as well. So lots of cool stuff.
Thank you so much.
Well, David, thank you very much for your time. And I'm hoping that we're going to get out. We've seen each other at a couple shows, and hoping to catch up with you at another show in the future.
Yeah, look forward to it. I know we've been kind of all stuck at home now for 7-8 months, but the important thing is we're all staying safe, and there will be a time when you and I meet up again. So.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jeff.
That's another company from the virtual conference coverage 2020 at Geekazine. Since I can't go to the conferences, I'm going to have the vendors come to me. If you're a vendor, if you've got a product that you want to show off, if you've got a service that you want to talk about, let me know. Tweet me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put Into Geek, and let's get on air and talk about it for Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. For the virtual conference coverage 2020, Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. Security all around you. You need to worry about that, as especially nowadays. You want to find out, you want to know who's at your front door, you want to know who's at your back door. And if you start going out again, you're going to probably go, hey, I need some sort of security system here. I unboxed another Solium before. This is the S600. The cool thing about this one is it has a solar panel on top of it. So you will not need to recharge the batteries or plug it in other than solar. And all you need is an area where it gets enough sun. It's self-sustaining solar panel. It's got the ability to talk and listen on there. It connects up to your Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz channel. I'm going to probably put this in the backyard just to see who's coming up the driveway, who's coming up into the back area, the front door, and the garage and everything like that. Because especially in the winter, and that's the one thing I'm pretty interested to find out is how this is going to hold up during the winter months, when the sun is not as bright as, of course, during the summer months. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and open this up. And I've got a little cellophane, so we're going to start at the bottom for the little slice in there. And we'll take the cellophane, we'll go up to the upper cam here, and we'll take off some of this cellophane. And as I was talking, they just showed up with another item that I'm going to have to unbox at a later time. Or maybe I'll do this on this one. Maybe we'll take a second to go get that item and go from there. So anyway, this is the Solium S600 right here, solar security camera. Let's open it up. Don't forget to claim your free gift. So here we are. We've got this. Here's the panel. And so we got a card, just like last time. They gave us a card for Solium. We've got the wireless outdoor security camera manual. Shows you what you need to do and how you need to do it. Set that there. We've got a sticker, and basically this is the drill sticker, so that you set this on your wall, you make your holes, and then you can put everything into place without a problem. So surprise is next. Surprise. Thank you. It's a thank you card. There's some gift options you can get. I can get either an extension cable or a memory card. So I'll have to take, if I write a product review, probably. All right, and let's see what we got here. First of all, we got the solar panel. And my understanding is this solar panel can be placed in another spot. So if you are, like, for instance, my front door has a little lead off in there, so I'd need to move this over to where the sun is accessible. So I can take this and move this over. I don't need to have this connected right on top of the camera. So let's take a look here. The solar panel, we've got just a cord in. That's the power cord right there. We've got looks like a connector, some sort of support connector that you can take off with a couple hex nut. And then on the sides, we have these they look like little doors. Okay, on this side is a charging port. I wonder if I can charge other devices with the solar. It looks like a micro USB, so maybe it's charging in. And then on the other side, we have another door. It's an on-off switch, and I'm not exactly sure what that means, the on-off switch. And we got something on the side. Looks like the Allen wrench and a screwdriver and all the screws and anchors needed to put that in. Looks like we got the USB to micro USB cable right here. We'll pull this up, and we'll throw this over here. And it looks like we got the main unit, and that's pretty much it. So we'll set that down. And we'll set this over here. Now, the main unit also has wireless antenna. I'm not sure how many dB the wireless antenna is. We've got the mount on top, which also looks like it can be detached. So I'm guessing that you could probably attach it, like I said, if you need to get the panel to a sunnier source. Then we have the camera. I don't think it's 360. I think it's only 270. So you go all the way to one side, you might have to start going all the way back from there. From the looks of it, we've got the camera, we got different types of lights, a sensor up here, and then this looks to be a sensor that detects motion. So that is pretty interesting. Down underneath here, we have a QR code, which I'm assuming is how you pair the device with your phone, because there is an app for that. And on the back, I think that's pretty much it for this camera. So ultimately, with the camera, if you are with this device, if you want to, you can put this right on top. And there's ways to angle this. It doesn't have to be that flat. I just have to get the Allen wrench out to loosen this to make the turns. But it looks to turn this way or this way, but doesn't turn this way or this way. We've got the dual plug here. So here's the plug for the solar, and then this is the plug. This is the receiving plug. So we can put this right on the wall, and then we can plug it in, and then of course the solar panel. And of course the solar panel will do its job and go from there. So ultimately, this is what it looks like if we were to attach it on the wall. Like if I come back here and just kind of set it like here. This is what it would look like if this was in your front or back. It's a little bit bigger than a lot of security cameras that I've seen. I'm not too worried about that, but it looks like it does have some free range. So if, let's say you're following a squirrel or something like that, and you want to see the squirrel and the squirrel's right underneath, this thing will probably go all the way down to take a look at the ground. So after I take a sip of coffee, and then we're going to take a look at this. So what this is, your bike rides, your snowmobile rides, your car rides, and I've done that before. I've put it on a selfie stick, and like when I was in Vegas, I needed to get some B-roll. Took that thing, hung it outside the car window. Of course, somebody else was driving, and then got some pictures of the strip. Let's go ahead. Let's get to the overhead camera. Here it is right here. Let's go ahead and unbox this. So let's see if there's an easy rip cord right there. So down here, just pull that, and there we go. And this unbox is actually going to be pretty easy because it's unboxing to the case. which is the pretty sweet carrying case for the GoPro 9. In here, let's zip this open. Let's open this up. Here we go. We're going to start with this stuff right here. Subscribe to GoPro, which I've already done. Got a little instruction manual. It says, hey, there's an app on the App Store or the Google Play Store. Go and get that. We've got tells you the instructions on how to insert the battery, how to turn it on. And then on the back here, it looks like, oh, could have got some stickers right there. And then how different mounts that you can use for it. And then, of course, the instructions. And I think this is, yeah, these are in different languages. So you can definitely look at this or just go online and get the instruction manual. And that's what I normally do, is get the instruction manual. We're going to save this for last. What do we got here? We've got a USB-C to USB-A cable for connection. We've got, this is the battery right here. Let's pull it out. It's a little bit thicker battery than the Force. We got the battery right there. We've got a thread screw mount, and we've got, this is for, you know, like things like helmet cams and stuff like that. You'll affix this to the top of your head like this, and then you put the camera, and then you drop it. And then there's another part of the mount here. There is no tripod mount, which is a little disappointing. Maybe, nope, nothing on the bottom here. Maybe it's underneath the camera, hopefully. Let's pull out the camera. Nope, that's pretty much it. And this is a recyclable thing, so, but I have a feeling I'm going to be keeping this in here or getting some foam to really wrap this around on the GoPro. So let's just move this to the side here. And let's, there it is, the GoPro. We got some film we need to pop off here. So this is the first piece of film. A little effort. There we go. We've got, this is the front. Then you have the ability to actually use it in selfie mode and see what you're recording. So let's pull off that. And then we got the camera lens. And then on the back, we have a bigger LCD. Remember when the GoPros used to not have, well, actually the 4s didn't have LCD monitors to them at all. And now you got them right on the camera. So that's pretty cool. The GoPro 9 is, looks fairly straightforward. Do I have a 4 nearby? And I got a little wraparound case for it. So let's do this. So this is the 4, this is the 9. You know, there is a big difference in size here. This is a lot bigger. I mean, I'm saying a lot bigger, but really not a lot bigger. So there we go. There's the size between the 4 and the 9. So that's, yeah, okay, a little bit bigger, maybe a couple millimeters bigger in height and width, and then just a little thicker. Of course, you have the monitor. This doesn't have a monitor at all, just a little LCD panel, which is always hard to see in dark light, whether I had good sight or not. So pretty cool. We've got the ability, let's see, we've got this double latch. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. Look at that. So this goes down. So if you want it, if you don't want to hook up anything to it, you got it right there. And you want to put a case around it, you got it right there. But then when it's ready to go, you flip those down, and then you can put your attachment on, like so. All right, so on the side here, I think this is where a lanyard will go right there. We got the power button right here. On the back, the big LCD, and I believe this is a touch screen. On this side, this is, I think this is where the battery goes. So let's go ahead and look at the instructions on how to pop this open. Is to pull it down this way. There we go. And then pull it open this way. There we go. This is where the battery goes. We got the SD card in here, and then we have a USB-C connection. But let's put the battery in here, and let's see how this works. It might be the USB-C. I need to get a adapter to do any type of live streaming. So I'll put the battery in here, and we'll close this up. Down and in. Okay, there we go. Let's hit the power button. Let's see if we get some juice in this battery. There we go. Beep, beep, beep. Got the GoPro logo don't you know? And yes, we're going in English. By using this GoPro, I agree to the terms of use. We'll say agree. Capture the location. So it's got GPS on there. So we'll say, yeah, let's say we're on. Install the GoPro app and leave the camera on to follow the app instructions. So I think we can do that later, right? Yeah. Are you sure? Let's continue. We'll do that without the app right now. I guess, okay, let's do it. And then we'll go to cameras. And of course, you'll see my GoPro here. We'll hit the add button. And it says we found a new GoPro. Just as simple as that. We'll hit connect camera. And it says we'd like to pair. So yes. There we go. Connecting. And we'll change the name later. And right now it's saying no SD card. Of course, I don't have an SD card up here. It says camera update available. We're going to skip that for now. And it says your hero is ready. So let's go. Hey, ho, let's go. Control your GoPro from your phone. That's what I'm doing right here. And there we are. As you can see, I'm moving it. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it has a little bit of delay on there. We've got video on the back. Looks like we got video on the front. So I can see myself. So you can see me. Hi, how's it going? And I can talk and I can take a photo. And of course, no SD card. I can take video. See what we got here. So there's video. It's set up to 1080 60 right now, wide. And I can change those settings throughout. So I can change them on the back here. Or I should be able to change them in the app here, and which I don't have enough thumbs to do. So we can go to photo mode, or we can go to live mode, and I can do a live whatever. I'll have to figure out how that's set up for live. So as you can see right out of the box, fairly straightforward. And it's on the camera will turn themselves off. So I'm guessing you can adjust that so it doesn't do that. Figure out which camera I need to look at here. But right now it's also, as I was telling you about the yellow tint from the lighting. This has got a low Kelvin setup right now, so everything looks a little bit yellow. I need to do some balancing of the lights and that. But I can see myself, and I can do a little bit of talking and go from there. So I'm going to play with this a little bit more as we go, but that's the basic setup of the GoPro Hero 9. So far, pretty impressed. Setup was pretty quick. No extra stuff. Easy to read some of the prompts. And of course, I can use my phone to do some of the control. Welcome to Geekazine's Virtual Conference Coverage 2020. We got Sam here at Lenovo, and you guys got some new products coming out. So tell us a little bit about what you got there, Sam.
Yeah, we've announced quite a few products over the past month or two. So I only have a few of them here with me, obviously, because I am at my house and everyone else is at their house.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I'll walk you through some of the products that I do have on. And I'll start off with probably one of the most interesting products. Is our ThinkPad X1 Fold. This is something that we've teased and have kind of shown off already, but now it's within its final stages of being ready. It should be available very soon. It's actually, you can go online now and pre-order it. And what it is exactly what the name implies. It's a folding PC.
Okay.
So the idea behind this is with the new folding displays available out now, you can have this folding PC available to you. So it's a big 13.3 inch folding OLED panel there.
Okay.
And if you can see what I'm doing here.
Yep.
Simply fold the display together, and you have a much smaller footprint to carry around with you. So very intriguing device. Obviously, folding technology right now is very fresh and very exciting for a lot of people.
Yeah. What kind of screen is that then? What kind of plastic are you using for the fold?
It's a special plastic. We don't necessarily disclose the exact technology, but the covering here is our development, and then the display itself is made by LG. The OLED part of the display,
okay,
it's made by LG, and then we have developed quite a few different,
Yeah, that hinge looks really nice. I like how you have it designed. It looks like it's going to be pretty sturdy. If somebody tries to pull it the other way, it's not going to. It doesn't look like it's going to pop or anything like that.
Yeah, we put a lot of development into making it so that it's very sturdy, and when you're writing or touching the screen, it's not going to scratch or bend.
Okay. Yeah, and I noticed on the screen, I don't see any ribbing or anything like that right in the middle, because usually with the foldable, you'll see a little crease by design in some cases, so the screen closes properly.
Right. So let me see if I can get this logged on.
Okay.
But some of the things we've added on here obviously is this kickstand, so you can use it at your desk, whether you're just sitting at your desk and doing, connecting to a dock or whatnot.
Does that fold on both sides or just one side?
Just one, just this one side.
Okay.
Right. But this folio does have a unique function where as I fold the tablet, you'll see that the folio cover here slides to adjust to the curvature of the device.
That's nice.
Yeah. It's just some unique mechanical functionality that we've added to it. As far as the performance of it, we expect it to be pretty well performing. It's Intel's newest hybrid technology.
Okay.
So it'll have some of the hybrid technology, meaning a mix of some of the Core i series power, as well as some of the more efficient power from the lower end processors.
So that's what the 11th generation Intel processors, right?
Yeah, it's technically 11th gen, but then it's what Intel calls their hybrid technology.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What do you have for ports on that thing?
So there's two USB-C ports here, one on that side and another one there. So if you do, in case you do want to dock it, and it's sitting like this, you'll still have a USB-C port available.
Are they both charger? Or is one charger one?
Yes, both provide power data display out as needed.
Okay.
So
what's the weight on that thing?
It's just over 2 pounds. Sorry.
Just over 2 pounds?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad.
2 pounds. Yeah, 2.2 pounds.
How come it wasn't set up to actually fold the other way so you could actually have it in half its size to actually use the screen that way?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different philosophies on that. You've seen other, I guess when smartphones first started implementing the folding technology, you've seen some of the devices that folded the display outwards.
Yeah.
And we've just decided that, this rendition of it would be most appropriate.
Okay. Yeah. And do we have price points on this yet, or?
So this one will start out at $24.99.
Okay.
Obviously, at that price point, it's really an early adopter type product, right? Similar to what you've seen on some of the folding phones. So, but we still feel like the $249.99 price is still,
Yeah, it's a bit high for the average person that just wants a laptop. But everything that you get off of it, including that 2 touch screen, because I'm assuming you can fold it kind of like a laptop. And then use half of the screen as a keyboard? Is that how that works?
You can do it like this. Sorry, just want to do some updates.
Oh, so there's an actual keyboard attached. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so there's a keyboard that comes with it. It's an accessory that you can purchase separately as well. Okay. And then the pen comes with it as well.
Okay.
So there's a pen available for it.
If you don't have the keyboard with you, can you fold it like this and then have like a virtual keyboard or on-screen keyboard for that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there any haptics on there or no?
On the touchscreen keyboard? I don't believe there's haptics on it.
Okay. So you won't feel the keys, basically.
Yeah, you won't feel the keys.
Okay, that's not a problem. So
that's the main features. I mean, the real selling point of this is the folding display, right?
Okay.
That's the highlight of this product.
Okay. Yeah, and you've got some other stuff. Really quick, just run through the other ones so we have an idea of what's out there.
Yeah, so we have a lot of new laptops, a lot of new products within our yoga line. We have an update to our our 900 series yoga.
Okay.
It's going to have a leather top cover, and some of the configurations will be optional. They'll have this really unique touchpad and palm rest. It's all one glass piece.
Oh wow! Yeah,
it's really for aesthetics. So we've added a lot. We really designed this with that kind of purposeful design, give it a really nice look, but then also, this very functional touchpad here. It's all haptic feedback on the touchpad.
Okay. Do you find something with a longer move to the keyboard a little bit harder to work with or easier to work with? Trackpad seems to be a little bit bigger than a lot of other laptop keyboard trackpad combos. Unless I'm just seeing it because we're on a Zoom call or something like that.
It's a large trackpad, but we found that the larger the trackpad, the more the better the improvement in usability actually.
Okay.
So most of our users are actually calling for, hey, can I have a bigger trackpad?
Okay.
So
yeah, absolutely.
Trying to improve the trackpad experience.
Okay, perfect.
And then we have some other ones, some updates to our 700 series, but the one I have on me here is our Legion 7 Slim 7i.
Okay.
And it's our thinnest, gaming laptop to date. And the idea behind this product is most, folks who want a portable gaming laptop, they either have to sacrifice between, compromise between having a big heavy laptop or a thin laptop, and then you lose some performance.
Yeah.
So we really worked really hard to make this device still have some of the performance of a gaming laptop, but then also some of the function and features. So it's got a SD card reader, USB ports, power, and two Thunderbolt 3 ports. So it's going to give you plenty of power. So if you're using your gaming laptop for general like creativity work, then this is going to be something that's great for that.
Okay, perfect. And what's the price points on those?
So this one depends on the configuration you'll get. So I would have to look that up. As far as the starting configuration,
okay.
I would say over $1,000.
Okay,
and then it can go from there depending on the configuration.
Okay.
Only other one is something that's maybe more affordable. It's our P11 Pro tablet, and it's an Android tablet. It's this really unique tablet, very thin, and what it has is a detachable keyboard. It all comes with the device. And it all goes for I believe it's for $499.
Okay.
A detachable kickstand, and it's Android based. And the idea behind this is just a really premium Android tablet.
It's a nice Android tablet that actually opens up as a laptop. I know a lot of my friends will want that for the basic stuff that they need to. So, all right. Well, Sam, thank you very much for your time, and check it out over at Lenovo.com. Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's another company from the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020 at Geekazine. Since I can't go to the conferences, I'm going to have the vendors come to me. If you're a vendor, if you've got a product that you want to show off, if you've got a service that you want to talk about, let me know. Tweet me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put into Geek, and let's get on air and talk about it for Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. For the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020, Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and we got an unboxing for you coming up next. How you doing, everybody? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and today we are going to be taking a look at the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet. This is the 2000 Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. If you got any questions, you can always go over and talk to me on any of the socials, and of course on YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell, or don't. However you do it, that would be great. So, I got the Fire HD 10, and there's a reason why, and that is because of a new show that's coming out that I can't kind of talk about. I can kind of, but can't talk about just yet. But when I make the announcement next week, it'll be awesome, and we'll be doing some great stuff, and we'll be using the Fire HD 10 tablet with this. So, but for now, we're just going to unbox it and open it up, get it ready, and do a first look and see what we can do from there. So let's get into it. First of all, I want to let you guys know, hey, this is a review process, and of course, I purchased this all on my own. Nobody paid for it. Nobody's paying any sponsorship fees or anything like that. So this is on my own. All opinions are of Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review for all my policies and procedures when it comes to looking at items, unboxing items, and everything like that. So let's get into here. Let's check out the specs of the Fire HD 10.1 9th generation tablet. It's a 10.1 inch display, 1920 by 1200. Now that means that it's a 16 by 10, whereas a regular TV screen is 16 by 9, which is also wider angled, so wide angle ultra screen. It's an octa-core processor with 2 gigahertz and 2 gigabytes of RAM. Dual band AC Wi-Fi, so it'll use your older devices if you've got a B, G, or N, but of course it'll do AC for a wider band for your Wi-Fi, so you can get whatever movie you're downloading and whatever game you're playing. Front and rear cameras are both at 2 megapixels, so it's not going to be the greatest camera in the world, but it'll definitely take some pictures if the cat's doing something funny. It's got Dolby Atmos sound. And it's USB-C, but only USB-C 2, which it means that you can't really, you don't have high speed transferring files in here, but you have many different ways to put files on wirelessly. The AC will help you with that, and of course there is an SD card slot in there, so you can do more. Let's take a look at the page really quick. This is the Fire HD 10, where you can get it on Amazon, of course. 64 gigabytes of storage. There it is. Of course, you can get it with the case. You can get it with ads. You can get it without ads. The price is very dependent on what version, 32 or 64, or with special offers or without special offers. It goes up to $204.99, and the lowest price is $149.99. And of course, you can get different colors from black to plum to twilight blue to white, which is pretty cool. And there's also a 15-watt charger and a case that you can get with that. Lots of different things right there. So, but you're here to see me unbox this thing, so we're gonna do that right now. So let's get over here. We've got the HD 10. This is the tablet. I got the 64 gigabyte model, and it looks pretty straightforward looking at the package right here. It just tells you some things that you can do. So let's go ahead and get this opened up here. There we go. There's a little arrow system right here that says open it up this way. So we're going to peel that back, and we're going to lift this up. And we are going to pull it out. Pull it out this way. Nothing else in this box. We will set this to the side. And here is the tablet. It's in a little cardboard thing, so the little box down here, which has probably the cable and the plug. That's I think a 5-watt charger. And of course, you can get a 15-watt fast charge. This is the tablet. It's pretty wide. In fact, I have the Fire 7 tablet right here. Let's do that. Let's do the comparison really quick. So there's the 7, there's the 10. As you can see, it's a bit of a difference in size. We'll just set that right here. We'll peel back some of the plastic. Are you guys ready for this? Let's get ready for the peeling of the plastic. So, yeah, that's it. That's it right there. All right. There we go. That was the peeling back of the plastic. That's pretty cool. So anyway, this is the tablet right here. Like I said, is bigger. It's a little bit heavier, of course, than the 7. But yeah, it goes from there. Let's just turn it on and see what it looks like when we turn it on. Maybe. There we go. We got a little welcome type sound, and trying not to get the light in on this. So there's the Fire tablet. Excuse me. And while that's doing that, it goes to the next part. So, all right, let's zoom in just a touch and take a look at some of this right here. So it's saying, welcome, what language would you like? Would you like large font? That's down here. So I can adjust the font right away, which is cool. I'm going to say United States English and hit the next button. Even though I sometimes wonder if I actually do United States English, but anyway. And it says, hey, it's installing certain updates, so we're going to let that happen. We're going to set that there. And of course, yeah, it's going just a sec right now. So let's open up the rest of this really quick. Oh, it's already ready. So we'll hold off on that. I want to get through this really quick. So it says, hi, Jeffrey Powers. This device has been connected to my Wi-Fi and using the credentials previously saved to Amazon. So it knows me already. And that's one of the cool things about having an Amazon device is how it connects up. If you said, I'm ordering this for me, they're going to connect it up for you. If you say, I'm ordering this for Joe Schmo, and this is their email address, they're going to connect it up, set it up for them. So that is an important factor right there. Now, it said hello. So if this was meant for somebody else, then I'd have to reset this up. Not a big deal. So I'll hit continue. And it's going to say, hey, just a second here. Now it's saying, hey, are you restoring a Fire? You can restore all the apps and games, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, email configurations, bookmarks. And the last one I did was on, the last backup was on March 4th, which is this Fire 7 tablet. So let's restore it. What the hey? So we're going to have to sign in my Amazon account. Sorry, you don't get to see that part. There we go. And it says, now wait a while. And it's downloading and restoring. So now we're going to go, and now my phone is just blowing off saying, hey, you know, somebody just logged into your Amazon account. Oh, no. Okay, so let's get back here. Let's take a look at some of the features, or the extra pieces here on the unbox. We got the charger. Like I said, this is a 5-watt charger and a lot of plastic around it. We'll just leave the plastic on for now. We've got things to try. Do more with, and then of course this word. You can call mom, show the front door, have Sam Jackson tell you a joke, things like that. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Maybe. This is, this is instruction, the overview of the Fire 10 tablet, the getting started part, charging your tablet, and all the good instruction stuff. And then there should be a cable in here, and I think that's it. Yeah, there it is, nice USB-C cable. Remember, it's USB-C, but it's only a USB-C 2.0. So it's about as fast as a USB-A 2.0. They just use the USB-C, so you don't get confused on how you plug this in. So, and of course, if you can always get a USB-C to USB-C cable and adapters and all that other stuff if you wanted to. So I think that's it. That's in this box right here. Yep, that's it. We're still doing the system update, so yeah, that's gonna take a minute here. So right now, you know, I have a lot of cool apps on my my Fire 7 tablet. Mostly, this tablet is used for controlling my mixer for my sound. Because it's got the app for that. I do have a couple games that I put on there and used, and a couple utilities as well. Let's see what else I got on this Fire 7 tablet. I didn't put Facebook on this, but this one will get Facebook on there. You got HBO Now. You got when I about 6 months ago, I reviewed what's called the Heston Q, which is a induction cooking system, and I put the app on here, and it works really well. I've got a nice little piano app on my Fire 7, which will probably be on this new Fire 10 because I told it to move the apps over as well. My Xbox, I got my Xbox software here, YouTube, of course, and a few other things that I'm reviewing as we go. I got my email on here, of course, and then of course all the cool stuff that Amazon has, from the Amazon store to the Silk browser to the Kindle to the music, so you can watch movies and listen to music, which is what this Fire is really meant for. And it's given me some ideas here, so we'll go from here and we'll put the 7 back because we don't need it anymore. So somebody in the chat is asking, so how heavy is this? I don't know the weight. It feels like it's got some good, not too heavy. What is it says the weight is 10.1 ounces or 286 grams. So, but definitely can feel it in your hand. So here we are. Okay, now it's asking me, it's connecting to my Wi-Fi. And it says, just a second here while it's still configuring. Please wait while your Fire tablet is updating the latest software, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, and email configurations. So it's continuing to download. So this is not a quick process, but it definitely will have everything that you need when you're ready to play games and do other stuff. We can go back to this one, take a look at the Amazon App Store, since we do have to wait. All right, where are we? So this is the App Store right here. It looks like Clash of Clans. Now this is interesting because Clash of Clans was not in the Fire tablet this when I reviewed this last year. So they must have just changed that, and that's awesome. So you have your different categories. We got the home, we got the videos that you can download the apps or download actual videos. Family stuff. Here's some apps for the family. We got bestsellers, we got For You, and we've got Amazon coins. And I think this is going away. I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me. But my understanding is this was going away with this, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong, that's for sure. But anyway, you've got, that's the basic app store that we're gonna see. So the next step is, do we wanna enable location services? To allow maps, weather, and other apps, we're going to say yes. Do we want to auto-save our photos and videos to the Amazon Cloud Drive? We're going to say yes. Save Wi-Fi passwords to Amazon. Yeah, we'll leave that on for now. My Wi-Fi password I give to almost anybody that needs it. And it says, hey, meet your Fire tablet. So little music, little video here. We'll do this. Bring this volume down. There we go. And go from there. So we'll just skip through it. I understand what this is. So let's move on. And it says get started with the A word. You can use your voice to access apps. So let's enable it right here. Make this Fire kid friendly. We don't need to, so we'll just say not now. But you might want to, because you know might have kids that are using this. Get more out of your Fire tablet with Goodreads. Find more books you'll love. We'll say not now with that. And then it's saying, hey, there's Audible. You get a 30-day free trial. We're going to say no thanks to that. So even though, just a lot of different options that you can do, enjoy, but telling you, hey, you got books and videos that you can look at right now. But we're going to leave that at that. And then says, included with this update, change your tablet at Alexa experience when multiple devices are present. By default, this will not respond from your tablet and will instead respond from the next closest Echo device. So we'll just say okay. So basically, if these two tablets are close, and then I have an Echo and I say the magic word, not all of them will react to it. Just one of them will react, and it'll go for the Echo devices first, and then the tablets. So far, what I see is that a lot of the apps I have are not on here. It looks like I'm gonna have to install apps again, but it's not a big deal. So, but those are the apps. These are the books, the videos I can get, and of course I have Amazon Prime, so I can watch Hunters. I can watch All or Nothing from the tablet. I also have a lot of the features like Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi, AC, and the voice enabled. You can turn it on and off from up here. And it's saying updates available for download. So it's downloading. Yeah, it's starting to download the apps that I have on this 7-inch tablet here. So, and of course I can add whatever I want. You get the idea of how that part works. It's a nice clean screen. Let's compare it to the 7. Sorry, the 7 is a little bit dirty, but you'll see the idea between the two screens. This does look a little bit darker, but I might have the contrast down on this a little bit. And this one, the 10, does look a lot brighter. There's 224 points per inch for the screen. So I'm not sure what the LUTs are on this, but it looks pretty bright. I'm in a bright room right now. I'm assuming there's a sensor in here, I think up here, that can adjust the lighting here, but we'll go through all the settings. Actually, let's do that. Let's go through the settings right now. Settings right here. Internet, connected devices. We can do Bluetooth, USB, and printing. So it might see my printers. Let's go over here. Connection settings. There's one print service on, so we can add service, so we can find our printers. That took us here. We won't get into that too much. We can pair a new device if we want to. So that's with that side. Battery, actually, battery's kind of nice at 72%. So it says should last till about 5:45 p.m. Not too bad. Hands-free mode, screen locks, wake word, and things like that if we want to choose. So we could actually, I think we could change the wake word on this tablet as opposed to the other devices. We can do the show mode, what we want to see, a display. So let's go to show mode first of all. So if we want to see the home screen, well, we can choose that as the default. We can choose our Amazon photos, or we can go to the default. The display, once again, we can see an ambient clock or a photo slideshow. Accessibility, Alexa captioning, calling. Oh, sorry, cancel. I said the magic words. The settings, including access restriction, hands-free mode, wake word. So we can change the wake word from, it looks like one of two options. So, trusted networks, multiple Alexa devices, and communications. Yeah. What else we got? We got storage, and you can put an SD card into here. I got internal storage of 64 gigabytes, but I can put up to 512 gigabytes of an SD card in here for more storage. If I have movies and videos, let's say I'm using this to show wedding pictures or videos that I do, recordings that I do, I can put it onto the tablet and take it with me. Security and privacy, we've got screen lock options, administrative options, my account information. We won't get into that, so you won't see that. Profiles, so if you've got many people here, you can set that. You can also set the parental controls. Accessibility, if you can't see it or if you can't hear it, you can do that all here. High contrast text. and it's saying some videos might not look properly, so work properly, excuse me. So that's high contrast. As you noticed, the yellow was all gone. It's all black and white, and of course, color correction is off. And we can, and yeah, it's saying that the videos might look a little bit weird. Audio descriptions, closed captioning, so you get that. You can go through all that. The help here, which I like the help because sometimes it does a video help, tutorials, phone and email help, feedback help, all right there. So, and legal and compliance. So that's all the settings right there. And you also have the help right here up on top. And some of my apps, this one is my Ultimate Guitar app, which I can use to get tabs and chord structures for certain songs so I can play them, which is cool. So I might use this as opposed to my iPad because I can set this into a stand and put this onto my microphone stand or something like that. So that's pretty cool. And then I have one tablet dedicated to my mixing board and one tablet dedicated to the lyrics and the songs. So I got a little drum machine here. It's really starting to load all the apps here. All right. And of course the volume is down. And so that's pretty much it. It's loading it up. Looks like it's loading it up perfectly. I just switched to landscape mode, and as you can see, pretty usable right there. Let's take a look at the sides here really quick. I'm gonna zoom in so you can see what's going on. And then we're gonna brighten this up just a little bit. That's the wrong way. There we go. So on the sides, what we have the volume buttons right there. We have a 3.5mm jack. I think this is a TRS, not a TRRS, but I'm not 100% on that, which means that this might be a TRS. So if you have headphones with microphone to use like Skype, so it's got to have it in there. So it's probably a TRRS. It's got TRRS, so that's a 3-pole for your microphone. We got a microphone dot right there, and that's so if you don't have headset. USB-C 2.0 connector, and then the power button right here. On the side, we have. Let's see if we can. Let's focus this back in. All right, on the side right here, we have the opening for your SD card. So basically just open that up like that, put in your SD card and close that up, and then you have more storage. Nothing on the bottom right here, but we have the speakers. Now the speakers are in landscape mode. So we have one speaker on the right and one speaker on the left right here. So it's like a 6-dot configuration. So, and that's pretty much it for that. Let's zoom this back out here a little bit. There we go. And that's pretty much it. And it just said, hey, updates available for download. So I'm guessing it needs my permission. Oh, download additional voices. So if you want, if you don't want the standard voice for the personal assistant, you can say, hey, I want Amy from the United Kingdom, and it'll download that, or Brian from the United Kingdom, or Chantel from Canada, French Canada, and much more. So you have a pretty good amount of voices. I don't see Samuel Jackson. Where's Samuel Jackson? Alexa, have Sam Jackson tell me a joke. Or maybe not. Okay, so he's not going to do that, but that's okay. So that's it. It's set up. Now, within this time, and we're talking like a 30-minute time period, depending on what you have on your previous Amazon Fire. It didn't take too long, and of course the bandwidth, how long it takes, what type of internet speed you have. It doesn't take too long to load this up and get this ready. And of course, it came from Amazon, so it knew exactly who it was going for. Yeah, it set it up. Looks good. Of course, individual apps you'll probably have to log in from after that. But we're ready to go. We're ready to use this Fire 10 tablet for whatever we need. And I'm definitely going to be using it for this new show that I can't talk about just yet. But if just next week we'll talk about it, or just watch over at Geekazine. Geekazine Twitter, Geekazine Facebook, Geekazine Think Magazine, put in a geek, and you got me. That's it. That's the unboxing and first look at the Amazon HD Fire 10 10.1, the 9th generation tablet from Amazon. I can't wait to use it for this future endeavor. And if you want to get it, we have a link down in the show notes. Please go ahead and use that link, because it supports Geekazine and all the efforts I do for that. If you got any questions, let me know, and I'll try to answer them best I can. But the better person to answer the questions is over on the Amazon page, because if you ask a question there, you get a bunch of people that answer that right away. So that's it. So that is the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet unboxing. Thanks a lot for watching. And until next time, you guys, hey, geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at a very cool product from our friends over at IK Multimedia. It's the iRig Pro Duo IO. It's an amazing thing for some of you musicians, podcasters out there to do 2-channel recording on the fly. And we're going to talk about that next. Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. And you got me. And here we are. We're here in Studio B. It's been fun trying to get this all put together. Socials are right here, by the way, if you have any questions. I wanted to get this out to you today so you can see what this is, the iRig Pro Duo. It's an amazing product from our friends over at IK Multimedia. Now, first of all, before we start, I do have to say IK Multimedia gave me product to show off. They have not paid any sponsorship fees or anything like that. All opinions are of Geekazine, and we do have the review policies over here that you can check out if you have any questions. Technical support, I'll try and help a little bit, but your technical support should be done by IK Multimedia. These guys are awesome. They'll respond to any problem they have. And of course, they have a ton of stuff for the musician, whether you're doing keyboards or you're doing vocals or you're doing guitar. I was introduced to them first of all when I was started playing guitar, and they had this app called Amplitude, which allows you to create the perfect pedal board and set up from there. And of course, this works with Amplitude. You can get it for your PC, for your Mac, and just amazing. These interfaces, I've had many different versions of these interfaces, and it's just been amazing. So I'm really excited to unbox the iRig Pro Duo IO and get that going as we go from there. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at some of the specs on the iRig Pro Duo. First of all, it's a mobile 2-channel audio device. It also has MIDI interface, so if you want to connect up that way, you can do so. You can connect to any recorded device. It does have phantom power. It's 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And it costs you only $199. And here it is right here. This is the iRig Pro Duo IO. It is, as you can see, it's got 2 channels in. We've got 2-channel audio and audio adjust as we go. So, and of course, you can start learning your French by saying Interface mobile audio MIDI et tu Kenya. I think that's how you say that. My French friends are probably going, what are you doing, you crazy, crazy person, you. So anyway, we're going to monitor the chat. If you have any questions, let's go ahead and unbox this thing. There's many different cables in here, and it's important to keep the instructions and keep the cables close by in the box. Let's open up the box here. And this is what I mean. The first thing is you'll get this thing from IK. This is more than an instruction manual. Do not toss this, because it will most likely, as others do, have serial numbers in there inside here. And I'm not going to show you too much because if I got my serial numbers on here, your registered product information. Now, if you end up uninstalling this and reinstalling this, you want to have this product information close by. Plus, it's all QR coded, so you can just take a picture and download it. And then there's apps that you can download with this. So this it's something you've got to keep. Here we go. We've got the iRig Pro right here in the bag. We'll just kind of do that. And there it is right there. Let's take a look at it a little bit more. To start with, we've got two dual. They're XLR and 1/4 inch inputs. So if you've got an instrument or you got a microphone, you can plug it into either of those. On the side here, we've got 48 phantom power. We've got a volume control right there. And then we have a left and right out. So you can actually set up 2 monitors to this if you want to. So on the top here, we have a power source, which I think that's sold separately. We have what's technically a breakout cable, but there's going to be several different cables to that. And then we've got the MIDI in and out, and they look like 3.5 inch jacks, but the cables, you'll see them, it'll actually be a conversion cable to MIDI. On the side over here, we've got headphones, volume, and then a direct monitor, which you can turn on and off as you go from there. On the front face, we've got 2 dials to control the volume of each channel. And on the back is a area where you put in 2 AA batteries. In fact, the 2 AA batteries are right here. Let's go ahead and put those in right now. Now, the battery life, my understanding is the battery life is pretty good on these. And of course, the DC power option, positive shield, negative tip, they definitely sell those as they go. So, all right, let's move on. Let's see what else is in this case right here. We got the plastic insert. We got a little box here. We'll just set that here and set that over here. We'll set the important stuff in here. And then we'll open this up. This is where all the cables are. All right, these are the MIDI cables I'm talking about. They look like headphone cables on the first side, but the other side, they have the large MIDI breakout connector. So you basically plug these in, and then of course you plug in your MIDI cables to a keyboard or another device that has MIDI input output. In individual plastic, the first breakout cable is a lightning cable. Second breakout cable is a USB-C cable. And this, they've had previous versions that had older versions of USB cables, so you could probably even get a 30-pin, but I don't know if you have the old 30-pin iPad. I'm not sure if it'll work or not. You can definitely try it out and see if your older iPads will work for that. This is just a regular USB. This will connect, you can then connect this to a Mac or a PC. These are all the cables right here. Basically, we're not going to be hooking up anything MIDI. What we're going to do is we're going to hook up a guitar and a microphone. And I've got the guitar and microphone over there, and we're going to use the USB breakout cable. So hopefully I'll be hooking it right up into my system here, and then you'll see. We'll move the tables and I'll play one of my original songs. Down here in the breakout cable, you have, it's basically, it looks like an old mouse or a keyboard connector like you have on the back of some computer PCs. So you just have to align it. There you go, simple as that, and then we can hook that up to the PC. On the bottom, like I said, we have the XLR and the 1/4 inch jack input. So we will put the vocals in one. We're plugging in the 1/4 inch jack, and this will go into the guitar. I'm also going to be using the Shure Beta 56A. There's phantom power to this. So if you have a more powerful microphone or a microphone that does use phantom power, you can hook that up. But we're just using a regular dynamic mic in this situation. Now, and of course, I showed you the IK Multimedia iRig on its own, but you know, there is a bundle there with microphone if you want to start doing some podcasting. Of course, in this day and age, we're all just trying to figure it all out. I'm gonna move this table, I'm gonna hook this up into the computer, and hopefully we'll get some sound. Hopefully we won't crash the system while we're doing this, and I'll play you a song. Well, it's 4 o'clock, the day's done. It's time to have some beer. Wait for my buddies to get done. Well, look at that, coming over here. We take the same old corner so we can check out all the girls. Dance it to the jukebox and come on up and ask for a whirl. Then we lay our glasses down and we sing. Thank God for happy hour, where we buy drinks all the time. Treat your friends to a couple of brews and head home before the night. Enjoy a story, a song or two before you have to fly. Thank God for the happy hour. If I didn't have that, I think I'd die. Or maybe I'll just play in the background. I can't wait to get this on my iPad to try it out with their software. I can throw it in there, use GarageBand and do some recording, 2-channel. And then I could actually send the gear over to my friend's house, and he could record a bass line and do some harmonies. And then send it out to somebody else who could do the drums, or maybe I'll come back and do the drums. I don't know. And then maybe we'll get guitars in there and keyboards and all that other good stuff. Have people from all around the world create tracks for your songs. That's pretty cool. So anyway, that is the iRig Pro Duo IO. It's a nice little product. I'm having fun with it already. I can't wait to get into a recording situation and do a couple songs, and of course do some live streams on there. I can plug it into the iPhone cable and hook it up. I don't need to use my system here. I can just do a straight up guitar and singing and just have some fun. And that's this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. We got a lot more stuff. You got me in the socials. Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. And what do you use to do your recording, do your practicing with? Let me know and tweet me over there. We'll talk and go from there. Until next time, you guys geek out. We'll see ya, and let's have some fun playing guitar. If you had a computer in 2000, you might have owned this iconic brand. Gateway since has changed and currently owned by Taiwan-based Acer Computers. They have continued to release new Windows modules, including this ultra-slim notebook. I put this laptop through a couple of its paces, and beyond a couple of issues, I'm finding it to be a pretty solid laptop. Thanks for watching this review. Go ahead, like, subscribe, and hit that comment bell for notification when the next video comes out. Here are the specs of the GWT-N1414BK, otherwise known as the Gateway Ultra Slim. I've also verified all hardware and specs using 2 programs, BellArc Advisor and PCMark 10. Inside the machine is an Intel Core i5 103 5G1 Ice Lake processor at 1.2 gigahertz, but can work up to a frequency of 3.6 gigahertz. It's a 4-core, 8-thread system with 6 megabyte of internal smart cache. The GPU is an integrated UHD graphics at 100 megahertz. This should be able to handle the laptop with an external display at 1080p without issue. Both monitors at 1080p, by the way. This display is 14.1 inches and up to 1920 by 1080 resolution, 59.99 hertz. 16 gigabytes of RAM, which seems to be soldered right into the board. An M2 256 gigabyte SSD hard drive from a company called 4C, which is a product of Longsys with smart technology, and an empty M2 slot, which is behind a door on the bottom side of the machine. So you can update this with more storage at any time. Ports include an external HDMI 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, 2 USB-A 3.0, and 1 USB-C, which is transfer only. It's not for charging. American Megatron's BIOS backend, and man, that display has not changed since the 90s. Bluetooth 5.1 and Wi-Fi 802.11 AC. The ultra slim model also has Realtek audio, but is also supporting THX sound. This is perfect for if you have a THX headset or 7.1 surround speakers. In initial tests, I found it to be perfect for late night movie watching or some simple game playing. With the right headset, the right speaker system, you can hear things moving around. This ultra thin laptop does have onboard security as well. The BIOS can be locked down, and you can log into the machine with the simple finger swipe through the fingerprint reader, which is right on the top part of the touchpad. There's a 1 megapixel camera on this machine. It's nothing to write home about, but it does do the job if you need to get on a Zoom or Skype call. I did a Zoom connection test to see how the camera and built-in microphone works. This is what they're going to see in here if they call you on Zoom or Skype. I'd love to find out if you're going to be using this for Zoom or Skype calls. Let me know by commenting below. Now, there's been mention online that this model of Gateway was manufactured by a company called EVOO, EVOO. This is another brand laptop that you can actually find at Walmart. Now, it's not uncommon for this to happen. Gateway has also tasked EVOO to make their new line of tablets, their 2-in-1 computers as well. EVOO also has the license for installing THX into laptops, so that's an added bonus right there. Finally, EVOO makes smartphones. So I have to wonder, is a Gateway